I take the earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Cosmic Disaster. Boom boom boom. The giant hands made up of nanorbits, not just one but several, continuously collided with a demonic power on the wreckage of the warship. The roars resounded between heaven and earth. The huge warship, which was 10 kilometers long, also shook. The demonic power surged, as if it was enraged, and rushed towards the huge golden hand. But this time was enough. The huge golden hand had grabbed a certain area on the wreckage of the warship, uprooted that area, and grabbed it back. Several huge golden hands brought back several pieces of debris that were not completely assimilated by the demonic power, but had already been deeply stained with the breath of the demonic power. These fragments were thrown by Lin Xu to the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had been on standby. Then the autonomous mechanical aggregate grabbed these fragments and flew into the sky. There was an experimental spacecraft that had just arrived from the Earth, waiting in the sky, ready to conduct a thorough search of these fragments to find the existence of the database. Next, it was time to wait for coming's news. Before that, the demonic power that had spread throughout the sky had dyed the entire sky pitch black. If it was just black air at the beginning, now with the crazy expansion of the demonic power, the entire sky has completely become a dark world. The thick blackness constantly wants to continue to expand in all directions, but it is colliding fiercely with the nanorbits at the border. The two sides are like two incompatible existences, consuming each other. Normally, the demonic power that has expanded to this extent cannot be stopped by the nanorbits with natural density distribution alone. But under Lin Xu's command, a large number of nanorbits gathered here. For a time, the density of nanorbits here has exceeded 10 times that of the normal area. And on the front line of the stalemate with the demonic power, the density of nanorbits has reached hundreds and thousands of times the density of the normal area. Such a density of nanorbits once again suppressed the expansion of the demonic power in the confrontation with the demonic power. How can the concentration of spiritual energy be so high? Is this due to the use of a spirit gathering array? No, even if it is a spirit gathering array, it won't have such an effect. Feeling the rapid rise in the density of spiritual energy around her, Xianren couldn't suppress her shock. When she suppressed the demonic power, the spirit gathering array occupied a large share of the array she used. Because she also discovered that spiritual power and demonic power are naturally incompatible, so using the spirit gathering array to gather more spiritual energy can firmly restrict the demonic power deep underground. However, the spirit gathering array she used could not increase the density of spiritual energy by 10 times, let alone 100 times or 1,000 times. Let's go, we should leave here. Lin Xu looked at the sky, and then at the edge of the deep pit in front of him, the demonic power that was as thick as a black hole, and said so. Standing on the edge of the deep pit, he could no longer see the wreckage of the warship below. With the crazy expansion of the demonic power, it was no longer safe here and he needed to evacuate. Except for Lin Xu and his companions, all the captured disciples of the Demon Suppression Sect had already evacuated the Demon Suppression Sect under the command of the battle robots, and stayed with tens of thousands of other captured monks outside the Demon Suppression Sect. However, with the fierce battle between the demonic power and the spiritual energy in the sky became more and more abnormal. Even staying outside the Demon Suppression Sect was no longer safe. Thunder and lightning would strike the ground from time to time, and the violent wind would blow the monks whose strength was sealed to the ground, making them stagger and look miserable. At this time, these monks looked at the rampage of the demonic power in the sky, and they had no idea what was going on. All kinds of discussions never stopped. Are the demons from outside the domain going to demonize the world? It's over, the world of immortal cultivation is over. It's not the end yet, how can you give up so easily? We can't even use our cultivation now, what difference does it make whether we give up or not? The cultivators were noisy until Master Wei Yang appeared in the sky again and shouted, "All cultivators, listen to my orders." Only then did tens of thousands of people quiet down again, and everyone looked at her. It can be seen that Master Wei Yang's prestige is really high. Even at this time when everyone has different thoughts, she can still unite people. Lin Xu looked at it and nodded. Everyone evacuate immediately, stay away from the Demon Suppression Sect, and don't stay here. Master Wei Yang gave the order. Just when someone was about to ask what happened, someone else wanted to ask how to evacuate since their cultivation was sealed. Everyone suddenly felt that the spiritual power in their bodies had resumed flowing. The restoration of spiritual power made everyone immediately happy. However, after the joy, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Xu, who was observing the dark sky not far from Wei Yang's Henren, with fear in his eyes. Everyone was not stupid, so they naturally knew that this was done by that person again. From the previous easy sealing of everyone's cultivation, to now easily removing everyone's cultivation. Even the cultivators in the God transformation stage were no exception. Such ability has exceeded everyone's imagination. Although some people still doubted the connection between Lin Xu and the extraterritorial demon, no one was stupid enough to say it out loud. Instead, they bowed to Wei Yang's Henren in the sky and said yes, then turned and left. Because with more and more thunders falling from the sky, from time to time there would even be black mist of demonic power, which briefly broke through the defense line of the nanorbits and surged in all directions. Although it was quickly wiped out by the nanorbits, the mist that surged from time to time still had a great impact on the environment around the demon suppression sect. There was even that surging mist that fell on some cultivators, so the unlucky cultivator was directly demonized. After all, not all cultivators have the strength of Wei Yang's Henren to fight against the demonization. The nanorbits in the bodies of ordinary cultivators are not enough to compete with the power of demonization. So in the blink of an eye, after the demonization, the strange monsters roared and launched indiscriminate attacks all around. Fortunately, these cultivators have recovered their strength. Although their strength has greatly increased after the demonization, they were quickly eliminated under the siege of the crowd. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. So the speed of the cultivators' retreat immediately accelerated. After all, no one wanted to be unlucky enough to be contaminated by the power of demonization. Only the three gods of transformation cultivators who had been friends with Wei Yang's Henren for thousands of years did not leave. Instead, after recovering their strength, they flew up to Wei Yang's Henren and asked about the situation, while being wary of Lin Xu. Of course, they were still very polite on the surface, and even bowed to Lin Xu as a greeting. After all, you can't beat him, so what else can you do if you are not polite? As a disciple of Wei Yang's Henren, Zhenren Machin actually wanted to come over, but was stopped by Wei Yang's Henren's voice transmission. After all, this coalition of tens of thousands of monks still needs someone to lead. Wei Yang's Henren, what happened? It was Hanshin Shengren, who had the hottest temper, who first asked this question that everyone was concerned about. However, before Wei Yang's Henren could answer, the sky changed again. The conflict between the demonized power and the nanorbits became more and more intense. Finally, more and more places broke through the blockade of the nanorbits. More and more demonized power, accompanied by violent thunder, fell on all sides of the entire demon suppression sect. Some of the demonized power naturally fell on the autonomous mechanical aggregate. However, strangely, the demonic power that could corrode the warships of the Hino advanced civilization did not happen after it fell on the autonomous mechanical aggregate. The autonomous mechanical aggregate was safe and sound, as if it was not affected by the demonic power at all. This made Lin Xu suddenly moved. At this time, Kaiming's latest investigation report arrived. Master, the database has been found in the collected fragments. According to the records in it, the source of the demonic power has been found. It is indeed related to the chaotic energy. Lin Xu was immediately refreshed. His consciousness connected to the third-generation nanorbit, received the report, and then read it into his consciousness. Just as Kaiming had guessed before, the demonic power is indeed deeply connected with the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy can help civilization gain a short-term high-dimensional perspective in the development of science and technology to accelerate the development of science and technology. However, the chaotic energy after use did not completely disappear. The remaining residue will fall from the high-dimensional existence to the low-dimensional existence of this universe. Because the order part of the chaotic energy has been consumed, the remaining residue is only the disordered part, which is called disordered filth by advanced civilizations. That is, the power of demonization. Because disordered filth will bring disaster to this universe, it is also called cosmic disaster. The reason why the warships of the Hino civilization sent warships to the black hole galaxy 1,000 years ago was not to investigate or anything. They just came here to dump garbage. The residue after the use of chaotic energy, disordered filth. Once it breaks out, it is still a disaster even for advanced civilizations. Otherwise, There would be no other name for cosmic disasters. Even for advanced civilizations, there is no good way to deal with disordered filth, so all they can do is to discard disordered filth. Whether it is discarded in a remote galaxy or discarded in the enemy's territory. As long as the disordered filth infects enough order and causes the order to die, it will gradually calm down. Although the price is often a galaxy, or even several galaxies are completely disordered. But this is the only way known to advanced civilizations to deal with the disaster of disorder. Otherwise, disorder and filth would not be called a cosmic disaster. However, the desire and greed of advanced civilizations for chaotic energy are uncontrollable. There will be more and more disorder and filth in this universe. More and more galaxies are used as garbage dumps, and more galaxies with lost order appear. I don't know how long this universe can last. P.S. There is still one chapter, and I am almost not finished. I will take a break and continue. Chapter 77 Disorder Immunity. The warships of the Hino civilization did not expect that they would crash just by coming to a backward galaxy and discarding some residues of chaotic energy. Under normal circumstances, the discarded disordered filth would also explode and eventually destroy the entire galaxy, causing the entire galaxy to fall into disorder. But the time given to the warships to leave was enough. But they did not expect that there were third-generation nanorobots left by humans on this planet. Moreover, the nanorobots not only destroyed the warships in the process of pulling with the disordered filth, but also temporarily contained the disordered filth, so that the disordered filth did not erupt for a full 1,000 years. Therefore, the warship database of the Hino civilization actually preserved the information about disordered filth relatively intact. After all, the mission of this warship is to discard disordered filth, so how could there be no information about disordered filth inside? Everything can only be said to be a coincidence among coincidences. Cosmic disaster, disordered filth. Looking at the two words emphasized in the information, Lin Xu finally understood the reason for all this that happened on Xiantian star. Lin Xu also knew for the first time that chaos energy did not bring all benefits, but also disasters. I just don't know if the Mali civilization, which wanted to secretly trade chaos energy, knew this. After using chaos energy, although the Hino advanced civilization had no good way to deal with the disordered filth produced, there was still a way to temporarily seal it and then discard it. I just don't know if the Mali civilization can do this, or if the Mali civilization didn't know about the existence of disordered filth from the beginning to the end. If this is true, then Lin Xu's previous destruction of the transaction and taking away chaos energy is not a good thing for the Mali civilization. Otherwise, even if the current Mali civilization forcibly uses chaos energy, it is afraid that it will be swallowed by disorder because it cannot deal with the disordered filth that will be produced later. Thinking of this, Lin Xu thought of the humans in the first year of the voyage. Was the reason why humans chose to sail back then related to the existence of disordered filth? How did humans use chaos energy in the beginning? And how did they deal with the disordered filth that was produced later? As he understood more and more about everything, Lin Xu found that his questions were not getting fewer, but more. However, knowing the origin of the demonic power, that is, the disordered filth, he knew how to deal with many things. At the same time, Lin Xu also had some guesses about why the nanorobots were not polluted by the disordered filth, causing themselves to lose their order. And the autonomous mechanical aggregates were also not polluted by the disordered filth. Refer to his immunity to the high-dimensional information interference of the chaotic energy. Even his intelligent quantum computer and Miss Qiu are immune to the high-dimensional information interference of the chaotic energy. Then the reason why the nanorobots and the autonomous mechanical aggregates are immune to the disordered pollution of the disordered disaster must be here. Since the chaotic energy that exists in a high dimension cannot cause information pollution to himself and his intelligent creations, it is understandable that the disordered filth that falls to a low dimension cannot interfere with his unintelligent creations. However, the inability to make the nanorobots lose order does not mean that the nanorobots cannot be eliminated. In the process of fighting against the disordered filth, a large number of nanorobots are being consumed. However, even so, the nanorobots themselves will not be contaminated by disordered filth, and they themselves become part of disordered filth, which is already a great victory. Countless advanced civilizations have tried various ways, but have not found any order that can resist disordered filth without being affected by disordered filth. Any order that wants to fight against disordered filth will soon degenerate into part of disorder. This is the most terrifying point of disordered filth. It is also the reason why disorder is unstoppable once it begins to occur. Because disordered filth will contaminate all order into part of disorder. At this moment, such disorder is happening in the sky and is trying to spread around. However, Lin Xu, who already knew the origin of the demonized power, finally thought of a way to fight against the demonized power. Self-disciplined mechanical aggregates form a repulsive field barrier and lock up the disordered filth first. Lin Xu ordered. So the next moment, tens of thousands of self-disciplined mechanical aggregates that were originally scattered everywhere to prevent being destroyed by the demonized power gathered again from all over. The densely packed autonomous mechanical aggregates filled the sky, forming one node after another, releasing repulsive fields at the same time. So the repulsive field barrier released by tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates locked the disordered filth into the repulsive field barrier in the blink of an eye. This was a test by Lin Xu. Although he already knew that disordered filth could not pollute autonomous mechanical aggregates and make autonomous mechanical aggregates degenerate into part of disorder. But what about the power released by autonomous mechanical aggregates? Can the repulsive field barrier also not be polluted by disordered filth? If it can be polluted, then things will be much more troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Xu succeeded. The repulsive field barrier released by tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates actually locked the demonized power firmly inside. No matter how hard the disordered filth tried to rush out of the repulsive field barrier, it was firmly restrained in it. And the repulsive field barrier that came into contact with the disordered filth was not polluted and degenerated into a member of disorder. So the experiment was successful, basically verifying the conclusion that as long as it is a human creation, it is immune to disorder. Although Lin Xu still didn't know why human creations were so special, now was not the time to think about it. Then, under Lin Xu's command, the nanorobots of the entire SYNOPSIS star gathered here. For a time, the sky was full of rosy clouds and thousands of auspicious spirits. Those were traces left in the air by the rapidly surging nanorobots because they were too dense. The monks who had already flown far away noticed this strange phenomenon. Because this strange phenomenon was passing by them, they noticed that the spiritual energy was like a storm, gathering towards one place. And that place was the dark place in the distant sky that was eroded by the demonic power. For a time, the auspicious spirits formed by the infinite spiritual energy rushed to the hole in the sky like colored stones that were about to go to fill the sky. A large number of nanorobots gathered outside the repulsive field barrier and waited. Finally, Lin Xu felt that the gathered nanorobots were almost there, and then the repulsive field barrier opened several channels. Just as the disordered filth was about to pour out, a huge number of nanorobots that were already like entities rushed in first. This was the solution Lin Xu had thought of. Exchange. Use a huge number of nanorobots to exchange for disordered filth. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The two sides annihilated each other in the collision. This is a stupid way. But stupid ways are often the best ways. Pure force works miracles. Simple and crude, but easy to use. While the disordered filth has not spread to a wider area, and the disordered filth has not grown to crush the nanorobots, everything is still in time. If the disordered filth grows stronger, I am afraid that even if Lin Xu gathers all the nanorobots spread throughout the galaxy, he may not be able to exchange all the disordered filth. But now it is okay. In a war of attrition, this side still has the advantage. Although the consumption of nanorobots was indeed a bit too much, I am afraid that after this battle, the entire SYNOPSIS star will really enter the Dharma ending age. But at least they survived. In this way, Lin Xu used a large number of nanorobots on SYNOPSIS star to pour into the repulsive field barrier, constantly consuming themselves and eliminating disordered filth. Countless advanced civilizations had no way to deal with disordered filth, and they were consumed bit by nanorobots. Until the dark hole in the sky finally gradually restored its original appearance. Disordered filth, that is, the power of demonization, was suppressed back into the warship. Lin Xu continued to make persistent efforts and ordered the nanorobots to continue to implement the exchange tactics. At this time, the warship of the Hino advanced civilization had been completely polluted and completely transformed into disordered existence. From the outside, the appearance of the warship could no longer be seen. It looked like a creeping mass of black, entrenched deep underground. So the nanorobots chased and attacked until all the disordered filth deep underground was completely eliminated. The wreckage of the warship naturally disappeared along with the elimination of disordered filth. At this point, The disordered filth was finally completely eliminated. The shadow that had been shrouding the sky over Zion's star for 1,000 years finally dissipated. How much spiritual energy did you use up? Wei Yang's Henren smacked his lips. Half. Lin Xu felt it and said. Half. Half of this planet. Lin Xu replied. Wei Yang's Henren still knew the concept of a planet. After all, she herself flew up to the sky out of curiosity and saw it with her own eyes. The spiritual energy in the world has been halved since then. Wei Yang's Henren was stunned for a moment, then sighed. It seems that there will be more trouble in the future. Spiritual energy is the world's largest resource, far more important than the oil on Earth in the 21st century. The halving of the spiritual energy in the world means a rapid decline in cultivation resources. In order to compete for cultivation resources, it is unknown how much blood and rain will be set off. However, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The biggest threat has been solved for them. They can fight as much as they want in the future. Wei Yang's Henren was as free and easy as ever. Then he gestured to Lin Xu to look into the distance. And at least now, they are still very happy, aren't they? Lin Xu followed the instructions of Master Wei Yang and looked at the large army of monks who had already run far away. As the dark void in the sky dissipated, they naturally also realized that the demonic power was extinguished. They were loudly venting their joy. No matter what the future will be like, at least at this moment, they are indeed in the same boat. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, and please rotate 365 degrees in the ice and snow. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 78 Technology Upgrade and Preparation for Departure. In the Qingxuan sect, only the most distinguished guests can live in the guest room. Lin Xu woke up in the morning with the sound of insects and birds outside the window. Miss Qiu was already waiting outside the door. After a night's rest, it was time for Lin Xu to say goodbye and leave. Not long after leaving the guest room, he met a group of cultivators in the God Transformation and Nascent Soul stages who had been waiting not far away. Among them, Master Xiao had the most complicated feelings. Speaking of it, they had fought each other to death before, and the other party even occupied the entire sect of their own family, capturing the sect from top to bottom, but now they have become the distinguished guests of their own sect. However, Master Xiao is naturally not a petty person. The sect has no losses at all, and not even a disciple has died. If she cares about it, it will make her look ignorant. As for why all these people came to the Qingxuan sect, naturally, it is because after everything was settled, the demon suppression sect was left with only ruins, which was basically equivalent to rebuilding. There is no place to live, no place to entertain Lin Xu, and no place for the monks' coalition to settle temporarily. So everyone naturally came to Qingxuan sect. Although there were other sects to go to, Lin Xu only knew of Qingxuan sect at that time. He casually mentioned Qingxuan sect, and everyone naturally had no objection, so they came here. Anyway, for a cultivator, flying this distance is nothing. This time, the demon-suppressing sect was equivalent to being completely destroyed. However, Zhenren Weiyang was very happy. The threat of the demon power was lifted, and the mere demon-suppressing sect was nothing. When Lin Xu was about to board the Qingfang and prepare to leave, she also specially gave Lin Xu a gift to show her gratitude. This Xingxiao sword is what I got when I got the Jiuyan sword, but the Jiuyan sword is more suitable for me, so I chose the Jiuyan sword as my natal flying sword. This Xingxiao sword is given to you. Although you may not be able to use it with your strength, it is good to keep it as a souvenir. Okay, then I'll accept it. Although it was useless, the other party was kind after all, so Lin Xu still accepted it very solemnly. I won't ask who you are, but this world will always be grateful to you. Wei Yang's Henren said at last. The end of the law is coming, and it would be great if future cultivators don't hate me. Lin Xu didn't care about any thanks, but thought that future cultivators might hate him so much that they felt itchy. It's a pity that I can't see it. Just like that, Lin Xu boarded the Qingfeng, and took off into the air with tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates, flying towards the Earth that occupied half of the sky. In addition to the last bit of mass left in the wreckage of the Hino civilization warship that was dug out from the deep pit, the only thing he took away was the flying sword given by Wei Yang's Henren. Around Qingxuan sect, except for Wei Yang's Henren and other cultivators in the God Transformation stage and the Nascent Soul stage, tens of thousands of cultivators have not left. The reason they didn't leave is also very simple, to send Lin Xu off for the last time. They also watched the departure of the mechanical creations in the sky, but they didn't have the hostility they had when facing the extraterritorial demons before. Then, someone, who was the leader, saluted the departing King Fang from a distance. So thousands of monks saluted. Compared with the treatment when Lin Xu came, it was a world of difference. Xiao Zhenren stood in the crowd, and the vicious faces of Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, the master and servant, in his memory were gradually replaced by fun. They were just trying to scare him at the beginning. He was really scared. Now recalling, they are really an interesting master and servant. Lin Xu left the cyanide star with the farewell of everyone. At least at this time, Lin Xu was still grateful to everyone. But when the Dharma ending age really comes, it is not certain. Intelligent life has always been short-sighted. Perhaps only after thousands of years, the concentration of spiritual energy on Zionidin star will gradually recover as the nanorbit factory produces new nanorbits. The monk's evaluation of Lin Xu will become objective again. Yinghuo's report also came in time. Master, the antimatter annihilation energy confinement collection device manufacturing factory has been found. On which planet? Lin Xu's attention was diverted at once. There are some on the 2 planets near Zionidin star. Let's go to the nearest one first and drive the Earth over there. Following Lin Xu's order, the Earth above Zionidin star began to move. The demon moon, which had been covering the entire Zionidin star for some time, slowly left until it turned into a star again. The people on Zionidin star watched the demon moon leave. Some were stunned, some cheered, some stamped their feet and beat their chests, and so on. And Lin Xu had returned to his familiar courtyard. The Earth also came to the planet closest to Zionidin star, which was covered with ice for thousands of miles. Master, we found traces of the factory in the rock layer of this planet. We dug down and finally excavated the factory completely, but in order to take over the control of the factory, we still need your authorization. Yinghuo reported. Is there an intelligent quantum computer? Do I need to go down? Lin Xu asked. There is no intelligent computer. There are just ordinary quantum computers without intelligence in the factory. As long as the master authorizes me, I can directly take over the authority. Okay, I authorize you to take over the authority. Yes, master. Yinghuo, who obtained the authority, started working immediately. Lin Xu still had something to say. Are the factories here smaller than those on White Star? No, the factories here are even bigger than those on White Star. They are even bigger than those on White Star, and they don't even have a single intelligent computer. Lin Xu was a little confused. Although the computers left behind are not smart computers, their pure computing speed and work efficiency are far superior to those of intelligent computers. So even if they are not intelligent computers, they are enough to manage the factories left behind according to the program. Yinghuo explained. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Lin Xu knows that the newly discovered intelligent computers have more computing power and work efficiency than Yinghuo and other intelligent computers. Because computers are constantly upgrading and iterating. Since humans left the Earth, the computing power of computers has been upgraded for countless generations. After receiving human technology along the way, intelligent quantum computers such as Yinghuo are also constantly upgrading their computing power according to the latest human technology. However, it is normal that the computing power is still inferior to that of the latest human products. Compared with the more advanced computers encountered along the way, the advantage of intelligent quantum computers such as Yinghuo is that they are intelligent. But in fact, with the technological level of humans in the future, as long as they are willing, they can give wisdom to every computer. Just like the computer that manages the huge factory on the planet in front of us now, the computing power is far superior to Yinghuo. For humans 10,000 years ago, it is a very simple thing to give wisdom. But humans did not give it wisdom, as if humans were deliberately restraining the number of computers with wisdom. Lin Xu didn't understand it, so he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, if he continued to walk like this, many mysteries would be solved sooner or later. Soon, Yinghuo gained control of the factory cluster on the planet in front of him. He also got all kinds of information in the database. Whether it was a series of factories related to antimatter, or some other miscellaneous technical information. Among them was the information about the computer's upgrade again. Relying on the factories in the factory cluster, intelligent computers such as Yinghuo can transform and upgrade themselves again to make their computing power more powerful. When Lin Xu first arrived at White Star, he still needed to create a few more intelligent quantum computers to be able to handle all the things. But now, any intelligent quantum computer, whether it is Yinghe, Kaiming, Beixing or any of the seven, can easily complete the original workload. It can only be said that it is not only nanorbits that are being upgraded, but also technologies such as nuclear fusion. All technologies are being upgraded. Even the ability of autonomous mechanical aggregates is also being improved. Lin Xu usually can't feel the all-round technological improvement, but at this time, it feels very obvious. For example, Yinghe counted the data of all the factories on this planet and gave a repair time of about half a year. You know, it took several years to repair the factory on White Star. While repairing the factory, a series of antimatter-related factories will be built on Earth. The first batch will be put into use in about half a year, and the speed is much faster than before. Lin Xu even asked about the Earth Dome project again. The information obtained is that due to the advancement of technology, the Earth Dome project, which was originally expected to take 1,000 years to complete, is also being shortened. According to current calculations, the Earth Dome, which has been under construction for 200 years, will be completed in about 500 years. At the same time, Yinghe also received the control authority of a series of factory clusters on another planet. After calculation, it was found that the time required for repair was the same as here, about half a year. Since there was only half a year, Lin Xu did not enter hibernation again and sleep through the 6 months. Instead, he planned to take advantage of this 6 months to catch up, play games, and relax. So 6 months passed in a flash. The factory clusters on the 2 planets were all repaired, and the newly built factory clusters on the Earth could also successfully start extracting antimatter and manufacturing antimatter reactors to obtain energy. Lin Xu then ordered the repaired factory clusters on the 2 planets to be relocated to the Earth. After the relocation was completed in about half a month, the Earth would sail again to the next destination. At this time, Miss Qiu suddenly found Lin Xu. She reported something to Lin Xu. And for the first time, she made a request to Lin Xu. Chapter 79, Warp Drive Speed Up. Wei Yang's Henren is going to die. This is what Miss Qiu suddenly said when she found Lin Xu. Obviously, she has always been paying attention to the things on Xiantian Star. Going to die? Isn't she in the god transformation stage? How can it be so soon? Lin Xu was puzzled. Her body has already been eroded by the demonization, and it is not surprising that she will die at any time. You want to. But we can't save her. Lin Xu said regretfully. Disordered filth is an irreversible damage even with the technological level of human civilization 10,000 years ago, so even if Lin Xu has the intention, he is powerless. The current technology is not good, maybe in the future. Miss Qiu tried. Do you want to put her into hibernation and take her away? Lin Xu understood instantly. I just made a suggestion, and the master makes the decision. Miss Qiu never overstepped her authority. But have you ever thought about it? Hibernation is not a pause in time. It just pauses the activities of living organisms, but it may not be able to pause the process of disorder. Lin Xu hesitated and said. We must try it. Miss Qiu's eyes dimmed. Okay, then I've decided, take her away. But whether she is willing to go with us, you have to convince her. Lin Xu said with a smile. Miss Qiu expressed her wishes so clearly for the first time, and Lin Xu would not refuse no matter what. Moreover, Lin Xu also had a good impression of Wei Yang's Henren, so he would not refuse to try to save her. Even if it was just to do everything humanly possible, it was up to fate. Lin Xu's answer made Miss Qiu's eyes light up. Seeing the joy on her face, Lin Xu felt that it was worth it for him to agree to this. Although he didn't understand why Miss Qiu cared so much about Wei Yang's Henren, Lin Xu was still very happy if she could make a friend. Maybe this is what is called no fight, no acquaintance? During the 2 days when Miss Qiu was away, Lin Xu was still a little uncomfortable, but the time was soon filled with busy work. The antimatter-related factory cluster is being relocated. In the newly built factory cluster on Earth, a series of antimatter-related equipment and so on have begun to be produced. Whether it is the antimatter extraction factory or the energy confinement collection device after antimatter annihilation, various equipment installation and commissioning. Although Lin Xu does not need to do these tasks, the signature authorization of some key issues requires Lin Xu. These things alone have made Lin Xu have no time to play games these days. After all, it involves a lot of work on several planets. Even if Lin Xu has less to do, he has filled up the time. So time passed quickly. The antimatter reactor was built, and it began to be installed and debugged to produce energy. Lin Xu stood on the Great Wall, looking at several antimatter reactors in the distance. Today is the time for the reactor to start. Once the reactor is started, it will start to supply energy to the 100,000 curvature engines on the Earth. According to calculations, the curvature engine, after using the antimatter reactor as energy, will greatly improve the efficiency of the curvature engine. With great force, it can even drive the Earth to a speed of 5 times the speed of light. The curvature engine produced by the Earth can reach a maximum speed of about 10 times the speed of light, but that is when it is lightly equipped. It is naturally impossible to drive an object as huge as the Earth to 10 times the speed of light. But with the antimatter reactor supplying energy, the speed of the Earth can be increased to 5 times the speed of light, which is twice the current speed of light. Lin Xu is very satisfied. Buzz! Silent fluctuations spread instantly in the air, and then everything returned to calm. The antimatter reactor in the distance seemed to be no different from before, but Lin Xu connected with the outside world through the third-generation nanorobots in his body, and his consciousness spread to all parts of the Earth, naturally covering the antimatter reactor in front. So he received the information transmitted by the reactor at the first time, and the reactor started successfully. Lin Xu couldn't help but applaud. Although there was no one around him, he still celebrated for himself. In addition, it is really lonely to be alone. Before, Miss Qiu was around anytime and anywhere, but now Miss Qiu has been away for only a few days, and I feel a little lonely. No wonder there are companion bionic people. Human beings are creatures that can't stand loneliness, so loneliness is the enemy. Just thinking about it, the nanorobot connected in the consciousness suddenly sent a picture. Not far away from the Earth, the King Fang was returning to the Earth. Lin Xu looked up and could even see the King Fang like a star. Miss Qiu is back. At this time, the Earth is full of third-generation nanorobots produced by the factory. It has to be said that the third-generation nanorobots are really useful. Wherever there are nanorobots, Lin Xu feels as if his consciousness has extended to that place. So since Lin Xu came back a year ago, he has been producing nanorobots with all his strength. Now nanorobots are all over the Earth, and the density is even higher than that of Zion's star before the end of the law. Soon, the King Fang arrived near the Great Wall, where Lin Xu met Miss Qiu and Wei Yang's who came back with Miss Qiu. It seems that in the end, Miss Qiu finally convinced her. At this time, Lin Xu was standing on the surface of the Earth without atmosphere, and he was not wearing power armor. The third-generation nanorobots attached to the skin protected Lin Xu's body and would not be crushed by the pressure in his body. At the same time, they also collected atomic-level substances around them to produce oxygen for Lin Xu to breathe. And Wei Yang's who Lin Xu saw, with her cultivation in the God transformation period, plus the aura that is also everywhere on the Earth, that is, nanorobots can be used for her to cast spells, and can also protect herself from being crushed by the pressure in her body in a vacuum. So the reunion of the two on the Great Wall this time did not look like the Earth had no atmosphere. It was like two old friends meeting again in winter, strolling around the Great Wall together, admiring the ice and snow inside and outside the Great Wall, and the endless pillars of heaven extending to the sky. Looking at all this, Wei Yang's eyes were full of amazement, but she did not show it. I didn't expect that I would see you again one day. Wei Yang's was still wearing a gorgeous dress. She seemed to like this style of dress very much, and it matched her bright and beautiful appearance very well. This style of dress is not suitable for ordinary people. If the appearance is slightly worse, it will give people a sense of imitating others. But the young Wei Yang fairy, now Wei Yang's can completely control this gorgeous dress. I didn't expect to see you again. Miss Qiu told you. Lin Xu looked at Wei Yang's and then at Miss Qiu beside him. She said that as long as I come here, I can play the sequel of Black Myth, so when can I start playing? She also said that there are more interesting games here, and I don't know if I have enough time to play them all. Wei Yang's expression seemed a little regretful. It's not that she regrets that she is going to die, but that she regrets that she doesn't have time to finish all the games. What did you say? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Miss Qiu. Then, after Miss Qiu's explanation, Lin Xu understood what happened. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It turned out that as soon as Miss Qiu found Wei Yang's she told her that there might be a way to treat her here, but she would need to fall into deep sleep and wait for the treatment. And there is also a high probability that she will die silently in her sleep and will not be able to wait for the treatment plan. Then she was decisively rejected by Wei Yangzhenren. Although Wei Yangzhenren thanked her for her kindness, she wanted to drink another pot of wine before she died, watch the sunset again, and then leave this world with a smile, rather than die silently in her sleep. She is Wei Yangzhenren, the #1 person in the world who has been invincible for 1,000 years. She has her pride and will not live in humiliation. For her, the power of demonization is completely eliminated, and the crisis of the extraterritorial demon is completely resolved, so there is nothing to regret about dying. In this case, why bother to survive? Miss Qiu saw that she refused, so she didn't say anything else and prepared to come back. However, Wei Yangzhenren said that since she came, she would leave without a meal, which seemed too unhospitable, so she wanted to pull her to drink together. Miss Qiu saw that she would not lie for a few days, so she accompanied her to drink. What the two talked about at the table was not specific, but Wei Yangzhenren asked curiously what Lin Xu liked to do. Miss Qiu said that he liked to watch TV series, movies and play games. Zhenren Wei Yang asked what the anime, movies, and games were. Miss Qiu couldn't explain, so she simply asked the King Feng, which was not far away in the sky, to send down a computer. Then, nothing happened. Zhenren Wei Yang was abducted back by the game. Although the demon suppression sect tried to keep her and didn't want her to die in a foreign land, according to her, I have suppressed the extraterritorial demons for my whole life. I am going to die now, can't I enjoy myself? Just like that, Zhenren Wei Yang followed Miss Qiu back to the earth. As soon as they met, she told Lin Xu clearly that she didn't want to sleep in that hibernation chamber and die in her sleep. She came here to play games, so prepare enough games for her, and then if she died while playing one day, Lin Xu would help her collect her body. Although Lin Xu was speechless, he still respected her dying wish. He also arranged a yard for her next to Lin Xu's courtyard. Then he equipped her room with a computer, a robot to take care of her life, and various snacks and coke. Zhenren Wei Yang moved in happily. By the way, my real name is Lu Yao. If you want to make a tombstone for me after I die, don't forget it. Of course, it would be better if I were burned directly and the ashes were scattered, so that I can come and go without any worries. Zhenren Wei Yang finally told Lin Xu. Looking at her sitting in front of the computer, drinking a sip of Fat House happy water from time to time, and playing games happily, Lin Xu smiled, did not disturb her, and turned and walked out. After a few days, the antimatter reactor was operating well, the curvature engine used new energy, and the trial operation was stable. The factory clusters on the 2 planets were also relocated and moved to the Earth. In this way, 100,000 curvature engines on the Earth were started, and the Earth slowly left the black hole galaxy and officially started the voyage again. At this time, Lin Xu naturally knew why this place became a black hole galaxy. In addition to the fact that information could not be transmitted outward because it was intercepted by the 3rd-generation nanorobots, the spacecraft could not fly out of this galaxy because energy confinement devices were set up around the galaxy. It is the energy confinement device used to confine the energy after the annihilation of antimatter. However, this time, it is not the antimatter that is confined, but all the nanorobots in the galaxy, which are not allowed to leave this galaxy. As for those spacecraft that strayed into this place and were confined and could not leave, they were all injured by mistake. That's right, the original intention of humans to set up these confinement devices was to confine the 3rd-generation nanorobots in the galaxy and prevent the nanorobots from spreading outside the galaxy. Otherwise, with the production capacity of the nanorobot factories on Taiyin star, if the nanorobots really spread to the entire universe, the concentration of nanorobots in the black hole galaxy is estimated to be less than 1/10 of the current level. Taiyin star would not need the Dharma ending age brought by Lin Xu, and it is estimated that it has always been the Dharma ending age. And these energy confinement devices are all defective products made by the factory when humans made antimatter reactors 10,000 years ago. It is too wasteful to discard them directly if the energy after the annihilation of antimatter cannot be successfully confined, so it is better to recycle them and set them around the galaxy. Therefore, if you want to freely enter and exit the black hole galaxy, unless the level of technology exceeds that of humans 10,000 years ago, or like Lin Xu now, you are a human being and have the authority to enter and exit, otherwise you are allowed to enter but not leave. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, collections, and all kinds of requests. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 80 Dyson Sphere Civilization. The Earthlings left Earth in the first year of the sailing calendar and arrived at the White Star in the 500th year of the sailing calendar. They left the White Star in the 600th year of the sailing calendar and arrived at the test site planet number 1 in the 660th year of the sailing calendar. They left the test site planet number 1 in the 700th year of the sailing calendar and arrived at the asteroid belt in the 767th year of the sailing calendar, where they began to conduct experiments on antimatter energy and vacuum zero-point energy. In the 772nd year of the sailing calendar, there was a breakthrough in antimatter research, and antimatter exploded, forming the asteroid belt. The antimatter annihilation bomb was developed first, and then the theoretical basis of the antimatter reactor was completed. In the 774th year of the sailing calendar, they arrived at a black hole galaxy. They built an antimatter reactor factory, installed antimatter reactors for the fleet, and built more curvature engines. When they set sail again in the 820th year of the sailing calendar, the fleet's speed had reached 10 times the speed of light, which is the current limit of the human curvature engine speed. Previously, because the human fleet was large and the number of curvature engines was limited, the speed of the curvature engine was slowed down, making the fleet's speed only 3 times the speed of light. But now with the antimatter reactor as a better power source, and more curvature engines built, the speed of the fleet has jumped to 10 times the speed of light. The next step is to improve the curvature engine and upgrade it to make it faster. Or research new engine methods. But that is a matter for the future. The next stop for the Earthlings is 500 light-years away. Lin Xu had checked the database with Ying He and confirmed this just after he obtained the control of the antimatter factory cluster. Although the navigation chart scheduled by humans was obtained on planet number 1 of the test site, who knows if the reservation will be changed. For example, this temporary transfer to the black hole galaxy is a change. Therefore, it is also very important to get the latest route information and confirm that the scheduled plan has not changed. Otherwise, you ran over according to the scheduled navigation chart and found that humans changed the route halfway. Wouldn't it be a pain in the ass? But this time, after repeatedly confirming that the human target is indeed 500 light-years away, Lin Xu was even more annoyed for a while. Because according to the observation of the space telescope, there is no light of any star at that target point. But according to the human route data obtained by Lin Xu, it is accurately recorded that there should be a galaxy there. So, is the route data wrong, or has the target galaxy changed in the past 10,000 years? But no matter how it changes, it is impossible for an entire galaxy to be gone. For example, humans blew up an Earth-like planet into an asteroid belt before, so at least we can see the asteroid belt after the explosion. This time, the light of the stars is gone. But in any case, the human route data should not be wrong, so if there is any problem, we still have to go to the scene to see it clearly. In this way, in the 10,994th year of the departure calendar, the Earth left the black hole galaxy and embarked on a journey to the next destination 500 light-years away at 5 times the speed of light. It is expected to arrive at the destination in 100 years. The time is 11,744 years behind humans, but Lin Xu is not in a hurry. He now has a lifespan of 5,000 years, not to mention that there may be newer life extension plans for humans ahead, and he may live longer at that time, so he has plenty of patience now. It's just that there is one person who obviously can't live as long as him. That is Liu Yao, the yearning master, who lives in the courtyard next to Lin Xu and is playing games day and night. Leaving his own courtyard and walking a few steps to the side, he came to the gate of Liu Yao's courtyard in the same alley. Passing by a small shop, Lin Xu also took a bottle of Coke and 2 bags of potato chips, of course without paying. It can be regarded as the realization of Lin Xu's childhood dream, to go to the store and take whatever he wants without spending money. Then he drank Coke and asked Miss Qiu to help hold the potato chips, and knocked on Liu Yao's door. After it come in, he walked in, crossed the doorway, turned around the screen wall, entered the courtyard, and saw a room with an open door. Liu Yao, the yearning master, was still wearing a gorgeous dress and was sitting in front of the computer playing Sekiro. From time to time, he picked up the wine gourd at hand and took a sip. It seems that after the novelty of the Fat House happy water, she still likes to drink. Are you sure you don't want to hibernate? Lin Xu came to the door, leaning against the doorframe and standing there, watching Wei Yang's Henrin dodging the enemy skillfully. No, I'd rather die in front of the computer than die in my sleep. Wei Yang's Henrin said very straightforwardly. I'm going to hibernate, and it will be 100 years before I wake up again. Lin Xu knew how she would answer, and this time it was not so much a last persuasion as a farewell. 100 years later, with the speed at which my demonization spreads, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until then. When you wake up and see the bones in front of the computer, remember to help me clean them up. Wei Yang's Henren said as casually as always. Are you sure you still have bones? Lin Xu said with a smile. Yes, maybe the bones have also been demonized and corroded. This is good, it's clean to come and go, and it saves you from burning me into ashes. With you, you don't have to worry that after I die, the demonized body will bring trouble to the world of cultivation. I'm leaving. Lin Xu didn't say anything else, turned around and prepared to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Master Wei Yang suddenly threw the wine gourd at hand. Lin Xu took it, a little confused. Try it. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment. After all, this was what she had just drunk, but then she felt that she was really hypocritical. We are all children of the rivers and lakes, why are there so many twists and turns? So she tilted her neck and took a sip. Well, good wine. Like it? Then I'll give you this pot. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Is it enough for you? Haha, I found the machine man you arranged for me and asked if you can brew this wine. As a result, it was really brewed, so don't worry, it's enough. I'm just offering flowers to Buddha. Okay, then I'll accept it. Lin Xu nodded. If I am still alive in 100 years, I will treat you to a drink and we will drink slowly together. Forget it now. I have to hurry up and play games. I can play as much as I can. I can't waste time. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Xu didn't really like drinking, but if he could really see her again in 100 years, then he would drink. He would accompany her no matter how much she drank. Just like that, Lin Xu turned around and left first. Before leaving, he patted Miss Qiu on the shoulder and kept to her. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Lin Xu, who had returned to his yard, waited for Miss Qiu, who had also said goodbye, to come back. The two took the elevator all the way down and entered a hibernation chamber deep underground. Then it was 100 years of hibernation. Lin Xu seemed to have just taken a nap. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Miss Qiu, who had woken up 10 minutes earlier and was waiting for him next to the hibernation chamber. Master, the time is now 11,094 in the departure calendar. Your hibernation time has ended. After 100 years of sailing, the Earth will soon arrive at the target galaxy. Zhangxing, the on-duty intelligent computer, will report the latest information to you later. Miss Qiu greeted Lin Xu's awakening as always. As soon as Lin Xu left the hibernation chamber, he asked about the situation at the destination. Zhangxing, the space telescope couldn't see the starlight here from 500 light-years away. What's going on? Did humans blow up the star here 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu said a little worriedly. After all, humans have blown up the Earth-like planet this time, and it seems reasonable to blow up the star again. Master, I was about to report the latest situation to you. We have arrived very close to the target galaxy. According to the forward reconnaissance of the autonomous mechanical aggregate, it can be determined that the target galaxy still exists and the star has not been blown up. Zhangxing's voice made Lin Xu feel at ease. What's going on? Why can't I observe the starlight? Lin Xu felt at ease and even more puzzled. Because the civilization in this galaxy built a Dyson sphere, which completely enclosed the entire star, so that no sunlight could penetrate, so the space telescope could not observe the light. Zhangxing replied. Dyson sphere? Completely enclosed the star? Since no light can be observed 500 light-years away, it at least means that this civilization completed the Dyson sphere 500 years ago and completely locked the star's light. Lin Xu quickly made a judgment. Yes, although I don't know when this civilization started to complete the Dyson sphere, the civilization that can build the Dyson sphere should not be an ordinary civilization. But why did they choose the Dyson sphere? This is a bit unreasonable. Zhangxing couldn't give an answer. It's really unreasonable. With this level of technology, it's better to expand outward and seek more extensive resources from more galaxies instead of spending a lot of time and resources to build a Dyson sphere. Unless this civilization has not developed the curvature engine technology and has not contacted with advanced civilizations, it can't trade for curvature engines. Unable to expand outward, it can only roll inward like crazy. Lin Xu thought about it and said his guess. Discussing the newly discovered civilization tentatively identified as the Dyson Sphere with Zhangxing, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu took the elevator all the way back to their own courtyard. In the courtyard, a holographic projection was projected showing the situation of the galaxy not far away. A completely enclosed star was seen in the middle, surrounded by 9 planets orbiting the star. Because the light of the star was completely blocked, even on the planet closest to the star, it was dead silent. Without sunlight, there would naturally be no life. Where do the people of this civilization live? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. There are several raised areas on the Dyson Sphere, and each of them is the size of the surface area of an Earth-like planet. That should be the living space they have built for themselves. Zhangxing enlarged the Dyson Sphere and pointed it out to Lin Xu. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, and rotate 365 degrees in the ice and snow. Thank you for your support, audience, thank you. Chapter 81 Human Construction Waste. Master, has the Earth entered the inner orbit of the galaxy? Zhenzing asked. It's better to be cautious and stay outside the galaxy for the time being. Send more autonomous mechanical aggregates to continue reconnaissance. Lin Xu thought about it and gave the order. After all, it is a civilization that can build a Dyson Sphere. Even if Lin Xu guessed that this civilization took the wrong path and did not point out the technology tree of the curvature engine, it could only roll inward like crazy and roll to the extent of building a Dyson Sphere. But guesses are guesses after all. For the civilization, Lin Xu decided to be cautious. In case of any situation, the Earth is outside the galaxy, so it is convenient to run away. Lin Xu has always been well aware of what it means to stay and don't waste time. The task has been assigned, and the next step is to wait. Lin Xu doesn't know how long he needs to wait. After all, things in the universe, whether it is navigation or anything else, have always been very time-consuming. So patience is also an excellent quality. So Lin Xu sat down on a chair under the familiar big tree in the yard, ready to wait for news. This tree is already hundreds of years old. After all, when Lin Xu was dormant, this tree was not dormant. Now it has grown to take up more space. The yard is not big, so Lin Xu decided to move this tree to another place and let it grow more freely, and then plant a smaller one here. But the most important thing now is to collect the body of Wei Yang's Henren first. It has been 100 years, she should be gone long ago. After all, according to the degree of erosion she was in, she didn't have many years to live. Thinking of this, Lin Xu also became a little sad. At this time, Lin Xu had become accustomed to the consciousness connected with the third generation nanorbit in his body. Suddenly, through the information transmitted by the third generation nanorbit, he realized that something was attacking from the right rear. So Lin Xu subconsciously reached out to catch it, but it was a bottle of Coke. Lin Xu was stunned, turned his head and looked in the direction where the Coke was thrown, and saw a figure lying on the wall of the yard, looking over from the next yard. It was a figure wearing modern clothes, a plaid skirt, a t-shirt and a red jacket, and her hair was dyed pink. But Lin Xu recognized it at a glance. It was Wei Yang's Henren. After 100 years, she had completely changed her classical clothes and put on a set of modern clothes. Lin Xu was stunned for a long time before reacting. "You're not dead? I was thinking about how to collect your body. That's disappointing to you, but I am also very curious. Why am I not dead yet? Let your artificial intelligence subordinates give me a full body check later." Wei Yang's Henren Lu Yao also had a strange look on her face. "You also know about artificial intelligence?" Lin Xu said in surprise. "Do you think I have wasted my past 100 years? I didn't sleep. I am not the ancient person I used to be," Lu Yao said and rolled her eyes at Lin Xu proudly. Then, she jumped directly from her own yard on the wall, and then strode towards Miss Qiu and gave Miss Qiu a big hug. Miss Qiu was a little uncomfortable. In the past, Master Wei Yang might be happy to see Miss Qiu again after 100 years, but he would never hug her, because in her fairy world, there is no such etiquette. Is it because he has watched a lot of movies and TV series in addition to games these years? But his free and easy personality has not changed at all. "Don't you know if she is okay?" Lin Xu looked at Miss Qiu in confusion. As far as he knew, Miss Qiu would always wake up 10 minutes earlier than him and read the briefings of what happened in these years. It is impossible that she didn't know about Master Wei Yang. "I was going to tell you after Zhangxing finished reporting on his work," Miss Qiu explained simply. Who knew that after Zhangxing finished reporting on his work, Before Miss Qiu could talk about this matter, Master Weiyang showed up by himself, and he was still climbing over the wall. The three chatted for a while, and then went to the laboratory together to give Master Weiyang a comprehensive examination first. In fact, Master Weiyang has been examined many times in the past 100 years. After all, he thought he would die in a few years, but he didn't die, and anyone would be curious. However, the results of the examinations were all normal. Although the demonic state in her body, or the disordered state, did not improve, it did not continue to spread, as if it had stopped. This happened several times in a row, which made Wei Yang's Henren confused. She did not understand why her demonic state had stopped inexplicably. She also asked Taiyin, Yinghao and other intelligent computers, but without Lin Xu's nod, they would naturally not reveal anything about the chaotic energy. So they could only tell her that everything would be discussed after Lin Xu woke up. Later, she was too lazy to check again. It was not until Lin Xu woke up this time that Wei Yang's Henren mentioned the matter of checking again, because she thought Lin Xu might know something inside. Soon, the results of this examination came out. Sure enough, just like the previous times, the demonic state in Wei Yang's Henren's body stopped. It did not improve but did not spread further. Wei Yang's Henren also told Lin Xu about the previous examinations. But she did not ask Lin Xu if he knew the reason. Although Wei Yang's Henren used to be warlike, it did not mean that she was reckless and did not understand the ways of the world. If Lin Xu is willing to tell her something, he will tell her. If she doesn't want to say it, she won't ask. Okay, I've welcomed you. I'm going back to play games. If you have anything, come to me anytime. By the way, don't forget what you promised me. If I'm still alive, you have to drink with me. Wei Yang's Henren waved his hand at Lin Xu and turned to fly towards his courtyard. Wait for me to study your condition and tell you when I have the result. Lin Xu didn't try to stop her. Just like that, Wei Yang's Henren left, and Lin Xu continued to study the medical examination report about Wei Yang's Henren with a serious expression. Zhangxing, what do you think? Lin Xu asked Zhangxing, who is on duty as the intelligent computer. The most likely explanation at present is that the environment she is in has caused the disordered process in her body to automatically stop. Zhangxing said after synthesizing various information. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. It's an environment full of human creations on Earth. Lin Xu nodded. In fact, he also guessed this way. Although I don't know why humans are immune to the information interference of chaotic energy, and disordered filth cannot affect human creations, it can be boldly speculated that humans have a strong ability to suppress disorder. When Wei Yang's Henren was in an environment surrounded by human creations, even on the human mother planet Earth, it seemed understandable that disordered filth did not dare to act rashly. Although it feels a bit incredible. But as the saying goes, after eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining possibilities are the truth no matter how incredible they are. But, how can I tell Wei Yang's Henren such a truth? Should I tell her everything? Even the truth about spiritual energy? Will her Taoism collapse directly? Lin Xu was worried. But before Lin Xu could think of a solution, another thing reported by Zhangxing temporarily diverted Lin Xu's attention, leaving him no time to pay attention to this matter for a while. The autonomous mechanical aggregate sent out for reconnaissance sent back the message, according to the information detected by the autonomous mechanical aggregate, as close to the Dyson sphere as possible without being discovered. Especially after the detection of the Dyson sphere, the data obtained. Zhangxing made a bold guess. And this guess directly made Lin Xu forget about a matter of Wei Yang's Henren. What? Are you saying that the Dyson sphere is likely to be aggregated by nanorobots? Or is it a special variant of the third-generation nanorobots of humans? Lin Xu's face was full of disbelief. 100 years ago, when this galaxy could not be detected, Lin Xu still speculated whether humans had blown up the stars. As a result, after coming here, it was found that it was not, and humans did not blow up the stars. This made Lin Xu feel at ease, but also felt that this matter had nothing to do with humans. After all, the Dyson sphere civilization built a Dyson sphere by itself. How could it be related to humans? As a result, you are now telling me that this Dyson sphere is likely to be aggregated by the third-generation nanorobots. No, can you guys, those people 10,000 years ago, just calm down a little bit? You have to do something wherever you go. But nanorobots are not suitable for aggregation into large equipment. The gaps between the aggregated nanorobots are too large, and the strength is not enough. Lin Xu didn't understand. The third generation of nanorobots is many times smaller than the second generation. When they are aggregated together, their strength is naturally enhanced. And the lack of strength is only relative to the materials of humans on Earth. For many civilizations we have encountered so far, taking the Mali civilization as an example, the strength of the third generation of nanorobots aggregated together has far exceeded the deck strength of the Mali civilization's warships. Zhengxing explained. Lin Xu then understood that although the strength of the third generation of nanorobots after aggregation was still not appreciated by humans on Earth, and they felt that it was not suitable for building large equipment. However, in the eyes of many civilizations, this strength is already a supermaterial. This is the technological gap between civilizations. People on Earth believe that nanorobot aggregates are not suitable for building large equipment, but the materials used by many civilizations to build large equipment are not even as good as nanorobot aggregates. So, what is this Dyson sphere? Did the people of this civilization pick up the construction waste left by humans and use it as a treasure? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. This requires further investigation, but if the material of the Dyson sphere is really a nanorobot aggregate, we can be more bold in our investigation and don't have to worry about being discovered. Be careful, we can't be sure whether the material of the Dyson sphere is nanorobots. Lin Xu warned. Understood. Zhengxing replied. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, please rotate it 365 degrees in the ice and snow. Thank you for your support. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Self-Replicating Nanorobots. The investigation of the autonomous mechanical aggregate is still going on. After thinking about this major event, Lin Xu returned to the matter of Wei Yang's Henren. Do you think we should tell her the truth about spiritual energy and everything? Lin Xu, who couldn't make up his mind, consulted Miss Qiu's opinion. Her physical condition, at least before a cure is found in a short period of time, she can't leave here. Miss Qiu explained the facts. Yes, in her current state, if she leaves here, the disorder will definitely start the process again, and she will be dead by then. And if a cure is found in the future, it is impossible to send her back. Lin Xu shook his head and said. In this case, it is impossible to keep it from her forever. Miss Qiu smiled and said. Looking at Miss Qiu's smile, Lin Xu was a little emotional. Miss Qiu's smile is really more natural now. That's right, then I can only say, I hope she will be fine. Lin Xu made a decision. Don't worry, Master, she is actually very strong. Miss Qiu encouraged Lin Xu. That's right, maybe I just think too much? Lin Xu smiled. 100 years ago, when Wei Yang's Henren Luyago was just taken in by Miss Qiu, Lin Xu did not think of telling her the truth about the spiritual energy. After all, she was thought to be dying, so it was better to let her leave in peace. Who knew that 100 years later, she was still alive, and it seemed that she could survive. There was no choice but to tell her the truth. After all, it was impossible to keep it a secret forever. Nanorobots? You said that spiritual energy is actually nanorobots. In Luyago's room, she even stopped the game at hand. Holding a ball of rotating spiritual energy in her palm, she looked at a weak whirlwind on her palm, but she could not connect it with the nanorobot anyway. I know the concept of nanorobots, but I didn't expect that I was so familiar with nanorobots. Wei Yang's Henren sighed. You won't collapse in Taoism, right? Lin Xu was a little worried. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet, but now I understand why you are so powerful and can play with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wei Yang's Henren was a little emotional. But even at this time, her combat instincts that she had developed over thousands of years, as well as her subconscious monitoring of the surroundings, had not weakened. She stretched out her hand and caught something that Lin Xu had thrown over. When she took it in her hand, she saw that it was a wine gourd. What is this? The wine you gave me 100 years ago is now 100 years old. Want a sip? Lin Xu asked. Immortal Wei Yang did not hesitate, opened the cork and took a sip. Why does this taste a bit strange? Maybe I didn't preserve it well. After all, it's been stored for 100 years. Lin Xu shrugged. With such advanced technology, even a bottle of wine can't be preserved well. Immortal Wei Yang complained. But he still took another sip. Well, it's actually quite delicious. Do you want a sip? Immortal Wei Yang smacked his lips and threw the wine gourd back to Lin Xu. Don't try to trick me into drinking it. I won't drink it. Lin Xu was not fooled and put the wine gourd aside. Will you die if you are not so smart? Immortal Wei Yang said unhappily. Lin Xu smiled, and seeing that she was in a better mood, he started talking. By the way, haven't you always wanted to break through the spiritual transformation stage? Do you want me to help you increase your authority? Let me get used to it first. Zhenren Weiyang said with a wry smile. Having known her for so long, she has always given Lin Xu the impression of being extremely free and easy. This is the first time she has shown such an expression. Obviously, the shock she felt deep in her heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Okay, when you figure it out, just tell me. Lin Xu didn't say anything, but turned and left, leaving only Miss Qiu. There are some things she might not say to Lin Xu, but she would say to Miss Qiu. So the friendship between girls is really incomprehensible. Back in her own yard, the hundreds of years old tree had been transplanted and planted somewhere in Yanjing City, and continued to grow well. And in Lin Xu's yard, there was a brand new transplanted tree of moderate size. Lin Xu sat on a familiar chair, and the shade of the tree above his head just blocked the sunlight of the artificial sun. Lin Xu had not been sitting for long when he received another message from Zhangxing. Master, the autonomous mechanical aggregate has discovered a planet that has been dug away nearly half of its mass. According to the earliest time of excavation, it was about 10,000 years ago. The excavation continued for 10,000 years, and half of the mass of a planet was dug away. Zhangxing reported. Half a planet? Could it be the material for making a Dyson sphere? Lin Xu's mind turned, and he thought of it. Compared with the huge mass of a star, the mass of half a planet is indeed negligible, but it is enough to build a Dyson sphere. After all, the Dyson sphere is not solid. Most areas are actually only a thin layer. As long as it can cover the star and absorb energy, it will be fine, just like a thin layer of solar panels. Only a small part of the living area will be thicker, but it is also hollow. After all, people still have to live in it. So the mass of half a planet is enough to build a Dyson sphere. It is very likely that if this is true, it means that the nanorobots used as the raw materials of the Dyson sphere are not construction waste discarded by humans. Zhangxing explained. Can we be sure that the raw materials used to build the Dyson sphere are third-generation nanorobots? Lin Xu asked first. The probability is more than 90%. Zhenzing replied. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. If that's the case, how did it come from if it wasn't construction waste discarded by humans? Could it be that they have a third-generation nanorobot manufacturing factory left by humans, which has been continuously feeding raw materials and producing nanorobots for tens of thousands of years? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Master, according to current calculations, the third-generation nanorobots used to build the Dyson sphere are a special variant of the third-generation nanorobots. This type of nanorobot reduces many of the functions of the third-generation nanorobots, but strengthens the only ability, which is the ability to self-replicate. Zhenzing introduced. Self-replicate? In other words, there is no need for a nanorobot factory, and it can directly devour mass and replicate itself. Lin Xu said in surprise. Yes, but also because of the enhancement of this single ability, this special nanorobot variant cannot be as flexible and changeable as the nanorobots on Xiantian Star, nor can it be used flexibly as an aura. Zhangxing emphasized. If it is self-replication, then it is understandable. That is to say, before the human beings left 10,000 years ago, they gave this Dyson sphere civilization some special nanorobots of variance, and then after 10,000 years, the Dyson sphere civilization used this special nanorobot's ability to continuously self-replicate to build the Dyson sphere. Is that the case? Lin Xu inferred. At present, this is the most likely conclusion. In addition, the autonomous mechanical aggregate has just discovered an airport on the other side of the Dyson sphere. There are many spaceships of different civilizations constantly entering and leaving. These spaceships are all spaceships with curvature engines, but judging from the construction materials of the spaceships, they are not ships of advanced civilizations. Zhangxing broke out new information again. So, the Dyson sphere civilization did not create the Dyson sphere because it could not trade for the curvature engine, and could only roll inward madly, but it relied on the mutant third-generation nanorobots to continuously replicate themselves and create the Dyson sphere. Lin Xu nodded to show that he understood. Master, the Dyson sphere civilization is suspected to sell energy at the airport. Zhengxing continued to explain. Selling energy? They collected the energy of an entire star, so it is reasonable to sell energy. Lin Xu nodded, not surprised at this. But on second thought, he found another blind spot. But how do they store energy for sale? If there is no good storage medium, it is more cost-effective to directly use nuclear fusion to produce energy on site than to buy energy. There are already autonomous mechanical aggregates that have released third-generation nanorobots in the direction of the airport, and they will soon be able to monitor the information in the airport. Zhengxing reported. Good idea. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. He had never thought that nanorobots could be used in this way before. This is simply the best spy equipment. Then he thought that the Dyson sphere could also be determined in this way to see if it was built by nanorobots. Although they are specialized nanorobots, as long as they are still nanorobots, they can always be distinguished from each other. Nanorobots have been released in the direction of the Dyson sphere, and they are still waiting for the arrival of nanorobots. Zhengxing replied. Nanorobots are useful, but they are a bit slow. Even if they are given initial acceleration, it takes longer to reach the target. There is nothing we can do about it. As for letting nanorobots combine with each other to form aircraft to speed up the arrival. If this is the case, why do we need nanorobots to infiltrate? Wouldn't it be better to just fly over with autonomous machines? The purpose of using nanorobots is because they are small enough and will not be discovered. In this way, Lin Xu waited. Finally, the nanorobots arrived at a predetermined location and successfully contacted the Dyson sphere. The information transmitted back completely confirmed that the Dyson sphere was composed of mutant nanorobots. Even when the third-generation nanorobots released by the autonomous machines came into contact with the nanorobots that formed the Dyson sphere, Lin Xu's consciousness could directly spread to the Dyson sphere through the connection between the nanorobots. It was just out of caution that Lin Xu did not do so. Even so, after the two sides connected, they quickly established a communication channel with each other. So, without the Dyson sphere civilization knowing, their Dyson sphere had already established a connection with another civilization from afar. Maybe this is also a kind of minotaur. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket. Please collect it. Please rotate 365 degrees in the ice and snow. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 83. The Earth is discovered. Miss Qiu had returned at some point. She looked in a good mood. Lin Xu didn't care what the two talked about. The nanorobots released by the autonomous machinery to the airport on the back of the Dyson sphere had already arrived at the airport and infiltrated into the airport, starting to collect intelligence in the airport. Unlike the Dyson sphere, which is composed entirely of mutant nanorobots, as long as they come into contact with it, they can directly read the huge amount of data with the help of the Dyson sphere itself. The intelligence in the airport can only be collected bit by nanorobots, and then screened by intelligence analysis computers, and finally the required intelligence can be obtained. The time required is bound to be much slower. So Lin Xu is not in a hurry, he has plenty of time to wait slowly. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. The Earth has been parked outside the galaxy, trying to hide itself behind the largest planet in the galaxy, in the blind spot of vision, delaying the time of being discovered. In the past few days, based on the intelligence collected by the nanorobots and the investigation of the autonomous mechanical aggregates on various planets in the galaxy, Lin Xu has also learned more about the civilization in this galaxy. The autonomous mechanical aggregate found more than one site on the planets in the galaxy that was obviously left by humans. It's a pity that those sites have long been empty. I don't know whether they were emptied by humans at the beginning or taken by the Dyson sphere civilization. But the existence of these sites at least shows one thing, that humans once built laboratories and other facilities on a large scale in this galaxy and studied many things. In this case, there must be many scientific and technological achievements. If they can be found, it would be great. Lin Xu is inclined to believe that humans will leave several sites with technical information. After all, they have done so along the way. So, are the sites left by humans secret enough to be difficult to find? Or are they really moved away by the Dyson sphere civilization? This is an unsolved mystery. Different possibilities require different countermeasures. But Lin Xu will not give up on the sites left by humans. After all, there may be some important technology in them. Lin Xu sat under the big tree in the yard as usual, flipping through the information reported by Zhangxing and thinking about various possibilities. Miss Qiu stood behind him, waiting for Lin Xu's order at any time. But today, in addition to the two people, there was one more person in the yard. It was Lu Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on another recliner not far away, playing a mobile game. She was wearing a loose t-shirt, and her whole body moved with the movement of the characters on the phone. Even if she was born with beauty, no matter what image she looked like, she could not hide her image of her homebody. So, Wei Yang's Henren, who was once the #1 person in the world, was completely degraded after all. I don't know what her disciples would feel when they see her now. But fortunately, her disciples can't see her now. Master, the intelligence collected by the nanorobots in the airport has made the latest progress. Zhangxing's voice reported. Have you found a way for them to sell energy? Lin Xu raised his head. Found it, in fact, it is still related to the mutant nanorobots of the Dyson sphere. Zhangxing said, and told all the known information. The mutant nanorobots that aggregate into Dyson spheres not only absorb all the energy of stars, but also compress the energy into high-purity energy crystals. This energy form, called energy blocks by Dyson sphere civilizations, is widely praised in many civilizations, especially civilizations that have not mastered the technology of nuclear fusion miniaturization. This energy block is the best substitute, so the sales volume is considerable. Are there few civilizations that have mastered nuclear fusion miniaturization? Lin Xu thought. To become an interstellar civilization, mastering nuclear fusion is the foundation, and many civilizations have mastered the miniaturization of nuclear fusion. However, it is not so easy to use nuclear fusion miniaturization as a nuclear fusion battery. At least among the many civilizations that come to the airport for trading, none of them has achieved nuclear fusion miniaturization, otherwise they would not come to trade energy blocks. It seems that they have made a lot of money by selling this kind of energy crystals. Lin Xu sighed. Are you done with your work? Come and play with friends. Lu Yao, who was standing aside, saw that Lin Xu finally had some free time, so she invited him. Play with friends? Who? Robots. Lin Xu said speechlessly. Who said that? Taiyin, Yinghe, Kaiming, Changxing, Zhangxing, Suxing, Bakexing, that's 7, plus you and me, Miss Qiu, a total of 10 people, just enough to play together. Lu Yao counted with her fingers. They are indeed intelligent creatures, but they are also computers. Are you sure you want to play with computers? Is a game that you are bound to lose fun? Lin Xu said speechlessly. Yes, then why don't we play something else online, such as exploring the ferry boat together? Lu Yao suggested again. Okay, just take a break. Lin Xu was also very happy to have a game partner. While the two of them were busy playing games here, they even pulled Miss Qiu in, and the three of them were adventuring in the game world together. Located in an observation station on the Dyson sphere to detect the starry sky. As usual, observer Qi Luo poured himself a glass of iced drink before starting work. Then he sat in his seat with a drink in his hand, checking the monitoring data while drinking the drink comfortably. Until his eyes quickly passed through a set of data as usual. Just when he was about to switch to the next set, he suddenly felt something was wrong. So he immediately took out this set of data and checked it carefully. After hesitating for a long time, he still opened the reconnaissance telescope beside him and looked at the abnormal data in the starry sky. Ramos, the planet farthest from the Sun, is 1,000th the size of the Sun, but it is already the largest star in the galaxy. It used to have a beautiful lavender halo orbiting around it. But as the light of the star was completely blocked by the Dyson sphere and lost the reflection of sunlight, the halo of Ramos could no longer show a beautiful purple color. Countless people once felt sorry for this. But today, after Chiro cast the telescope at Ramos, he found a planet behind Ramos that had never existed in the records. And after carefully distinguishing for a long time, Chiro's mouth opened wider and wider. He found that the planet that had never existed in the records was running in an impossible trajectory. That was the orbit of the planet that could not appear in nature. The latest novel is first published on 69 Shuba. There is only one possibility for such a trajectory, that is, the planet is being manipulated. This incredible phenomenon made Chiro's brain explode. He didn't know whether to report it. After all, it is impossible for a planet to be manipulated. But he thought about it again. If it is an advanced civilization, this possibility made him shudder all over, and the next moment he slapped the emergency alarm button beside him. Then, the alarm sounded throughout the observation station and was transmitted to the main control room. The Earth, which had been hidden for many days, was finally discovered. In fact, it is normal. After all, such a big Earth is there. Even if the star is completely wrapped by the Dyson sphere and there is no sunlight from the star, making the Earth easier to hide, such a big planet cannot remain undiscovered forever. When Lin Xu, Liao and Miss Qiu were playing together, Zhengxing was the first to discover the unusual movements of the Dyson sphere civilization. After all, the nanorobots of the Dyson sphere itself were still sending intelligence to Zhengxing. It was too difficult for the Dyson sphere civilization to hide any actions from the Earth. "Master, we have been discovered," Zhengxing reported. "Discovered? Then go up to it, enter the galaxy, and temporarily merge into the orbit of the galaxy." Lin Xu thought about it and said simply. Lin Xu had long been considering whether to directly contact this Dyson sphere civilization. After all, it is unknown whether the relics that humans may have left behind are hidden too deep by humans or dug up by them secretly. So it is still necessary to contact them. Now that the other party has discovered him, there is nothing to hide, just go up to them openly. Anyway, after understanding the other party's technological level, Lin Xu is no longer timid now. The idea of hiding when he didn't understand the situation before was also thrown out of the window. There is just one thing to pay attention to. Zhengxing, when contact occurs, don't reveal that we are human. Lin Xu warned. What if the human remains were really dug up by the Dyson sphere civilization, and they saw that humans had returned? They lost their minds in panic, and then caused damage to the dug-up remains. That would be troublesome. After all, it is a luxury to keep intelligent life rational forever. Even if the possibility is only 1 in 10,000, Lin Xu doesn't want to gamble, so for the sake of caution, it is better not to alert the snake. Finding the remains is the most important thing. Lin Xu is still thinking about continuing to upgrade his technology. Understood. Zhengxing received the order and immediately began to execute it. So the Earth, which had been hiding carefully, immediately accelerated and headed towards the galaxy. At the same time, tens of thousands of warships of various sizes rose above the Dyson sphere. They were densely packed and alert around the Dyson sphere. At the same time, several warships came to meet the Earth. It can be seen that this is a plan to use courtesy before force. Although judging from the size, their warships have no chance of winning against an opponent who controls a planet. But the Dyson sphere civilization is still not afraid. After all, they have a backup plan. The nanorobots that can replicate themselves and have various magical abilities are definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary civilizations. Even if it is a high-level civilization, they have the confidence to negotiate. Chapter 84, Invitation to Visit the Dyson Sphere. The Zhengxing on the Earth side naturally sent out autonomous mechanical aggregates to meet the warships flying from the opposite side, preparing for formal contact. Just to hide their identity as human beings, the autonomous mechanical aggregates disguised themselves. After all, the Dyson sphere civilization has a high probability of having contact with humans before, otherwise they would not have obtained mutant nanorobots. And the highly recognizable autonomous mechanical aggregates are likely to expose their true identities. So 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates were combined together to form a 3-kilometer-long warship that was temporarily put together. And this warship hid its surface weapons and other equipment as much as possible, and it looked like an ordinary warship of a cosmic civilization. So these 3 warships flew towards the opposite spaceship. Soon they came into contact with the opposite side. The communication between the two sides was very friendly. First, according to convention, they sent their own language data packets to the other side, so that they could understand each other's language and facilitate subsequent communication. Of course, the Zhengxing side did not send a language that the Earth used to have, but the language of a certain extinct civilization that was obtained from the database of the Malayan people. Naturally, it was also to prevent the language of the Earthlings from being recognized. The other party first asked the purpose of the Earth in a polite and friendly manner. After all, being able to sail in the universe with a planet, and there is no tail flame ejected by the engine behind the planet, it looks like the curvature engine is used to propel the planet forward. It must be an advanced civilization. Facing an advanced civilization, even the Dyson sphere civilization, which thinks it has the confidence of nanorobots, still keeps a low profile. Don't offend if you can. Zhengxing expressed that he was just passing by and had no ill intentions. So the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became friendly, and even the Dyson Sphere civilization politely asked whether the Earth was willing to sell the curvature engine. They would buy it no matter how much. After all, for ordinary civilizations that cannot manufacture curvature engines, as long as they can buy curvature engines, they will not lose anything. So Xiangxing asked Lin Xu's opinion and replied that the Earth had no intention of selling curvature engines to the outside world. Although the other party was regretful, he didn't say anything. It was just a sincere invitation that the Earth, as an advanced civilization, could send people to visit the Dyson Sphere. In fact, in a sense, this is also a kind of muscle show. Don't think that you are amazing for being able to move planets. We also have a Dyson Sphere here. Please ask the people of advanced civilization to come and see for themselves. Although we are not advanced civilizations, we also have a trump card. Such a display of power is often conducive to peace and friendship between the two sides. To be honest, the Dyson Sphere civilization has done this more than once. We have invited several advanced civilizations passing by here to visit the Dyson Sphere. A group of advanced civilizations were amazed at the existence of the Dyson Sphere, even though the Dyson Sphere was not completed at that time. But it was precisely because the Dyson Sphere was not completed that the nanorbits that continuously replicated themselves left a deeper impression on the advanced civilizations. It was also because of the existence of nanorbits that the advanced civilizations that had come into contact with the Dyson Sphere civilization were obviously much more polite to the Dyson Sphere civilization. This is the effect of showing power. Maybe we are not the opponent of the advanced civilization, but if a conflict really occurs, it can still cause you a lot of trouble, and maybe even break your teeth. So why don't we be equal and friendly? This time, the Dyson Sphere civilization obviously wanted to use this set on Earth. Xiangxing asked Lin Xu for his opinion, and Lin Xu immediately agreed. He also decided to go and see what this civilization looks like. After all, Lin Xu personally arrived at the Dyson Sphere, and his control over the nanororbit aggregate of the Dyson Sphere was much stronger than the current remote command. I originally wanted to investigate whether the relics that humans might have left behind were emptied by them. Isn't this a case of sleeping on a pillow? This is what you invited me to do. As for the safety issue, Lin Xu is not worried at all. A whole Dyson Sphere of nanororbits, although they are mutants, they are also nanororbits. You think this is your home court? But whose home court it is not certain. So the two sides agreed that the special envoys from the Earth will pay a friendly visit to the Dyson Sphere in a while. Of course, it was not stated that the special envoy sent by the Earth was Lin Xu, the theoretical supreme commander, but only an ordinary special envoy. After all, ordinary civilizations probably wouldn't have thought that there is only one person like Lin Xu on such a big planet. They thought that there must be many intelligent life forms belonging to the civilization on the planet, otherwise they would not be able to open such a planet. The Dyson Sphere civilization also stated that it would send government officials to conduct a reciprocal reception. After all, the Dyson Sphere civilization is confident, so even when facing a high-level civilization, it is impossible to say that you sent an ordinary envoy and we have to be greeted by the president. If it were another ordinary civilization, the president would definitely be the one to greet him. But the Dyson Sphere civilization does not want to belittle itself like this. So there is a welcome, but it is just a welcome. In this way, Lin Xu is ready to take Miss Qiu and start this visit. Speaking of which, this is the first time that he has made an official visit on behalf of the Earth, and Lin Xu felt a little novel for a while. However, before the official action, he still has to disguise himself. He can't just go there as a human. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to be recognized. So he has to change his appearance. At first, Lin Xu wanted to disguise himself as an elf, so he just had to disguise his ears as long ears. The latest novel is first published on the 69th Book Forum. But then I thought about it again. The historical records of the elves on the planet number 1 of the test site mention that there were members of each race who followed humans as a family. So there is no guarantee that the Dyson Sphere civilization has also seen elves as human families. So this plan can only be abandoned. Finally, I thought about it and simply stopped disguising. I used nanorobots to cover my face and half of my body, disguising it as a semi-mechanical transformation. In this way, others can't tell what the original race looks like. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 races in this universe that advocate mechanized transformation. Everything was ready. Lin Xu's upper face, including his eyes, was completely covered with metal formed by nanorbits, making it impossible to see the original racial characteristics. Nearly half of his body was covered with the metal, and at first glance, it looked like a semi-mechanical transformation. Miss Qiu's image was similar. But when the two were about to leave, they were stopped by Wei Yang's Henrin Lu Yao. She said she wanted to go with him. You want to go too? The disorder in your body has not been cured yet. It's just because you stay on Earth that the disorder has stopped. If you leave Earth, what if the disorder continues? Lin Xu was puzzled. After all, Wei Yang's Henrin was not the kind of girl who would act like a girl. How could she be so irrational? That's why I want to go with you. Lu Yao's answer made Lin Xu even more puzzled. And her next series of questions made Lin Xu stunned. Don't you want to know more about disorder and filth? You can use me to solve more mysteries about disorder and filth. And if you understand disorder and filth, I believe you will understand human beings better. Don't you want to know why humans can be immune to chaotic energy and suppress disorder and filth? But Lin Xu quickly reacted. You want me to use you as a test subject? I volunteer to be a test subject. You're welcome. Lu Yao said casually. Actually, you don't have to do this. Lin Xu shook his head. Originally, I thought I was going to die soon, so I came to Earth to wait for death. Since I'm going to die, it's not too much to eat and drink with you and play some games before I die, right? After all, we are friends after all. But the reality now is that I didn't die, so I ended up eating and drinking for free here, and I have to keep eating and drinking for free. But you know that with my personality, I definitely don't like this, so I have to find something to do for myself, just as paying rent and food. And I hate this thing called disorder and filth, which caused me to sit for 1,000 years to suppress it when I was on Zionidin Star, and I almost lost myself in the end. Now I have a chance to figure out what disorder and filth are, and I won't miss this opportunity. Besides, it's not my personality to be half dead and live on Earth like this. So I also want to try and see if I can find a way to reverse disorder and filth and cure myself. Listening to Lu Yao's series of reasons, Lin Xu wanted to object at the beginning, but finally wavered. In the end, he could only sigh. Well, after all, you are just staying here temporarily, so do whatever you want. If you end up killing yourself, just don't blame me. How could that be? I authorize you to dissect me after I die and see if you can find a way to reverse the disorder and filth. Lu Yao was still carefree, and she hadn't changed after being a stay-at-home girl for 100 years. But her next words still surprised Lin Xu. By the way, can the library be opened to me? I want to learn something. What to learn? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Everything, physics, chemistry, mathematics, all scientific knowledge. Since I can go so far in cultivation, it means that I am not stupid, and there is no reason why I can't learn physics and chemistry. And without a certain level of scientific literacy, how can I handle things like reversing disorder and filth? Are you serious? Lin Xu was really shocked this time. Of course, don't think I'm just talking about reversing disorder and filth, I'm serious. Okay, then I'll learn it when I'm free. Watching anime, movies and playing games every day is a bit boring after a long time. I'll study occasionally, just as a combination of work and rest. Lin Xu said with a smile. After all, as a real human being on Earth, he can't be compared to a native of the fairy world. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, please rotate 365 degrees in the ice and snow. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 85, Consciousness Connected to the Dyson Sphere. After they decided to go to the Dyson Sphere together, Lin Xu upgraded Lu Yao's access to nanorbits before they left. This time, she did not refuse. In fact, Lin Xu had mentioned this before, but she refused at that time. Now, she may have completely let go of the thought of cultivation and planned to study mathematics, physics and chemistry in the future, so she did not refuse Lin Xu's kindness. Moreover, the Dyson Sphere built with nanorbits will be safer with higher permissions. Originally, Lu Yao only had a low-level access level, which was the level of permissions that the Zionidin people were born with as descendants of human creation. Now Lu Yao's permissions have been directly raised to the intermediate level. Lu Yao, who originally had the cultivation of the spiritualization stage and even formed a nascent soul in her body, felt that the whole world had changed after having higher permissions. The third-generation nanorbits that are everywhere on the Earth are so cheering to welcome her driver. Although Lu Yao originally relied on years of cultivation to be able to control the spiritual energy, She never knew that the spiritual energy would be so enthusiastic. In the past, she needed many steps to complete a spell. Although she had engraved all these steps in her mind, she could start it as soon as she thought of it. But she only started the rigid spells. But now, she can make minor adjustments or even major adjustments to those spells according to her own ideas. If she wants to achieve a certain effect, she no longer needs to study how to use spells to achieve it. Just think of it and the aura will be completed for you. This feeling made Liu Yao so obsessed and emotional. At the same time, it also strengthened her determination to learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well. What's the use of cultivating immortals? Learning mathematics, physics and chemistry well is the right way. Later, Liu Yao also had her own set of power armor, which could be put into her body at any time. For this set of power armor, Liu Yao felt that it was like the nascent soul in her body. It's just that the function is far more complicated than the nascent soul, and it can even manifest outside the body, protecting itself like a magic weapon. Liu Yao only tried a few times, and through the connection of consciousness, he understood how to operate the power armor. Then, like Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, he covered part of the surface of his body with nanorbits, especially the upper part of his face, to disguise himself as a person who had also undergone mechanization. In this way, 3 people whose bodies were half transformed into mechanization at a glance boarded the Qingfeng, and under the escort of 2 temporary warships assembled from autonomous mechanical aggregates, they headed towards the Dyson sphere. Not long after the Qingfeng flew out, it received a welcome signal from the Dyson sphere civilization. At the same time, several escort warships from the Dyson sphere civilization joined the escort. The Qingfeng was sent all the way to the airport on the back of the Dyson sphere. However, it was not the airport where cosmic trade was conducted and countless cosmic races gathered, but the airport near the Dyson sphere and directly connected to the Dyson sphere. Or it should be said that this is the inner port of the Dyson sphere civilization. The port facing the cosmic races for trade is the outer port, which is still a long way from the Dyson sphere. At this time, when the Qingfeng was slowly docking at the inner harbor, many aliens in the outer harbor in the distance also received the news and knew that the Dyson sphere civilization had welcomed a visit from an advanced civilization that was planning to board the planet. They also knew that the envoy of the advanced civilization was about to board the Dyson sphere. So everyone gathered at the port and used various equipment to observe the Qingfeng docking at the inner harbor of the Dyson sphere in the distance. Is the Soy civilization going to show off their Dyson sphere to the advanced civilization again? The Soy civilization is the real name of the Dyson sphere civilization, or it should be said that it is the transliteration of the real name. Haha, they are not always like this. But to be honest, I really want to go to the Dyson sphere and take a look. Then why don't you go to the Soy civilization to apply for it? Forget it, I'm a poor man who makes a little money by reselling energy blocks, so I won't go there to join in the fun. I don't think you want the Soy civilization to install monitoring nanorobots on you. Humph, it's just a visit to the Dyson sphere, but you have to inject nanorobots into your body to monitor at any time. It sounds good to say that it is to prevent someone from causing damage, and it will be cleared away when you leave, but who knows if it has been cleared away. The nanorobots are so small in the body, I don't have such advanced instruments to check whether the nanorobots in my body have been cleared away. But the nanorobots of the Soy civilization are indeed magical. It is said that they helped a certain advanced civilization 10,000 years ago, so they were given some nanorobot-related technology. I also heard that even their Dyson sphere was built with nanorobots. Nanorobots building Dyson spheres? Ha, I know you like to read science fiction novels, but for such science fiction things, just think about it yourself and don't say it out loud. I just heard that they invited higher civilizations to visit the Dyson sphere to show nanorobots to higher civilizations. You said you heard it, but how they built the Dyson sphere is indeed a mystery. Hey, do you think they will also require higher civilizations to inject nanorobots for monitoring? How is that possible, unless they don't want to live anymore? The fact is just as discussed in the outer harbor. Lin Xu and the other 2 were welcomed with great fanfare and stepped off the Qingfeng. The people of the Dyson sphere civilization, or the Soy civilization, did not mention anything about the need to install nanorobots for real-time monitoring. This is a very famous law of the Soy civilization. Any alien who wants to board the Dyson sphere must be injected with a tube of Soy civilization's nanorobots to prevent anyone from sabotaging the Dyson sphere. Of course, as the saying goes, the 5 permanent members cannot be punished, so this law will naturally become invalid when facing higher civilizations, And no one will be so blind as to want to inject Lin Xu with a tube of nanorobots. And Lin Xu finally saw what this Oya civilization looks like. It looks similar to humans, still walking upright on two legs, with hands, eyes, a nose, and two ears. But the ears look very small, and there is no hair, the head is bald, and there are some bone-like tissues on the body, extending directly outside the body. The Oya people even decoratively punch holes on the bone spurs and hang metal rings. In short, although it is a little strange, it is not an unacceptable form. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. At least it is not some indescribable fleshworm-like creature. Lin Xu is very satisfied. If that is the case, he will turn around and leave. At the same time, Lin Xu suddenly thought that as far as the aliens he has seen so far, whether it is the Mali people who broke the deal at the beginning, the various aliens in the temporary caravan, or the current Oya people, almost all of them are similar to human form. This form of intelligent creatures is so common in the universe. In a sense, this is also a kind of natural selection. After all, only by freeing up both hands can we make tools and develop civilization. From this point of view, it is not surprising that intelligent life forms all walk upright and have hands that can make tools. The one who came to greet Lin Xu was not a high-ranking official such as the president or speaker of the Oya people. After all, according to the information given by the Earth, only ordinary envoys were sent this time. Because of the Dyson sphere and the nanorobots left by humans, this Oya civilization is still a little proud even if it is not a high-level civilization. So there was no face-licking to send high-ranking officials to greet an ordinary envoy. However, the president will attend the welcome banquet, which can be regarded as giving enough face to the high-level civilization. In this way, Lin Xu experienced a wave of Oya civilization welcome ceremony under the welcome of Oya civilization. Lin Xu can only say that the official welcome ceremony of any civilization is like that. Then he attended the dinner attended by the president, greeted the president at the dinner, and exchanged a few polite words. Then he ate some special delicacies of Oya civilization, and everything was over. The Oya people were not surprised when they saw Lin Xu's semi-mechanical appearance. They even asked Lin Xu if he could not eat. They could also provide energy blocks with various unique flavors. Lin Xu declined politely and said that his stomach had not been transformed yet and he could still eat. However, it must be said that it was a banquet of the highest level of civilization. The food was really delicious. Lin Xu tasted several dishes that were not known to be made of, but very delicious. Because of the differences between different races in the universe, some things are non-toxic to some races, but poisonous to other races. So before Lin Xu attended the state banquet, the Oya people had already asked Lin Xu for a list of atomic combinations of substances that could not be used, so they knew clearly what was poisonous to Lin Xu and would not use it at the banquet. However, even so, before eating, Lin Xu secretly tested it with the third-generation nanorobot and tasted it to make sure it was non-toxic. Although Lin Xu's body is now full of third-generation nanorobots, even if he is really poisoned, the third-generation nanorobots can clear out the toxic substances in an instant. Compared with Lin Xu's caution, Miss Qiu always follows Lin Xu. Lu Yao is much more relaxed, and she eats all kinds of things with gusto, nodding her head and feeling very happy. Until the end of the dinner, the three people returned to the room prepared for them by the Oya people. After Lin Xu used the third-generation nanorobots to confirm that there were no surveillance devices in the room, Lin Xu then began to spread his consciousness and connected to the entire Dyson sphere. In other words, it aggregated into a nanorobot variant of the Dyson sphere. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, and rotate 365 degrees in the snow and ice to ask for all kinds of things. Thank you for your support, audience gentlemen, thank you. Chapter 86, Cracking Human Technology. In an instant, Lin Xu's consciousness spread to the entire Dyson sphere through the nanorobots that aggregated to form the Dyson sphere. Everything in the entire Dyson sphere was within his conscious perspective. He saw that inside the Dyson sphere, on the side facing the burning flames of the sun, the nanorobots were constantly absorbing the energy emitted from the star. From time to time, a thin layer of nanorobots would be partially destroyed by the sudden solar flares of the star, but soon the nanorobots next to it would flow to this area and make up for the destroyed part. Although this would make the nanorobot layer, which was not thick to begin with, thinner, the nanorobots would then begin to activate their self-replication capabilities until the consumed nanorobots were replenished and the thickness of the Dyson sphere returned to normal. Lin Xu also saw that from time to time, Spacecraft would carry large mass objects such as rocks excavated from planets to various parts of the Dyson sphere and pile them up on the Dyson sphere. When the nanorobots replicate themselves, they use these as raw materials for replication. Lin Xu observed with interest for a moment, then temporarily abandoned these perspectives and focused on checking the protruding parts on the Dyson sphere, which were the settlements of the Oya civilization. The first place to bear the brunt was the settlement where Lin Xu was currently located. This place should have played a role similar to the capital, so it was considered one of the most prosperous settlements on the Dyson sphere. The ground and sky, which were composed of nanorobots, were separated by about 10 kilometers. The nanorobots in the sky would filter out most of the light from the stars, and the remaining light would be projected on the ground, so that the settlements had sufficient sunlight. The Soy people even used some settlements completely for agriculture, and reclaimed large tracts of arable land for cultivation. And the capital settlement where Lin Xu was now was a complete city. There were all kinds of high-rise buildings, but these high-rise buildings were not aggregated by nanorobots. Instead, they were built by the Soy people themselves using building materials. So Lin Xu could look down from the sky and look up from the ground through the perspective of the sky and ground composed of nanorobots. However, he was unable to extend his vision into each building to see the various research institutions of the Soy people and whether there were any traces of human remains. This made Lin Xu very regretful. He also didn't understand why the Soy people didn't use nanorobots to directly aggregate into high-rise buildings, but instead had to build them themselves. It wasn't until he searched for the command cluster sent by the Soy people to the nanorobots that he suddenly realized, it's probably not that the Soy people don't want to use nanorobots, which are so easy to use and versatile building materials. It's that they can't use them at all. Although Lin Xu didn't understand how the Soy people controlled the nanorobots for the time being, it was obvious that humans 10,000 years ago did not give them much authority, and it was impossible to give them too much authority. It is more likely that humans only gave them authority related to the construction of Dyson spheres. Therefore, the Soy people can only control matters related to the Dyson sphere when controlling the nanorobots. At most, it is to control the Dyson sphere to generate a part of the protrusion as a residential area, which is a large-scale command. However, if you want to carry out fine control, such as generating a specific building, it won't work. Lin Xu, who understood what was going on, was a little worried. There were so many residential areas and so many buildings on the Dyson sphere. Who knew where human remains might be hidden? If he searched one by one, how long would it take to find them? After thinking about it, he finally had to rely on nanorobots. So Lin Xu issued a new order to the Dyson sphere. The priority of his order was naturally far higher than that of the Soy people. Even the Soy people could not detect the existence of his order. According to Lin Xu's order, when the nanorobots replicated themselves to replenish the loss of nanorobots in the area destroyed by the solar flare, they would replicate more. Then these extra copies would penetrate into countless buildings along the foundations of various buildings in various residential areas of the Dyson sphere, and eventually monitor the scenes in all buildings except the residential areas. In this way, Lin Xu could easily complete the search for all buildings, whether it was a secret research institute or a laboratory. None of them could escape. If the Dyson sphere civilization really had human remains, they would definitely be discovered. After doing all this, Lin Xu realized that he had withdrawn from the state of spreading to the entire Dyson sphere. Miss Qiu stayed by his side as usual, while Liu Yao was not far away, staring out the window in a daze. It was already night. Obviously, the Soy people also had the concept of day and night, but if you think about it carefully, any intelligent life is born on a planet, and the planet must have the concept of day and night. At most, the length of day and night on each planet is different. Therefore, the nanorobots used in the sky will filter out almost all the light of the stars at night, creating a dark night with only the moonlight. At the same time, the lights in the city will light up again, illuminating the entire city as bright as day. Looking at it this way, it seems a bit superfluous. Since you have to light up the lights again after creating the night, why create the night? But isn't that the so-called intelligent creatures? They always have inexplicable persistence in some inexplicable places. Lin Xu came to Liu Yao and looked out the window together. It was a scene far more prosperous than the Earth City in the 21st century. The flying cars that flew in the sky from time to time turned the whole city into a completely three-dimensional form. Maybe the roof of the building where Lin Xu was now was just a parking lot. I've seen the movie about what the Earth used to look like before. It should be similar to this. Liu Yao looked at everything outside the window with some emotion. In the 23rd century, it should be similar to here. Lin Xu thought for a while and answered, because he had only seen the Earth in the 21st century. His impression of the 23rd century was also from the video. How is it? Have you found it? Liu Yao did not continue to chat, but asked about the business. I'll keep looking for it, and it will take some time. Lin Xu briefly explained the situation. Then he asked about her condition. What about you? Is the disordered situation continuing? Lin Xu asked. No. Liu Yao shook her head, also a little confused. It didn't continue after leaving the Earth? There are not many human creations around you now. Lin Xu said puzzledly. Unexpectedly, Liu Yao looked at Lin Xu. Why are you looking at me? Are you saying it's because of me? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Then he felt something was wrong. But when we were on Zionid Star, I was also by your side. Wasn't it useless? Before was before, now is now, and now I have this. Liu Yao raised her arm and looked at the nanororbot on her arm that disguised herself as a semi-mechanical state. When you were on Zionid Star, you were already in the stage of transformation. At that time, you had quite a few nanorobots in your body. Lin Xu shook his head, indicating that this was not the reason. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Who knows that Liu Yao thought about it for a while, but stood up. I plan to go out for a walk. Go out for a walk? What for? Lin Xu was puzzled. Stay away from you and see if there are any changes. Liu Yao said her plan. Hey, do you think I am a plague god? Lin Xu was speechless. It's obviously a blessing god. Disorder will not spread around you. If it's not a blessing god, what else can it be? Liu Yao waved her hand and left the room. Lin Xu didn't care about her. Anyway, in this Dyson sphere composed of nanorobots, with her authority, she would not encounter any danger. And Lin Xu himself was also very curious whether it was his fault. Master, do you think it is related to the Dyson sphere? Miss Qiu said on the side. Dyson sphere. Lin Xu suddenly realized that he had overlooked the Dyson sphere, a huge aggregate of nanorobots. Speaking of the number of nanorobots, I am afraid that there are not as many as the current Dyson spheres on Earth. Although the current Dyson sphere is the result of the Soya civilization constantly feeding enough nanorobots, and then the nanorobots self-replicate. It can be said that it was made by the Soya civilization. But strictly speaking, the Soya civilization is just a material transporter, and the real creator is still human beings. So it is completely possible to count the Dyson sphere as a human creation. Lin Xu's mind was full of various ideas, but he didn't get the point at all. He could only say that he knew too little about disorder and filth. Even Lin Xu knew too little about human beings themselves, or too little about human beings after setting sail. With too little known information, it is naturally difficult to find the answer. At this time, Lin Xu, who had always maintained a part of his consciousness connected to the huge Dyson sphere, suddenly noticed something strange. So Lin Xu immediately said to Miss Qiu, "Tell her your speculation just now." After that, Lin Xu's consciousness sank into the connection with the Dyson sphere again. So Miss Qiu stayed by Lin Xu's side and sent a message about her speculation to Liu Yao. Soon Liu Yao replied, saying that she had arrived at a certain market and found many interesting things. She planned to buy some souvenirs. She also took a photo and sent it to Miss Qiu, asking her if she wanted anything. The two chatted online. Lin Xu's consciousness was already immersed in the Dyson sphere, focusing on the place where he had just noticed something strange. That location was also in the capital's residential area, seemingly in some research laboratory. Lin Xu looked there from the perspective of the sky and the ground, and could perceive the existence of nanorobots in the research laboratory, but the nanorobots in the research laboratory were too rare, so rare that there might be only a few, not enough to form a network, and could not establish a connection with the rest of the nanorobots. It was also impossible to convey what happened in the laboratory. However, through the connection between the nanorobots, Lin Xu could feel that the several nanorobots seemed to be violently dismantled. It was like a particle collider that was impacting particles. The only difference was that the objects being dismantled were nanorobots. Lin Xu suddenly realized that these people were not honest and wanted to crack the nanorobot technology of humans. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and collection tickets. I am asking for all kinds of requests in the snow and ice. Thank you for your support, audience. Thank you. Chapter 87 Show off human technology to Lin Xu. Lin Xu was not expecting the SOI people to crack a human in-orbit technology, but after thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. After all, the human in-orbit technology has probably been in the hands of the SOI people for tens of thousands of years. Such advanced technology has been in their hands for such a long time without trying to crack it. Lin Xu began to doubt whether the SOI people still have the curiosity as intelligent creatures. Apart from anything else, if there is any super technology of aliens in the hands of the Earthlings in the 21st century, it will be sliced 800 times in a few years. Of course, understanding is understanding, which does not mean that Lin Xu can agree with this behavior from the standpoint of humans. However, it seems that the SOI people have not succeeded in cracking the nanorbit. No, not only have they not succeeded, but up to now, they seem to have no clue at all, and they can only use violent disassembly to disassemble the nanorbit for research. I don't know whether the SOI people are too useless and have not made any progress in 10,000 years, or whether human technology is really that difficult. Since the SOI people's cracking operation seems to have made no progress and success is far away, Lin Xu will not care about it for the time being. It is more important to find the ruins first, and the rest can be dealt with after the ruins are obtained. Whether it is a reckoning or a slight punishment, it is not urgent. Thinking of this, Lin Xu withdrew his consciousness from watching the research institute. He found that when he was watching the SOI People's Research Institute, Liu Yao had already returned and bought a lot of strange things, and even needed the guards sent by the SOI people to help her move them back. As a distinguished guest of a high civilization, Liu Yao certainly couldn't go out and wander around by herself. She would definitely be followed by the SOI guards when she went out. Not only to protect her safety, to prevent people with no eyes from provoking her, but also to prevent her from wandering around alone and going to places she shouldn't go. Liu Yao didn't care about this. She came here to stay away from Lin Xu, to do an experiment, and to buy some specialties by the way. When Lin Xu opened his eyes, he saw her telling Miss Qiu what she had just seen and heard at the market. She even recorded a video and was showing it to Miss Qiu through holographic projection. The flashing lights of the city under the night sky, the strange aliens, the various clothing aesthetics, and the unnamed delicacies constituted a magnificent scene of an alien metropolis. Even Lin Xu followed curiously. But soon, he remembered the business. Has your disorder changed? Lin Xu asked. No, there is still no movement. If I could not clearly feel the abnormality in my body compared to normal people, I would think that the disorder has been completely removed from my body and no longer exists. But they are obviously still there, lurking and waiting for an opportunity, and I can't simply remove them like digging out rotten meat. Liu Yao was helpless. Disorder and filth are actually more like a kind of conceptual pollution. For example, Liu Yao's internal organs have been infected by most of them at this time. Even with the technology on Earth, it is easy to replace her healthy organs. But the replaced organ, the moment it becomes her organ, will re-enter the disordered and polluted state, exactly the same as the original one. Because conceptually, the organ belonging to Liu Yao is polluted, and this conceptual fact cannot be eliminated. It still doesn't work. Do you think it has something to do with the Dyson sphere? Lin Xu asked. It's hard to say. Liu Yao shook her head. Then she hesitated and said again, actually, I have a guess. Lin Xu looked at her and signaled her to continue. The larger the disorder filth is, the more it will snowball. When it is weak, its aggression will not be so strong. At that time, the disorder filth in my body came from the huge disorder filth in the wreckage of the warship of the Hino civilization, and it echoed with the disorder filth in the wreckage of the warship. Naturally, it will become more and more agitated. Even if you are by my side, or there are nanorobots in my body, it is not enough to suppress its agitation. But now, it is alone in my body. Without huge support, it has become a tree without roots. Then naturally, a little suppression will make the disorder stagnate. Listening to Liu Yao's analysis, Lin Xu nodded slowly in agreement. Although it is just a guess, the possibility is very high. If you just want to verify this possibility, you can only wait until the next time you encounter a large-scale outbreak of disorder filth. Liu Yao's tone was a little unwilling, but there was no other way. Time soon came to the second day. According to the itinerary today, the SOI people will lead Lin Xu and the other two to visit some important facilities in the capital's residence. For example, some cutting-edge scientific research laboratories, advanced industrial production equipment, and the most important thing for the SOI people, The Dyson Sphere Nanororbit Control Room. Normally, the most critical place of a civilization, such as the Dyson Sphere Nanororbit Control Room, should not be visited by people. But the problem is that this Oya civilization is now facing a high-level civilization, and if they want to stand up in front of the high-level civilization, they must have confidence, or tell the high-level civilization that our Oya civilization also has advantages, and it is not something you can bully at will. So naturally, we have to show our trump cards well, so that the other party will be cautious and don't really think that we are easy to bully. In this way, Lin Xu and the other two followed this Oya reception staff and went to a scientific research center in the capital's residence. Lin Xu unexpectedly discovered that this was the place he found last night, where the Oya people were studying the cracking of nanorobots. Of course, this is a large-scale scientific research center, and the laboratory for cracking nanorobots is not the project to be visited today. Lin Xu had no intention of going to the laboratory to see it with his own eyes. The nanorobots of the Dyson Sphere had already infiltrated all laboratories, research institutes, etc. under Lin Xu's orders. Soon, Lin Xu would be able to directly control everything in the laboratory through the nanorobots, so it didn't matter whether he went to see it with his own eyes. In this way, Lin Xu completed the visit according to the process and expressed his appreciation for some of the technology studied in the experiments of the Oya people. He won the favor of the Oya official who accompanied him. Mr. Lin Xu, the next place we are going to is the main control center of the Dyson Sphere, where you will see the greatest invention of our Oya civilization, our atomic-level nanorobots. Really? Then I'll wait and see, Mr. Qiu. Lin Xu smiled and called the Oya official by his transliterated name. Regarding the Oya people saying that the nanorobots were their invention, Lin Xu felt nothing in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. I know you are a high-level civilization, and you must think that the inventions of our ordinary civilization are just so-so and not worth paying attention to. But believe me, you will soon change your opinion of our intelligence. Even if it is an ordinary civilization, it is not impossible to invent miracles that will amaze the advanced civilizations. Qiu's face was full of pride, and his face flushed with excitement. But Lin Xu wanted to laugh even more, but he held back. After all, he is a polite person. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. However, when looking at Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, the eyes of the three were full of helplessness. In this way, accompanied by the Oya official Qiu, and under the endless narration, Lin Xu and the other two came all the way to the core area of the capital's residential area. This is not a presidential residence, nor is it a research center laboratory, but the main control room of the Dyson Sphere, which is in the core area of the Oya civilization. Even though Lin Xu and his party had to pass and had passed through countless guards, they entered the main control room. This place was also built by the Oya people with building materials, not a building generated by nanorobots. But Lin Xu knew this place. When Lin Xu's consciousness was connected to the Dyson Sphere, he knew this place, because the instructions issued by the Oya people to the Dyson Sphere were issued from here. Although Lin Xu did not see what issued the instructions at that time. Until now, under the leadership of Qiu, Lin Xu passed through the heavy guards and came to the core area of the main control room. Finally, I saw that it was the Oya people's most advanced supercomputer. According to the program code given by humans 10,000 years ago, it continuously sent control instructions to the nanorobots that aggregated into the Dyson Sphere. In other words, if there is another civilization that also obtains these program codes, it can also send commands to the Dyson Sphere like the Oya people. Of course, this is the most important secret of the Oya civilization. Except for a few high-level people, I am afraid that few people know it. And here, Qiu proudly introduced to Lin Xu the greatest invention of the Oya people in history, the atomic-level nanorobot. And the Dyson Sphere generated by the self-replication of this nanorobot. Mr. Lin Xu, you have seen it with your own eyes. Our Dyson Sphere is grown by nanorobots. I wonder what you think. Qiu looked at Lin Xu with a smile, intending to see the shock and other expressions on the face of Lin Xu, a high-level civilization. After all, this expression has appeared on the faces of other high-level civilizations who have visited here. All high-level civilizations who have visited here will be impressed by the miracle created by the Oya civilization, and look forward to the day when the Oya civilization becomes a high-level civilization. In the eyes of those high-level civilizations, being able to create such nanorobots, the Oya civilization will sooner or later become the next high-level civilization, so they are not stingy in verbally showing goodwill. If it were not for the universal recognition in the cosmic civilization that only those who have the technology to manufacture curvature engines can be considered high-level civilizations, I am afraid that relying solely on this atomic-level nanorocket technology, the SOI people would be qualified to become a high-level civilization. In this regard, the high level of the SOI people, in addition to being self-satisfied, are also more and more eager to crack the secret of the nanorocket. Now they can only play the role of these nanorobots. If they can be recognized by the advanced civilization, what is the advanced civilization? Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the anti-gravity technology of the nanorobots is what the SOI people dream of. In the residential area where the SOI people live, the gravity is generated by the nanorobots according to a certain mechanism to generate anti-gravity. This is anti-gravity technology, one of the tickets for advanced civilization. Nanorobots can generate it by themselves. So for the SOI people, they are guarding a treasure now, but unfortunately they can't find the key to open it. After all, Qiu didn't see any shock on Lin Xu's face. And he attributed this to the fact that Lin Xu had undergone semi-mechanical transformation and could no longer make any expression. After all, Lin Xu had been expressionless all the way. This made him a little regretful that he couldn't see the shocked expression of the advanced civilization. As for what Lin Xu was thinking now, I'm afraid only Miss Qiu and Lu Yao knew, because they had similar ideas. Mr. Lin Xu, although our SOI and nanorobots are amazing, they are not for sale. I want to make this clear to you first to avoid any misunderstandings later. Qiu continued to explain to Lin Xu. However, Lin Xu knew very well that they were not for sale because they could not be sold. If they were sold, the SOI people would not be able to control the secrets of the third-generation nanorobots, which would be a rip-off. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and collection tickets. I will beg you for all kinds of requests in the snow. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 88, A Crazy Plan to Replace Humanity. Just as Lin Xu was visiting the Dyson Sphere control room of the SOI people, in the presidential palace, located in another core of the capital's residential area, the president was holding an extremely important document and thinking over and over again. Professor Totter, the SOI and nanorocket expert who was in charge of reporting, was encouraging him vigorously. Mr. President, after thousands of years of research on nanorobots, we can now do it, and there is no need to worry at all. Professor Totter assured. Is it really possible? We haven't even figured out the internal structure of nanorobots yet, and we want to replace the status of humans and change the allegiance of nanorobots. Is this really possible? The president was a little worried. Mr. President, it is precisely because we can't figure out the operating principles of nanorobots and create our own nanorobots that directly usurp the control of human nanorobots is a shortcut. We have been studying nanorobots for thousands of years, but we still can't understand the principles of nanorobots. If we continue like this, I'm afraid it will take several thousand years, but that has nothing to do with your re-election, Mr. President. The Minister of Science and Technology was also fanning the flames. When the election was mentioned, the president immediately hesitated. His election situation is not good now, but if he can make such a significant contribution to science and technology during his term, then his term will be stable. And what the Minister of Science and Technology said is not wrong. After thousands of years, the SOI people are still at a loss for the nanorobots that humans once gave them, and they can't research anything at all. Then maybe it is a good choice to directly replace the object of loyalty of these nanorobots and seize the control of the nano-miracle people. How do you plan to usurp the control of the nanorobots? As far as I know, these nanorobots only recognize human DNA markers. The president's attitude has softened. It is precisely because nanorobots only recognize DNA markers that we have a chance. As long as we replace the genetic markers that the nanorobots are loyal to from humans to ours. Nanorobots are very small, so small that they can't carry too much information, and they can't make too many judgments. As long as we change the DNA object they are loyal to, they will be ours. Professor Totter's eyes flashed with the madness of a scientist. Then, what if it fails? This is the president's only remaining concern. If it fails, it fails. If we continue to study from another angle, we will succeed sooner or later. Is there anyone who can punish us? Professor Totter had a disdainful look on his face, and he didn't know whether he was mocking the president's cowardice or the fact that humans who had been away for 10,000 years could do nothing to him. Okay, then I'll leave this to you, Professor. The president was finally convinced and signed the document. Especially Professor Totter's last sentence: even if it fails, there will be no consequences, so why not give it a try? The temptation is too great. After Lin Xu visited the Dyson Sphere control room, he toured the capital's residential area for a few days accompanied by the SOI people. However, the rest of the time was basically garbage time. Because the main Dyson Sphere control room had been visited, the purpose of SOI civilization to show its strength had been achieved, and the rest was just pure sightseeing. Lin Xu saw many unique scenery of alien civilizations and was warmly welcomed by many SOI people. He had a lot of fun. However, as soon as he returned to his resting room at night, he would immediately check the situation of the nanorobots in the Dyson Sphere, infiltrating all research institutes and laboratories. After several days, the nanorobots in the Dyson Sphere have completed the infiltration of the research institutes and laboratories in all the residential areas on the Dyson Sphere, but no trace of human remains was found. This made Lin Xu begin to wonder, could it be that the human remains were really not discovered by the SOI people? Just as Lin Xu was hesitating whether to continue staying or return to Earth to adjust the direction of investigation, Zhengxing on Earth sent a message that the hidden human remains were found on the planet Ramo, the farthest from the star, hidden deep in the crust of Ramo, close to the center of the Earth. Therefore, the remains are really not on the Dyson Sphere. No wonder Lin Xu couldn't find them. Zhengxing was able to find them thanks to the autonomous mechanical aggregates guarding the ruins. The autonomous mechanical aggregates left by humans to guard the ruins 10,000 years ago have been in standby mode, sending signals to the outside world from time to time with weak quantum encryption signals. This signal cannot be detected by the SOI civilization, but it is detected by the autonomous mechanical aggregates that are investigating. Come to think of it, if it was something that humans really intended to hide, how could it be so easy for the SOI people to find it? Since it was confirmed that the human remains were not dug up by the SOI people and hidden for research, Lin Xu did not stay on the Dyson Sphere any longer. Just after a few days of visiting, he had seen everything he should see and appreciated the alien scenery, so Lin Xu directly said goodbye. In this way, at the request of the SOI civilization, he left the Dyson Sphere with a lot of souvenirs. Of course, before leaving, Lin Xu also proposed that he would stay on the planet farthest from the star for a period of time to rest. The SOI civilization readily agreed. Riding on the Kingfeng, under the escort of a temporary warship disguised as an autonomous mechanical aggregate, Lin Xu returned to Earth. Afterwards, on Earth, which was already not far from the back of Ramo star, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out and gathered towards Ramo star. Since it has been confirmed that there are no human remains on the Dyson Sphere, there is no need for the autonomous mechanical aggregates to be deliberately hidden. Whether the SOI civilization discovered the return of humans or not, it was not an important matter for Lin Xu. Finding the ruins as soon as possible was the most important thing. So a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates landed on the back of Ramos and began to dig deep into the Earth's crust. At the same time, the SOI Starry Sky monitoring station on the Dyson Sphere, which always monitored the situation on the Earth, also discovered the abnormal movement of the Earth. It was just because the position of the Earth was behind Ramos and was blocked by Ramos, so the observers could only observe that a large number of aircraft were leaving the Earth and landing on the back of Ramos. Although they could see the appearance of the aircraft clearly, they could not see the autonomous mechanical aggregates on the back of Ramos changing their forms after landing. Because Lin Xu had stated before leaving that he would stay on Ramos for a while, the observers did not think much about it. They just recorded the appearance of the Earth civilization aircraft and sent it to the superior unit. After seeing the appearance of the autonomous mechanical aggregate, the superiors only filed it and did not associate it with humans. After all, 10,000 years have passed. Who would have thought that humans could come back? In the capital of the SOI civilization, in the large scientific research center that Lin Xu visited a few days ago, in the laboratory where human nanorobots were violently dismantled, Professor Totter, who had obtained the president's authorization, was in high spirits. The latest novel will be first published on the 69th book bar. He is already 400 years old this year. With the ability of the SOI civilization, he can only extend his lifespan to 500 years at most. He doesn't have much time left. And cracking the secret of human nanorobots is his lifelong dream. Unfortunately, human nanorobots are too complicated. He has spent his entire life and still has no clue. However, he found a way out of nowhere. Since we can't make our own nanorobots, let's usurp human control over nanorobots. So, He named this laboratory the Blasphemy Laboratory. In the legends of the Soya civilization, humans have always played a role similar to that of gods. Even among the people of the Soya civilization, there are many religions that believe in humans. Today, he will usurp the power of gods and bring the fire that belongs to gods to the Soya people. This makes Professor Totter always full of a sense of mission and pride. And many staff members in his laboratory almost all have this sense of mission. They always believe that they are doing a great job. A job that is beneficial to their own civilization. What they do today will be passed down in the Soya civilization. And they will also become heroes praised in countless poems. Of course, the premise is that they can succeed. And they never doubt this, because they believe in Professor Totter more than they believe in themselves. Professor, the target nanorocket has been marked, and the modification of the DNA authentication mark can be started. A researcher who is considered middle-aged among the Soya people woke up Totter, who was meditating. Very good, we only need to have the first nanorocket that has modified the authentication mark and obtain full authority to control this nanorocket. Then we can use the nanorocket to modify the DNA authentication marks of the remaining nanorobots, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, and it won't be long before the nanorobots in the entire Dyson sphere will be completely controlled by the Soya people, and then we will replace the authority of humans. Totter's eyes flashed. At this moment, almost all the researchers in the laboratory were like this. If the modification of the nanorobot's DNA authentication mark fails, the nanorobot may explode, but none of them retreated, instead scrambled to stay in the laboratory. For their own civilization, they will do whatever it takes, even their own lives. In the end, it was Totter who spoke up, which made a large number of researchers withdraw from the laboratory. Because the modification cannot succeed once, it is very likely to fail many times. If these researchers died or were injured in the first experiment, who would come to conduct the next experiment? But failure doesn't matter, as long as there is a success once, and the DNA authentication mark of a nanorobot is modified, they will succeed. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and collection tickets. I will do my best to give you all kinds of tickets in the snow and ice. Thank you for your support, audience. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, triggering a high-dimensional backlash. On the back of Ramos, a large number of excavators composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates continued to dig downwards. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived near the autonomous mechanical aggregates that always responded to signals and guarded the ruins. Subsequently, the excavator's operation also became more cautious to prevent damage to the ruins. Finally, the autonomous mechanical aggregates found the location of the ruins, and the thick outer barrier of the ruins appeared in the camera. In the familiar courtyard on Earth, Lin Xu was still sitting on a chair under the tree, and the holographic image in front of him played the pictures taken by the autonomous mechanical aggregates. Soon, the autonomous mechanical aggregates removed the outer barriers and confronted the autonomous mechanical aggregates guarding the ruins. Zhangxing, can you take over the ruins directly? Lin Xu asked. According to the detection, there is no intelligent computer in the ruins. It can be taken over, but the owner's authorization is required. Zhangxing replied. Okay, take over. After checking the database, tell me what is here. Lin Xu ordered. So Zhangxing successfully took over all the authority of the ruins. It didn't take long to sort out the basic information in the ruins. What surprised Lin Xu the most was the immortality technology. That's right, immortality. After extending the lifespan to 5,000 years, humans finally got rid of the limitation of lifespan and completely realized immortality. Although Lin Xu had already guessed that humans would have this day sooner or later, he was still surprised when this day really came. Immortality. What a wonderful word. Now it has finally become a reality. That is to say, I don't have to hibernate in the future, and I don't have to worry about running out of lifespan. Lin Xu said with some emotion. Master, it is recommended that you hibernate appropriately during the voyage. A long and boring lifespan will be harmful to your physical and mental health, unless you find more people to accompany you. Miss Qiu still did not give up the plan to help Lin Xu find a companion, or find a few companions. Even if the master of the house has no interest in that aspect for the time being, it is good to have a few more companions who can chat with Lin Xu. Like Liu Yao, the reason why Miss Qiu wanted to bring Liu Yao here was not only because she really appreciated her, but also because she wanted to find another companion for Lin Xu. But I didn't expect Liu Yao to be so stubborn that she didn't hibernate at all, but waited for death. As for the fact that she didn't die in the end, it can only be said to be an accident. In short, Miss Qiu believes that a long lifespan, coupled with a long period of no contact with intelligent life, even if it is just loneliness, will cause people to have mental illness. So Miss Qiu should try her best to prevent this from happening, which is also the meaning of the existence of companion bionic people. However, Lin Xu just looked at Miss Qiu helplessly, and did not respond to her words. Instead, he discussed with Zhang another technology found in the ruins, the upgrade and transformation technology of the curvature engine. After the transformation, how much can the speed of the Earth be increased? Lin Xu asked. After the curvature engine is upgraded, the maximum speed will double to 20 times the speed of light. And the speed of the Earth will increase from 5 times the speed of light to 10 times the speed of light. Zhang replied. The speed has doubled, not bad. Lin Xu nodded repeatedly. Then he asked the most critical question, how long will the upgrade take? If we work hard, it will take about 10 years. Okay, let's start now. Lin Xu made a decision. In addition to the immortality technology and the upgrade of the curvature engine, there are many other technologies in the ruins. However, these two are the most important. Most of the rest are just routine upgrades, such as the upgrade of computing power, the fine-tuning of the third-generation nanorbits, etc. Compared with the immortality technology and curvature engine technology, they are nothing. Finally, Lin Xu also learned from the database of the ruins what happened in this galaxy 10,000 years ago, and why humans gave this Oya civilization a variant of the third-generation nanorbits. It turned out that when humans arrived in this galaxy 10,000 years ago, the local civilization had already developed aerospace technology. Although it can only navigate within the galaxy, and nuclear fusion as a spacecraft engine energy source is only the most basic form, it is the first intelligent life with aerospace civilization that humans have encountered along the way. Therefore, humans are also very friendly to the intelligent life in this galaxy. After seeing the human civilization, the Oya civilization at that time was also shocked by the technological level of human civilization, and immediately made a gesture, as if to hug the thigh. They provide whatever humans need. If humans want a planet to experiment on, they immediately give up the base they have already colonized and cultivated on the planet, and all the Oya people evacuate. Obviously, humans don't need their colony bases, but this attitude is still very satisfying. So before humans leave, they also ask them if they have any requests. At that time, the Oya people did not have a deep understanding of the universe, nor did they know that curvature engine technology was the ticket to advanced civilization, so they did not ask for curvature engine technology. Instead, they wanted a Dyson sphere. This also became something that countless people in the Oya civilization regretted. So humans, at the request of the Oya people, sent them some customized variants of the third-generation nanorobots before leaving. They only need to keep feeding the mass, and these third-generation nanorobots will eventually become Dyson spheres that completely cover the stars. In this way, after thousands of years of continuous excavation of planetary mass for feeding by the Oya civilization, the third-generation nanorobots also grew to wrap around the stars and truly became Dyson spheres. And this is what happened 10,000 years ago. There is no ups and downs in the story. It's just that humans gave away something casually. While sighing, Lin Xu also thought of the current Earth from the third-generation nanorobots that constantly devoured mass and self-replicated into Dyson spheres. Is it necessary to add some mass to the Earth? Over the years, all kinds of construction on Earth, whether it is the upgrading and transformation of autonomous mechanical aggregates, the manufacture of nanorobots, or even the construction of various factories and the construction of pillars, have consumed the mass of the Earth itself, which has reduced the mass of the Earth to a point that must be considered. Although the major plates on Earth seem to have not changed much, that is because Lin Xu is more of an order to obtain mass from the seabed or underground. The mass that the Earth lacks at present is almost equivalent to that of a moon. So Lin Xu is considering whether to dig the mass of Ramos to make up for the loss of mass on the Earth. After all, it is just a simple collection of mass, not a sophisticated engineering or advanced factory, and the time is still very fast. As long as some nuclear bombs with a large enough equivalent are placed on Ramos, or antimatter annihilation bombs are used, or even space bombs, a byproduct of space compression, are studied. The latest novel is first published on 69shushu.com. It is enough to blow up enough planetary fragments, and then select some mountain-sized ones, attach nanorobots to the surface of these fragments to form anti-gravity, and install some simple propulsion devices, and soon these fragments can be transferred to the Earth. After a few transfers, the mass of the Moon will be out. At that time, these masses will be piled up in the Pacific Ocean, and they can be dug when they are needed. Thinking about it, Lin Xu began to be moved. But before Lin Xu could act, a slight tremor came from his consciousness. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand where the tremor came from. So his consciousness connected to the third-generation nanorobots, and finally distinguished that the source of the tremor was the Dyson sphere. So Lin Xu's consciousness passed through the third-generation nanorobots between the Dyson sphere and the Earth. It directly crossed the long distance from the Earth to the star and descended on the Dyson sphere. It was just that the third-generation nanorobots were too sparse between the Dyson sphere and the Earth, and the nanorobot network they formed was also relatively thin, so Lin Xu's consciousness could not completely descend on the entire Dyson sphere. It was not possible to put the entire Dyson sphere in his consciousness like he did before in the Dyson sphere. Unless this galaxy, like the galaxy where the Zionid star was located before, was already full of nanorobots, this would be possible. But now, relying on the sparse third-generation nanorobots between the Earth and the Dyson sphere, Lin Xu could only project part of his consciousness onto the Dyson sphere to monitor a small area. But this was enough. Because the place where the tremor occurred was also in a small area. It was the research institute that Lin Xu had seen before, which studied human nanorobots. But Lin Xu didn't understand. When the SOI people bombarded the nanorobots and forcibly broke the nanorobots, he didn't feel anything. What happened this time? While Lin Xu was thinking, the first attempt to modify the DNA authentication mark of the nanorobot in the institute failed. With a loud bang, an atom-sized nanorobot exploded, and then several researchers were rescued and sent to the ambulance with screams. But it doesn't matter, the experiment is still going on. Such a great experiment is bound to be accompanied by sacrifice. Professor Totter didn't care, and even felt a little proud. Because they sacrificed for the greatness of the Soya civilization. Finally, after several groups failed in succession, a group succeeded in removing the nanorobot's original authentication based on human DNA. They didn't know how they succeeded, maybe it was just a fluke. Ecstasy appeared on their faces, as if they had seen themselves become heroes. Quick, transplant the Soya DNA, don't stop. Professor Totter reminded anxiously. Several people immediately came back to their senses and quickly injected the Soya DNA that had been prepared long ago into the nanorobot's authentication system through the instrument. As long as the injection is successful, they can completely replace humans and become the true master of the nanorobot. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. They successfully removed the human DNA and injected the Soya DNA. Everyone is waiting for the moment when the nanorobots officially recognize them as their masters. Totter stretched his neck like a giraffe. Then, the next moment, the DNA of the Soy people successfully entered the authentication system of the nanorobots, replacing the position that originally belonged to humans. In an instant, the entire Dyson sphere, and even all the Soy people who were not on the Dyson sphere, were in the depths of the distant universe, hundreds or even thousands of light years away. At this moment, it was as if an information nuclear bomb exploded in their minds. Countless information rushed into their minds frantically, information beyond their understanding, knowledge, everything. At this moment, the Soy people glimpsed a corner of the higher dimension. And the price was the madness of the entire race. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, please collect it, and rotate 365 degrees in the snow and ice to ask for all kinds of things. Thank you for the support of the audience, thank you. Chapter 91 Civilization Dies. The nanorobots that were successfully injected with the DNA of the Soy people at the beginning have been completely destroyed. The high-dimensional information that continued to be injected into the entire race has stopped. But even if it was only a short moment, the massive amount of high-dimensional information was still not something the Soy people could bear. They were like the entire race, collectively witnessing the chaotic energy, and in an instant their brains received high-dimensional information that was beyond their ability to understand. They couldn't understand it, and they couldn't understand it. It was like injecting a person's thoughts into the mind of an ant in an instant. The ant's sesame-sized head couldn't bear the massive amount of information at all. Madness is already the best result. Countless SOI people rushed to the streets, venting their anger by attacking everything they could see, just to relieve the pain in their brains. A few SOI people still had a little bit of reason, but they couldn't control themselves. They stared at the sky stupidly, uttering incomprehensible mumblings. Chaos, universe, chaos, universe. The universe was created, and then it was destroyed. One universe was destroyed, and then another universe was destroyed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Time is going backwards. I saw it. I saw time going backwards. Fake, everything is fake. What is true and what is false? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The crazy SOI people did countless incomprehensible things. In the distance of the Dyson sphere, at the external port, the cosmic merchants who docked here to buy energy blocks and sell goods were confused as they watched the SOI people who were responsible for maintaining the operation of the port start to go crazy. No one understood what was happening. Lin Xu's consciousness watched all this happen, and he did nothing, and he didn't need to do anything. He just realized with emotion that humans are really high-dimensional creatures. Although he had guessed it before, he had never been so sure at this moment that humans have indeed succeeded in upgrading. Maybe it was not when they left here 10,000 years ago. At that time, humans might still be just an ordinary high-level civilization in the universe. But later, humans did succeed in upgrading, so all this happened now. Maybe at the beginning, nanorobots did rely on DNA identification to identify humans, but when humans successfully upgraded their dimensions, the identification representing human DNA was not just an identification. It became a concept, or a law. Therefore, when a certain race wants to replace this concept with its own concept, it will naturally be backlashed by the concept. Upgrading dimensions is a conceptual sublimation. So even Lin Xu, an individual who is alone outside, is also a high-dimensional existence in concept. It really is a wonderful feeling. However, although Lin Xu is sure that he is already a high-dimensional creature, he is still confused about the understanding of high dimensions. Therefore, for the SOI people who are collectively crazy due to the infusion of high-dimensional information, Lin Xu can't do anything else except watching. In the end, he can only sigh that he will suffer from his own misfortune. However, this is not the end, everything has just begun. This is just the SOI people's intention to replace the authority of humans, and then they were backlashed by the concept. But you have to know that when humans handed over the nanorobots to the SOI people, they were probably not high-dimensional life. Naturally, they didn't know that there would be such a thing as high-dimensional backlash. So, would humans not take any precautions at that time? The answer is yes, humans took precautions. And now, while the SOI people were being attacked by the high-dimensional backlash, the precautions of humans began to take effect. If the nanorobots were simply dismantled and destroyed, the precautions would not take effect. But when the internal structure of a nanorobot was modified, especially when the extremely important authentication system was tampered with, even if it was just a single nanorobot, it was too far away from the other nanorobots and not connected to the network. The information released during the destruction was still received by the other nanorobots. So in an instant, all the nanorobots that aggregated into the Dyson sphere learned that the authentication system of the nanorobots had been tampered with. The nanorobot aggregate rioted. They were no longer controlled by the SOI people's program instructions, but began to act on their own. The entire Dyson sphere moved in a regular rhythm and surged in the same direction. A large number of nanorobots began to gather, and holes began to appear one after another on the Dyson sphere, which was a sign that the nanorobots began to gather. At the same time, in the residential area on the raised part of the Dyson sphere, nanorobots were also surging and gathering together. But the SOI people among them no longer care about this doomsday scene. All SOI people have been driven crazy by the impact of high-dimensional information. SOI civilization is dead. Bang, 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 gunshots continue to ring. Some are the gunshots of SOI people committing suicide, and some are the sounds of killing each other. Professor Totter of the blasphemous laboratory staggered and drooled. In addition to his madness, he seemed to have a little reason. But now he is using this last bit of reason to swallow the muzzle of the gun into his mouth. Is this the price for mortals to usurp the authority of God? I am a sinner, and I am the culprit of the destruction of SOI civilization. With a bang, the brains were scattered all over the ground, and Professor Totter swallowed the gun and committed suicide. Lin Xu's consciousness realized that it was not good when the Dyson sphere began to riot. Unfortunately, the Earth and the Dyson sphere are now only connected by some sparse third-generation nanorobots, and Lin Xu's consciousness cannot descend into the Dyson sphere as a whole. So even if we want to stop the fusion of the Dyson sphere, we are powerless. We can only watch from the Earth. As the nanorbits gather rapidly on the Dyson sphere, patches of solar light appear, and finally a large number of light spots are connected. This galaxy, which has been dark for who knows how long, finally welcomes the sun again. Outside the Dyson sphere, countless aliens from various civilizations at the airport are all at a loss to watch all this. Watching the changes happening on the Dyson sphere. As more and more holes appear on the Dyson sphere and the sunlight becomes more and more intense, the people of various races and civilizations at the airport finally realize that something is wrong. Hurry, get on the spaceship and leave here. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. We are too close to the star here. Without the barrier of the Dyson sphere, we will be burned to ashes. The Dyson sphere is about to collapse, and the Oya civilization is finished. Don't worry about this Oya civilization. It's too late to run away. We are also finished. What on earth did this Oya civilization do? Are they crazy? Didn't you see that they might really be crazy? Countless races of different civilizations rushed to their respective spacecrafts, and then scrambled to escape from the airport. At this time, the airport, which had lost the dispatch of the Oya people, could not bear the crowd of so many spacecrafts trying to leave at the same time. Boom, boom. Spacecraft collided with each other, and continuous explosions were heard. For a time, everything became more chaotic. However, as more and more holes appeared on the Dyson sphere, the light and heat of the star shone more and more fiercely on the airport. This airport is very close to the star in terms of cosmic distance. Under the fierce irradiation of the star, the steel used to build the airport even began to heat up. After all, the Oyas could not use the nanorbits given by humans to build buildings outside the Dyson sphere, so this airport was also built by the Oyas with their own technology, and naturally could not withstand being baked by the stars at close range. Seeing that the surrounding environment was getting worse and worse, and the countless spaceships that were still crowded in the airport, they finally couldn't help but open the weapon safety. Boom boom boom, in the crowded airport, countless spaceships of civilizations began to kill each other in order to compete for the escape route. Some spaceships also chose to bombard the walls of the airport, directly blew up the airport, and then created their own escape routes. In short, everything was messed up. In order to survive, intelligent life will constantly break through its own lower limit. As a result, a large number of spaceships of different races and civilizations escaped from the airport. But at the same time, there were also a large number of spaceships that were blocked in the airport. With a close exposure of the starlight, these ordinary civilizations could not isolate such high-temperature spaceships at all. They were baked red one by one, and eventually exceeded the temperature limit that could be carried. Even if the spaceship is fine for the time being, the intelligent life inside has lost its voice. Zhangxing, temporarily stop the plan to obtain mass from Ramos, the Earth turns, the target star. Lin Xu ordered. With a rampage of the nanorbits that aggregated into the Dyson sphere, the Oya civilization is no longer saved. But Lin Xu couldn't just watch the Dyson sphere continue to run wild. Let alone continuing, those spaceships that finally escaped from the airport might eventually be doomed. I'm afraid that the nanorbits that have lost their restraints will continue to replicate and expand, eventually swallowing up the entire galaxy, and even become a disaster in the universe. This is what Lin Xu didn't want to see. So the Earth began to turn and headed towards the location of the star. At the same time, on one side of Hangxin, a nanororbit aggregate twisted into an indescribable shape. Countless metal bodies composed of nanorbits like tentacles, spread in all directions. The spaceships of various civilizations that were fleeing in all directions would be smashed from time to time by the metal bodies waving in the universe like long whips. The roaring spaceship exploded, and a small bright spot flashed next to the star from time to time. Quantum communications were sent out from spaceships, announcing the disaster of this Oya civilization to the universe. Unfortunately, the universe is too big, and these messages are destined to not be transmitted far, and will become part of the background noise of the universe. But it doesn't matter, this galaxy is an extremely busy commercial port, and soon there will be spaceships of this civilization coming to this galaxy, receiving these messages, and then passing the messages back to the mother planet. At least let our own civilization know what happened here. At this time, more than one escaping spaceship discovered the Earth that was going against the trend and flying towards the star. Suddenly, All the spaceships seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and they turned their course and flew towards the Earth. And they sent messages one after another, asking for the protection of the Earth. Lin Xu ignored them. As he got closer and closer to the star, Lin Xu's consciousness finally completely connected to the violent nanorocket aggregate. Then in an instant, everything stopped. P.S. As usual, I ask for next month's votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. Chapter 91, Temporary Dome and the Return of Blue Skies. Lin Xu's consciousness connected to the nanorocket aggregate. The moment the nanorobots that originally aggregated into the Dyson sphere recognized Lin Xu's identity, all storms came to an abrupt end. It was as if time had been paused. The entire universe seemed to have stopped at this moment. The nanorobot aggregate that had been tangled into an indescribable monster instantly calmed down from its rampage. Countless long whips extending from this group also began to shrink back again. Lin Xu had not even issued any orders yet, but his consciousness descended and his comfort made everything calm again. Then, Lin Xu, whose consciousness descended on the nanorobot aggregate, began to sort out the twisted and tangled nanorobots. In fact, there was no need to sort it out. As long as all the nanorobots were re-nanoized and then re-aggregated, the parts that were originally entangled would be straightened out again. So countless ordinary civilizations that hid behind the Earth and finally escaped to heaven saw that the object that was originally a Dyson sphere but now twisted together suddenly became blurred, as if it had turned into a mist, and then condensed into a solid again. This time, the huge celestial body that originally looked tangled into an indescribable ball, which was as big as half of a terrestrial planet, finally stopped being twisted into an indescribable ball. It finally looked organized. The tentacles also retracted and gathered into the huge celestial body. At the same time, the huge celestial body was still constantly changing its shape, as if it was a liquid, flowing in space. Nanorobots. It turns out that the Dyson sphere of the Oi people is really built by nanorobots. Incredible, incredible. How did this Oi people create such incredible nanorobots? You don't really think that such nanorobots can be made by the Oi people? Yes, if it is just using nanorobots to make Dyson spheres, although it is incredible, it can be barely understood. But how can the nanorobots in front of us change into various forms at any time, and even switch between liquid and gas? I don't believe that the Oi people have such technology. I even doubt that advanced civilizations will not have such technology. So, where did the Oi people get such technology? Could it be stolen? So now the original owner has come to take it back. The spaceships of a group of ordinary civilizations hiding behind the Earth share their speculations with each other through communication. Gradually, everyone reached a certain consensus. With the ability of the Oi people, it is impossible to invent such technology. If it was really invented by the Oi people, they would not be an ordinary civilization until now. So the Oi people must have stolen the technology by some dishonorable means, and now the real owner has come to the door. Otherwise, why was the Dyson sphere still running wild just now? As soon as the main planet flew over, the celestial body formed by the Dyson sphere immediately became well behaved. What happened next confirmed everyone's views. At the same time, everyone was stunned again. Because after Lin Xu controlled the nanorobot aggregate that was as big as half of a terrestrial planet, he didn't know how to deal with such a huge nanorobot aggregate for a while. Finally, he had a sudden idea. Just use these nanorobots to supplement the mass of the Earth. Previously, he planned to dig up the rock deposits on Ramo star to supplement the mass. But now that there is a nanorobot aggregate that is half the size of a planet, what else is more suitable for supplementing the mass than this? Moreover, compared with ordinary rocks full of impurities, these nanorobot aggregates are pure good things. After all, they are nanorobots. The only drawback is that this nanorobot is a variant of the third-generation nanorobot. Although it can replicate itself, it is not as versatile as the ordinary third-generation nanorobot, so it cannot be used as or like the ordinary third-generation nanorobot. But as long as they are nanorobots, they are definitely better than ordinary rocks and mineral deposits. And Lin Xu has another idea. Since these variant nanorobots can be used as Dyson spheres, their strength is still up to standard. Although the strength is not as good as the pillars of heaven being built on the Earth, and the special building materials used in the Earth dome that Lin Xu is going to build. But if it is covered above the Earth and used as a temporary dome, first build a dome and restore the ecology of the Earth. Then continue to build the real Earth dome, and when it is completed, it can naturally replace the old temporary dome. This idea made Lin Xu excited. Originally, It was thought that it would take at least hundreds of years for the Earth dome to be built, but if these variant nanorobots are used, the temporary dome will be ready for use in a short time. The ecology on the Earth can be restored, and we can see the real blue sky, which is much better than this fake sky. So Lin Xu immediately told Zhang Xing about his idea. After calculation, Zhang Xing thought it was feasible. Since it was feasible, Lin Xu started to operate it. So, in space, a nanorobot aggregate that was half the size of a small planet flowed toward the Earth like a liquid. The ordinary civilizations watching, all kinds of recording devices were frantically recording this incredible scene. My God, this is really incredible. What kind of power is this? The rivers flowing in the universe. The rivers formed the planets, and the planets turned into rivers. Am I really not dreaming? They shouted incredible, but their hands did not stop recording. When they returned to their respective civilizations, they would have something to brag about. Maybe just by selling the video of this scene, they would be rich enough, and they would no longer have to run out to work hard to trade. A large number of nanorobot aggregates flowed to a certain distance from the Earth and began to gather again. They gathered into spheres with a radius of 100,000 meters. Countless spheres were formed at a certain distance from the Earth, and then these spheres lined up one by one and flew towards the Earth. The gravity generated by a sphere with a radius of only 100,000 meters is not as strong as that of a single half-Earth-sized planet, and it will not cause the Earth to collide with a nanorobot aggregate. In addition, the nanorobots also generated anti-gravity devices inside these spheres. So one by one, the spheres fell to the surface of the Earth. Then they stopped steadily in various places on the Earth. Some of them turned into fluid again, filling the Pacific Ocean, which had excavated a large amount of mass, and restored the Pacific Ocean trench to its original depth. Some of them turned into fluid and flowed deep underground, also filling the previously excavated part. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. In this way, the mass that had been used by the Earth for more than 1,000 years was soon replenished. At the same time, the other spheres turned into mountains and fell in various places on the Earth. The Himalayas were piled up tens of thousands of meters, and Mount Everest was raised from 8,848 meters to 18,848 meters. However, these mutant nanorobots were only a small part. A large number of mutant nanorobots were still used on the temporary dome covering the entire Earth. First, countless nanorobots climbed up along the half-built pillars, and continued to climb up on the pillars that had been built, forming the upper part of the pillars. In the future, the autonomous mechanical aggregates will continue to build pillars. For every meter the pillars rise, the nanorobots will shrink by 1 meter until the real pillars completely replace the pillars formed by the nanorobots. But now, the temporary pillars composed of nanorobots have quickly reached a height of 100,000 meters. 1 million temporary pillars were completed. Afterwards, the nanorobots spread in all directions with the pillars as the center, forming a temporary dome that covered the entire Earth. The temporary dome was completed 100,000 meters above the ground. Next, we need to restore the Earth's atmosphere and ecology. That won't be accomplished overnight. Conservative estimates suggest that it will take decades or even hundreds of years. But when Lin Xu stood on the ground and looked up at the sky, looking at the sky that had been completely covered, he seemed to have seen the blue sky after the atmosphere was restored. That was the real blue sky. Although the sun would still be a fake sun simulated by nuclear fusion, the blue sky would be the real blue sky. For the time being, that was enough. Zhang Xing, check which planet in this galaxy has the substances needed for the atmosphere. We need to extract them to replenish the atmospheric components that have escaped from the Earth. Lin Xu said excitedly. Master, the fourth planet in the galaxy should have been the home planet of the Soy people. Although it is dead silent because of the loss of sunlight, it still has sufficient atmospheric components. Zhang Xing replied quickly. The home planet of the Soy people. Lin Xu was silent for a moment. After all, Lin Xu was also quite emotional about the demise of the Soy people. But then he decided. Then let's do it here, and restore the atmosphere on Earth as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Zhang Xing set up the Earth and headed towards the home planet of the Soy people. Master, shall we start making an artificial sun? The so-called artificial sun is naturally to be hung on the dome of the Earth, simulating the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. The artificial sun naturally does not need to emit light that spreads to the depths of the universe like the real sun. But it must be enough to nurture the ecology on Earth. So it cannot be sloppy. Fortunately, Lin Xu's current technological level is sufficient, otherwise it really can't be made. According to the original plan, the artificial sun will not be built until hundreds of years later, when the dome of the Earth is almost built. Now, because of the appearance of the temporary dome, it has to be advanced. Let's start, and don't forget the artificial moon. Lin Xu nodded and did not forget to remind him. Zhengxing would naturally not forget. When the artificial sun is hung in the sky, the atmosphere is filled again, and the Earth thaws from the ice. Algae and some single-celled organisms can be released into the oceans. Starting from algae, the ecosystem will be gradually restored. P.S. As usual, I would like to ask for votes and recommendation tickets for next month. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 92: The Terror of Higher Dimensional Thinking. The Earth was parked not far from the fourth planet. The anti-gravity devices spread throughout the Earth's interior offset the gravitational pull between the two planets, preventing them from colliding. At the same time, from above the Earth, the mutant nanorocket aggregates formed countless long pipes, extending like straws to the fourth planet in the galaxy, extracting atmospheric components from the planet to supplement the lack of atmospheric components on Earth. At this time, the artificial sun had been built over time in the factory, and the atmospheric components were constantly replenished into the temporary dome. Lin Xu sat under the tree in his small courtyard, watching the movie while extending his consciousness and observing the progress of the work through the mutant nanorobots. At this time, the control of the mutant nanorobots was completely carried out by Yinghe, and Lin Xu was just watching. After all, this scene of siphoning the atmosphere from a planet is still rare. The countless ordinary civilization spacecraft following behind the Earth seemed to think so. Seeing that the Earth did not drive them away, they kept following and filming. And Lin Xu was really too lazy to pay attention to them. What Lin Xu is thinking now is that the mutant nanorobots are still very useful. Should we let them continue to self-replicate and reserve more in the future? However, he thought again that some functions of the mutant nanorobots are not as comprehensive as the normal third-generation nanorobots. The only advantage is that they can self-replicate and are better as building materials after aggregation. After thinking about it, Lin Xu still did not decide to replicate more mutant nanorobots. It is enough to keep these numbers first. Because Lin Xu thinks that with human scientific research capabilities, it is likely that the advantages of the two nanorobots will soon be combined to create a new upgraded third-generation nanorobot. At that time, he will not have to worry about it. Moreover, these mutant nanorobots are the result of the Soya civilization's efforts to supply raw materials to allow the mutant nanorobots to replicate for tens of thousands of years. For the time being, it is enough for Lin Xu to use. Absorbing the atmosphere seems grand, but it also takes a long time. The Earth has been docked here for half a month. If nothing goes wrong, it will take another half a month to capture enough atmospheric components. Countless spaceships that originally followed the Earth to watch the excitement have left, and some have joined. That was a race that originally planned to come here to buy the energy blocks that the Soy people produced, but as soon as they arrived, they found out that there was such a big Dyson sphere. Then they learned what happened here from the chaotic radio waves in the universe, and then they came to watch the Earth. So the Earth stayed here for half a month, and various spaceships came and went, and it was about to become a tourist attraction. However, these spaceships did not dare to get too close. After all, who knows if the advanced civilization will suddenly get angry, so they all kept a sufficient distance and were careful not to disturb the Earth's taste of swallowing the atmosphere. Everyone just thought that this scene was too spectacular. One planet swallowed the atmosphere of another planet. It would be a pity if they didn't watch it. Advanced civilization, so terrifying. After swallowing the atmosphere of a planet, the Soy people's home planet may need a long time to recover before life can be born again. The Soy people are gone, so why care about the home planet? Originally, this planet lost sunlight and was frozen for so long, it is impossible for life to be born easily. Why care so much? Lin Xu didn't know the mutterings of ordinary civilizations. He has been having a relatively pleasant time these days. After waking up every day, he eats the breakfast prepared by Miss Qiu, plays games and watches TV series. When he is tired, he does 2 big questions to rest, and then continues to watch TV series. It must be said that after combining work and rest, the progress of playing games is much faster. After a few days of study, Lin Xu also found that he is not ordinary now. Any knowledge, he can easily understand it just by reading it once. Thinking back to the hard work of studying hard every day during the college entrance examination, Studying now is much easier than that, but the understanding of knowledge is deeper. I thought that the college entrance examination was the peak of my knowledge, but Lin Xu didn't expect that one day he would easily surpass himself during the college entrance examination. Lin Xu didn't know why this was. Any knowledge seemed to be understood at once, and doing questions was also easy and enjoyable, without any brain power. After discussing with several intelligent computers, everyone agreed that this should be the reason why Lin Xu is essentially a high-dimensional life form now. Although he has not realized it yet, his thinking is already high-dimensional thinking. Looking at these low-dimensional knowledge, it is naturally as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. You don't even need to learn much, just watch it once, understand it, and you will understand it. This made Lin Xu even a little grateful to Lu Yao. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have thought of taking time to study, and he might not have discovered his own specialness until now. It's true that I suffered from the hardship of studying in the past and was scared. Now that I have the opportunity to give up, I will naturally give up. I don't want to touch learning at all. Until now, Lin Xu suddenly found that it seems that learning doesn't have to be painful, and in the intervals between watching dramas and anime, I can use practice questions to change my mind. It's like when you are tired of watching movies, and do a set of math problems full of 1 + 1 = 2, 3 + 4 = 7. You don't need to think much to get the answer, and you know that it must be correct without checking the answer. The sense of accomplishment is instantly full, and it feels that the brain has been healed. More importantly, what you actually do is not a math problem of 1 + 1 = 2, but a problem similar to the Goldbach conjecture. Isn't this a greater sense of accomplishment? So in just half a month, by reading books and between watching TV series, Lin Xu has already learned advanced mathematics, calculus, etc. Basically, he just flipped through the book and learned it immediately. There were some things that Lin Xu had learned in college, and he felt that it was as difficult as a heavenly book at that time. I really didn't expect that one day he could completely master it just by flipping through the book. I can only say that high-dimensional thinking is really terrifying. Thinking back to the human beings in those days, they still needed chaotic energy to help them gain high-dimensional vision to accelerate scientific and technological progress. Then when humans really become high-dimensional beings later, I am afraid that this kind of high-dimensional vision will not be needed. Just his own high-dimensional thinking is already a treasure. And Lin Xu feels that in addition to high-dimensional thinking, he should have many treasures that he doesn't know about. It's a pity that he can't use himself for experiments, so he can only wait and discover slowly. Compared with Lin Xu, who easily learned a lot of mathematical knowledge and has now begun to read some books on advanced physics and quantum physics in addition to watching TV series, Lu Yao is much worse than Lin Xu. These days, I spend every day in the library, fighting with 3-variable quadratic equations. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Although it only took half a month to learn the quadratic equation of 3 variables, it was enough to show her intelligence. But people are most afraid of comparison. Compared with Lin Xu, she has not appeared in front of Lin Xu for many days. She is determined to wait until she finishes learning advanced mathematics before competing with Lin Xu. But Lin Xu estimated that she would never catch up with him. With emotion, Lin Xu opened the next episode of the TV version of Death's End and continued to watch it. At the same time, he placed a book on quantum physics on hand, ready to pick it up and flip through it when he got tired of watching the TV series to change his mind. It is estimated that he will finish learning it after flipping through it again. In this way, a month passed quickly, and the Earth had obtained enough atmospheric components. The next restoration and transformation of the ecology can be completed during the voyage. So the Earth is about to set sail again. As a large number of nanorocket pipes connected to the 4th planet were retracted, the Earth began to break away from the planet. The Earth, with a metal dome formed by a nanorocket aggregate on its surface, now looked more like a war star made entirely of metal than a planet. The ordinary civilization spaceships that were originally watching all around quickly retreated a very long distance when they saw the Earth moving, fearing that they would hit the Earth's path and be crushed directly. Even a spaceship that is 10,000 meters long is just a small insect that can't even turn up a wave in front of a planet. Naturally, they dare not try to stop the chariot with a mantis arm. In this way, the Earth, watched by countless civilizations' spaceships, began to enter the curvature navigation state, and left this galaxy in the blink of an eye and went to the distance. In the year 11,094 of the departure calendar, the Earth stayed in this galaxy for a short time and witnessed the death of a civilization. Then it embarked on a long voyage again, continuing to follow the footsteps of humans, heading to the next destination of humans, and chasing them. The destination this time is 1,000 light-years away. During the voyage, the Earth will gradually upgrade the curvature engine according to the latest curvature engine upgrade and transformation technology. Finally, in 10 years, the speed of the Earth will reach 10 times the speed of light. It is expected that the Earth will reach the destination this time in 100 years. On the Earth, Lin Xu's attention to this voyage is far less than before. First, he has undergone a new genetic modification technology and gained immortality. Even if he enters a dormant state when not sailing, he does not have to worry about running out of life. So there is a lot of time to waste. Second, the artificial sun in the factory has been manufactured and is being dragged to the temporary dome by a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates and installed in the track left on the temporary dome. Lin Xu watched a huge round object being brought into the sky by the autonomous mechanical aggregate. Finally, it was embedded in the temporary dome at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Even at a distance of 100,000 meters, the artificial sun looks as big as a disk, which is the same size as the real sun when people on Earth looked up at the sky. Soon, the artificial sun was installed. The next step is to ignite the nuclear fusion of the artificial sun. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 93: The Battlefield of Advanced Civilization. At this time, the dome above the Earth was already full of atmosphere. As long as the artificial sun was lit, the Earth's temperature would gradually recover under the sunshine. Then in a few decades, the Earth would return to the era when everything was full of vitality. Lin Xu was very much looking forward to this. So he personally pressed the button to ignite the nuclear fusion of the artificial sun. Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, who was also looking forward to it and rarely stayed in the library, also accompanied Lin Xu. The three looked up at the sky. First, a light spot lit up on the artificial sun, and then the light spot quickly spread. In an instant, the sun enveloped the Earth. After more than 1,000 years, the Earth was finally covered by the sun again. Although it was only the light of the artificial sun, it was the same as the real sun, and it was the light from nuclear fusion. So it did not prevent all things from growing on it. The Earth began to recover. On this day, Lin Xu stayed outside the ecological dome for a long time, and watched the artificial sun move westward little by little, and finally set. At the same time, the faint light of the artificial moon appeared in the sky. The artificial moon that imitates the movement of the moon is not reflecting the artificial sunlight, but is emitting light by itself, but the light is as soft as the moon in the past. At the same time, the nanorobbit aggregate that makes up the temporary dome has the function of anti-gravity. At this time, the tides formed by the gravitational pull of the moon on the Earth are imitated all over the world. Under the sunlight, the sea that is gradually thawing and melting also began to surge, and tides appeared. Above the temporary Earth dome, the simulated starry sky was also lit up. The bright North Star and the Big Dipper, hanging high in the north, began to flicker under the refraction of the atmosphere. Everything is moving towards a good development. On the frozen Pacific Ocean, as it gradually melted, large pieces of floating ice have appeared. Lin Xu personally cast the first ray of algae into the slowly thawing Pacific Ocean under the sunlight. Then a large amount of algae was thrown into the sea by autonomous machines. In this way, a few days passed quickly. When Lin Xu left the ecological dome again and came to the outside world, after a few days of adjustment, the atmosphere on the Earth gradually began to approach the composition of the Earth's atmosphere in the past, and the air pressure began to stabilize. Lin Xu finally didn't have to cover his body with a layer of nanorobots to prevent the air pressure in his body from crushing him. He could breathe fresh air freely. At the same time, the blue sky finally appeared above the sky. Standing on the Great Wall, looking up at the sky, the dazzling sunlight and the blue sky. After a few days of sunlight, the temperature on the ground also rose, finally reaching more than 10 degrees above zero. The ice and snow on both sides of the Great Wall that had not melted for thousands of years finally melted. At the same time, a large number of autonomous machines were busy on both sides of the Great Wall, replanting tree seeds for the Earth. I believe that in a few years, this place will be lush and green again. Various fish embryos and marine microorganisms were also released into the completely thawed Pacific Ocean. As for the release of animals, it was simple. As long as the ecological domes in various places were opened, there would be small complete ecosystems inside. Although the vegetation on the Earth has not yet fully recovered, Lin Xu still decided to open all the ecological domes. Because the small ecosystems preserved in the ecological domes, from various microorganisms in the soil to insects, etc., are all necessary for the recovery of the Earth. After losing their restraints and having a wider world, these small ecosystems will naturally develop slowly over time. The microbial population will expand in the soil, and various animals will multiply and thrive. At the same time, Yanjing City, where Lin Xu has lived for thousands of years, has finally opened the ecological dome completely. When Lin Xu sat in the small courtyard again, looking up at the sky on the recliner under the tree, the false sky turned into a real blue sky. The warm sunshine shone on his body. Although this sunshine was still artificial, Lin Xu was very satisfied to see the blue sky. Monsoons, warm currents, cold currents, and even typhoons, under the blessing of technology, are all simulated exactly like the Earth in the past. The clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters changed into various shapes, and wild geese flew through the sky. The swallows and other birds that originally lived in Yanjing City can finally fly out of this cage and migrate south happily. Lin Xu just lay under the tree and slept lazily. Miss Qiu stood beside Lin Xu as usual. Liu Yao rarely went to the library, but also enjoyed the fresh air of the awakened Earth. The Earth has revived. Time passed quickly, and 100 years passed in a flash. Time came to the 11,194th year of the sailing calendar. During this 100 years, Lin Xu also hibernated several times, but each time was at most 10 years. A lot of time was spent playing around on the revived Earth and spending leisurely. Since you have eternal life, why bother to sleep all of a sudden? It is better to enjoy life. So in total, Lin Xu was awake for much longer than in the previous 1,000 years. Many things that were still remembered 10,000 years ago were slowly put down under the baptism of time. Even what his ex-girlfriend looked like, Lin Xu gradually couldn't remember clearly. For this reason, Lin Xu still had some regrets. If he had been a high-dimensional creature at that time, he would definitely not have forgotten her appearance. But forget it, just let it go completely and start over. The only thing Lin Xu still cared about was his parents. However, according to the records, his parents lived a good life under the care of his sister and died of old age. Lin Xu was relieved. In short, life always has to look forward. Compared with Lin Xu, who at least hibernated a few times, Liu Yao was completely sleepless in the library. In her words, diligence can make up for lack of talent. She wanted to catch up with Lin Xu's learning progress while he was sleeping. At least she had to figure out advanced mathematics and calculus first. Maybe Liu Yao's personality is like this. When she was cultivating immortals, she focused on cultivation and practiced for more than 1,000 years. When she was playing games, she focused on playing games for 100 years. Now she is studying scientific knowledge, so she focuses on studying science, and she can also study for hundreds of years. Without distractions, her learning progress is also very fast. Anyway, when Lin Xu woke up from hibernation a few years ago, she was barely able to keep up with Lin Xu's progress. Although Lin Xu only occasionally flipped through books after eating, drinking and having fun. But for her physical and mental health, Lin Xu always told her that he had studied hard in private. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. In short, 100 years have passed, but we have not yet reached our destination. Because in the first 10 years, the speed of the Earth did not reach 10 times the speed of light, but it took 10 years to upgrade the curvature engine while walking. Starting from 5 times the speed of light, the speed gradually increased, so in this 100 years, the Earth has only flown 980 light-years away. There are still 20 light-years to the destination of 1,000 light-years. But it is not far away. At the current speed of the Earth, under normal circumstances, it will reach the destination in 2 years. However, just as Lin Xu was lying on the beach in Hainan, admiring the beautiful scenery of the new sea and blue sky, eating the big lobster that Miss Qiu was grilling on the grill, and regretting that there were no swimsuit beauties on the beach, the voice of Yinghuo on duty suddenly came from the record player playing music beside Lin Xu. Master, an unexpected incident was discovered ahead, and the road ahead is blocked. Blocked? What does that mean? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, puzzled. A large area of space turbulence was discovered ahead. It is suspected that an unknown number of space bombs have been detonated here in the last 1,000 years, completely disrupting the entire space. Yinghuo explained. How large is the range? Lin Xu asked. Several galaxies ahead are suspected to have been destroyed, spreading to more than 10 light-years away. Lin Xu replied. It seems that we can only take a detour. Lin Xu sighed. Because he realized that his high-dimensional thinking added to his learning, Lin Xu would occasionally flip through books and learn. Even if he just occasionally flipped through books like this, Lin Xu's current level of knowledge has far exceeded the top scientists in the 21st century. And as his knowledge grows, many things that he didn't understand before no longer need intelligent computers to explain to him. Lin Xu knows it himself. For example, when encountering space turbulence, he can only take a detour. Because the curvature engine relies on curved space to drag the target to move. It's okay in a normal space with small fluctuations, but what about in a space full of space turbulence? It's like you drive a car into the desert. It would be strange if you didn't sink into the sand. At that time, the Earth will be helpless. Maybe we have to dismantle the curvature engine, dismantle the temporary dome, reinstall the planetary engine, and slowly move outward with the ejected plasma beam. It takes hundreds of years to move 1 light year. So when encountering such a large-scale space turbulence zone, there is no other way except to detour. Space turbulence with a range of more than 10 light years. How many space bombs can form such a large-scale space turbulence? Did a war break out here? Lin Xu guessed. According to the observation of the space telescope, the wreckage of the warships in the space turbulence can be seen. The possibility of a war between advanced civilizations breaking out here is very high. Lin Xu confirmed Lin Xu's guess. Observe which side is closer to detour. Anyway, it's not far away. Yes, master. So the Earth turned and started to detour. Lin Xu was estimating that after the detour, it would take a few years to reach the destination. Lin Xu's voice suddenly sounded again. Master, the space radar had detected a flying vehicle, which is approaching at 6 times the speed of light. This is the image drawn by the space radar. Lin Xu was stunned, a little confused as to why Lin Xu still sent the image drawn by the space radar to him. But since he did so, there must be a reason. So he immediately took the image drawn by the space radar. Who knew that after just one look, Lin Xu almost couldn't help but spit out the drink in his mouth. Is this a flying sword? Flying with a sword. The huge boat-shaped object with a length of 1,000 meters was shrouded in a sword light, and the sword light looked like a flying sword. So after humans left Zionidin Star, they continued their experiments and created immortals? Wait, what's that behind? Lin Xu immediately noticed several warships behind. This time it was a real space battleship that was thousands of meters long, not a flying boat sword light in the style of a fairy hero. 5 warships of suspected advanced civilization are chasing the flying boat ahead. Lin Xu replied. Lin Xu suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that these 2 parties created this turbulent battlefield in space? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 94. Advanced civilization is the human clan? The 1,000-meter-long boat, which seemed to be a magic weapon, was approaching at 6 times the speed of light. Behind it were 5 warships that seemed to be of advanced civilizations. Not long after the Earth discovered both sides, the 2 sides, one chasing and one fleeing, seemed to have discovered the existence of the Earth. Lin Xu thought that in the situation where it was impossible to distinguish between the enemy and ourselves, the boat in front would definitely choose to avoid the Earth and run in a slightly different direction. Unexpectedly, after the boat in front made several moves to change direction to avoid the Earth, it finally recognized the Earth and ran straight towards the Earth. It was as if after hesitating, it suddenly strengthened its confidence and rushed towards the Earth. This surprised Lin Xu. Master, the flying boat that is approaching quickly in front is detected, suspected to be an in-orbit aggregate. The voice of Lin Xu sounded at the right time. Lin Xu was not surprised by this. The moment he saw it, Lin Xu guessed that this was done by humans again. Now it is just confirmed. Obviously, after continuing the voyage, humans have not been idle, and have carried forward the monks and evolved into immortals. Lin Xu even speculated that when humans left Zionidin Star, did they also take a group of people from Zionidin Star as their dependents? Just like the test site planet number 1, some elves, orcs, and dwarves were taken away as their dependents. The existence of the suspected immortals that we are meeting now may be the descendants of the group of people who were taken away from Zionidin Star, or it may be that group of people. After all, they are all immortals, and it is normal to live for tens of thousands of years. Liu Yao, Did anything big happen in the history of your Yearning star 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu asked Liu Yao directly. However, Liu Yao is still in the library, so when Lin Xu's voice sounded in the empty library radio, Liu Yao was stunned for a moment, because Lin Xu had never looked for her like this. What happened? 10,000 years ago? At that time, Yearning star was still in ancient times. There was no history, just some legends. Liu Yao thought about it and answered. Her voice was sent to the record player next to Lin Xu on the beach. What legends are there? Lin Xu asked with interest. After all, many times, history is hidden in legends. Legend has it that Pangu created the world and humans, left behind the immortal heritage, and then ascended to heaven and left. Wait, Pangu left behind the immortal heritage? This can't be about humans. Liu Yao said, and she felt something was wrong. After all, she now knew that it was humans who left behind nanorobots 10,000 years ago, and nanorobots are spiritual energy, which can also be said to be the immortal heritage in a sense. In your legend, are the people from Yearning star who followed Pangu and left? Lin Xu asked. Yes, in the legend, those who followed Pangu and left all ascended to heaven on the spot, but I thought at the beginning that it was impossible to become immortal without hard work, so this must be just a legend. Now let's see. Liu Yao's tone was also uncertain. Take a look at this first. Lin Xu said, connecting directly to the nanorobot through consciousness, and passing the image drawn by the space radar to her. Then Liu Yao jumped up directly, without even reading the book, and flew directly into the air and rushed to Lin Xu. Lin Xu didn't care about her, but as he got closer and closer to the flying boat, he continued to receive clearer and clearer images drawn by the space survey. When Liu Yao landed on the beach and came to Lin Xu, the two sides were only 1,000th of a light year apart, which is about 10 billion kilometers. And 1,000th of a light year, with the other sides 6 times the speed of light and the Earth's 10 times the speed of light, it would take less than half an hour for the two sides to meet. But in order to prevent accidents when meeting at superluminal speed, it is better for the Earth to stop first and wait for the other side to arrive. Even so, in about an hour, the flying boat will reach the Earth. Master, should we start to slow down? Yinghuo asked. Slow down and wait for the other side to come. Lin Xu nodded. So the speed of the Earth quickly decreased from the superluminal state, and soon it became slower and slower, and stopped in the universe. On one side is the battlefield ruins full of space turbulence, and on the other side is the vast starry sky. The flying boat had been running along the battlefield ruins of space turbulence before, and now it is also running along the edge of space turbulence and heading straight to the Earth. Lin Xu suddenly thought, could it be that the other side also felt the existence of similar nanorobots on the Earth, or the breath of spiritual energy? That's why they chose to flee here. After all, in this universe, there should be no other existence that can use similar nanorobots, except for humans, human families, and human creations. So from the other side's point of view, when they are running for their lives, they suddenly see a person who is likely to be their own. It seems not difficult to understand why they choose to rush over and take a gamble. An hour passed quickly. During this hour, although Lin Xu was still sitting on a lounge chair by the beach, he had no time to appreciate the scenery. Finally, the flying boat shrouded in sword light arrived at the location of the Earth. The owner of the sword light obviously also discovered that the Earth stopped to wait for the arrival of the flying boat. So the sword light plunged into the Earth without hesitation. Compared with a huge planet, whether it is the kilometer-long flying boat shrouded by the sword light or the 5 warships chasing behind, compared with the Earth, they are like sesame seeds. So seeing the sword light rushing towards the Earth, the 5 warships chasing behind had to slow down, vigilantly monitoring the Earth from a distance, and constantly sending communication requests to the Earth. Lin Xu temporarily ignored the communication of the 5 warships, because the flying boat had already arrived above the Earth. Even at 6 times the speed of light, the flying boat under the control of the sword light was still flexible, and the speed was rapidly reduced from 6 times the speed of light. Just when it was about to hit the temporary dome of the Earth, it stopped. The next moment, the flying boat suddenly disappeared, and the sword light shrank until it became a small flying sword the size of a palm, which fell into the hands of a girl in a white ancient-style dress and was collected. Lin Xu saw everything on the temporary dome from the holographic projection in front of him. Looking at the flying boat that disappeared instantly, his expression unconsciously became much more serious. Because he was connected to the nanorobots that had long been everywhere on the Earth through his consciousness, and also connected to the nanorbits that made up the temporary dome of the Earth. He discovered at the first time that the flying boat was not composed of nanorbits, but a more convenient device similar to the curvature engine. How could such a huge device that was a kilometer long disappear in the blink of an eye? Also, through the induction of the nanorbits, Lin Xu could know that the girl did not have a storage bag made by nanorbits. Not to mention the storage bags on Xiantian star that can only hold a few cubic meters of items, which are made with nanorbits, compressed space and anti-gravity technology, and cannot hold this huge flying boat that is over 1,000 meters long. Yinghe, what kind of technology is this? Lin Xu didn't understand, so he could only ask the intelligent computer. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. I guess it may be the application of some kind of subspace technology. Yinghe replied. Subspace? Portable subspace? Lin Xu asked. From the effect, it is likely to be a portable subspace bound to consciousness. Yinghe continued to answer. We don't have the technology yet. Lin Xu nodded, staring at the girl with a fiery look in his eyes. Those who don't know might think that Lin Xu was attracted by her beauty. Although she is indeed very beautiful. After all, she is a fairy. The fairies in TV dramas who have been beautified are far inferior to her. Her appearance alone is beaten, not to mention her fairy temperament. At this time, the fairy who descended on the temporary dome was mobilizing the nanorbits around her body, trying to communicate with the dome below, which was obviously composed of nanorbits. In her eyes, this is not a dome, but an endless steel land that surrounds the entire planet. Although the nanorbits that make up the steel land seem a bit old, they are also nanorbits. So the race that controls this planet should also be the Pangu clan. If so, then I will be saved. But why haven't I heard that there are Pangu clans driving a planet in this starfield? There is no connection with the other clans. This made the fairy girl a little confused. Soon, Lin Xu, who received the girl's communication request, thought about it and did not put the girl into the Earth Dome immediately. Instead, he chose to go outside the Earth Dome and meet her in person. Since the other party was using nanorbits, Lin Xu was not worried that the other party would pose any threat to him. In this case, it would be more efficient to meet her in person. Moreover, Lin Xu was really curious about everything about this fairy girl. Was she alone? Or was she a whole tribe? If she was a tribe, was her tribe really at war with other advanced civilizations? With such doubts, Lin Xu took off into the air and flew towards the Earth Dome at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Miss Qiu and Lu Yao followed closely behind. Soon, Lin Xu arrived at the edge of the Earth Dome, and a gap opened in the dome, and Lin Xu flew out with Miss Qiu and Lu Yao. This was not far from the fairy girl. The fairy girl also saw Lin Xu at the first time. Then she could not look away. Hello. Lin Xu tried to say hello. The fairy girl first showed a relieved smile on her face. That smile was like a person who had been walking in a snowstorm for a long time and finally saw the lights of his home in the distance. Then he let go of all his defenses. Miss Qiu from the Human Immortal clan greets the Supreme Immortal from the Pangu clan. P.S. Sorry, I'm a little stuck and the update is late. The next chapter will be after 12 o'clock, don't wait, just read it tomorrow. Chapter 95, Recalling the Terror of Being Dominated by Humans. Pangu Tribe. Lu Yao exclaimed. Pangu Tribe. Lin Xu was surprised. But the reasons for their surprise were completely different. Lin Xu didn't expect that his human identity would be discovered by the other party. Although the other party said Pangu Tribe, it was obviously talking about humans. Lu Yao finally confirmed that the legendary Pangu was really a human, and that someone really followed humans to leave Xiantian star 10,000 years ago. When Lin Xu met the fairy girl named Miss Qiu, the 5 warships of advanced civilization in the distance seemed to have discovered a meeting between the two sides. Is the other party still unwilling to answer the communication? What kind of civilization is this? It looks like it suddenly appeared, but there should be no such advanced civilization in this starfield. Your Excellency Commander, someone came out to meet the fairy. Your Excellency Commander, they have started talking and seem to be very familiar. Retreat. The commander pondered for a moment and made a judgment. Retreat? But the order we received is to stop the immortals from asking for help and buy time for the joint fleet to destroy Penglai. This mobile war planet in front of us is about the same size as Penglai, and its combat power is probably similar. In order to destroy Penglai, the joint fleet has gathered most of the warships of several advanced civilizations, and now it can only besiege it. If this war planet really intends to protect the immortals who are asking for help, what can we do to stop it? Follow the order. Yes. So the 5 advanced civilization warships turned and began to accelerate to prepare for evacuation, and the commander was relieved. Although it is unknown which civilization the planet-sized war planet belongs to, it is obviously on good terms with the human immortals, and the 5 warships on our side are unlikely to be the opponent of another planet. Let's go quickly. And their actions were naturally noticed by Lin Xu and others. Not good, they are going to run. The immortal must keep them and never let them run away. The immortal girl said anxiously. Yinghe, let the autonomous machines chase them and try to catch them alive. If not, destroy them. Following Lin Xu's order, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates took off in an instant, carrying curvature engines and chasing into outer space. Hundreds of autonomous mechanical aggregates combined together to wrap a curvature engine to form a temporary warship about 3 kilometers long. So, hundreds of temporary warships composed of tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates accelerated to chase the 5 escaping warships. In a short period of time, the 5 escaping warships accelerated to 6 times the speed of light. But the temporary warship was faster, reaching 20 times the speed of light. It was the speed limit of the upgraded curvature engine. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the 5 escaping warships. Is this an autonomous mechanical aggregate? This is the first time I've seen it. The fairy girl looked at the scene in space where countless autonomous mechanical aggregates combined into temporary warships with some fascination. Do you know about autonomous mechanical aggregates? Lin Xu asked curiously. It's well known, but unfortunately I was born late. At that time, the fairy ship Penglai had already been ordered to leave the fleet, patrol the Milky Way, and conquer the rebels. Since I was born, I have never seen a real autonomous mechanical aggregate, and most of the information about the Pengu clan is from the information. The fairy girl said, looking at Lin Xu with full of admiration and excitement. The feeling of a star chaser finally meeting his idol, Lin Xu was a little uncomfortable for a while. However, the fairy ship Penglai? Lin Xu's eyes narrowed slightly. Humans are not done with this. This time, all the game settings are used. When I have nothing to do, I usually explore the fairy ship online with Lu Yao. As a result, I encountered a real fairy ship. I don't know if the architectural style on the real fairy ship is the same silkpunk style as in the game. If so, I must go and see it if I have a chance. At the same time that the fairy girl Mu Xiaoyu recognized the autonomous mechanical aggregate, someone among the 5 escaping warships also recognized it. Autonomous mechanical aggregates? Impossible, isn't this the legendary technology of humans? I've never heard of humans giving this technology to any of their clans. The commanders of the 5 warships were stunned when the autonomous mechanical aggregates began to combine and transform. Humans? Commander, are you talking about that legendary race? I heard that the human immortals are just their subordinates, but haven't they disappeared long ago in the legend? They just disappeared, not completely. Could it be that humans have returned? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. For a moment, not only the commander, but all the crew members felt a little uneasy. Because they recalled the history of the Dark Age 10,000 years ago. The horror that was once dominated by humans. Because of their age, they have not experienced it personally, but it has been clearly recorded in the history of their race's civilization. That was the darkest and most humiliating period of their race as a high-level civilization in tens of thousands of years. Although many places are vague, as if they are deliberately hiding something, the brutality of the Earth's human beings has been deeply engraved in everyone's heart. More than one advanced civilization in the universe is terrified by the mention of humans. Commander, if humans are really back, what about the war we are having with a human immortal race on the fairy ship Penglai? What about the human race? Quick, run, you must escape and bring back everything that happened here. Humans are back, and the joint fleet must be prepared to deal with it. But we have been caught up and can't escape. The navigator's voice was already crying. Then prepare to self-destruct, it's better than falling into the hands of humans. The commander's voice was already desperate. The entire bridge was sad, but no one opposed the commander's order to self-destruct. Rather than falling into the hands of humans, self-destruction may really be a better choice. So when Lin Xu invited the fairy girl to enter the Earth's atmosphere, ready to have a good chat and resolve some doubts, The 5 warships that had just been caught up by the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates in the distance self-destructed one by one before engaging in battle with the autonomous mechanical aggregates. Lin Xu listened to Yinghuo in astonishment. He had a lot of questions about the news that the 5 warships exploded for no reason. Yinghuo, you said they exploded by themselves? They broke down? But they couldn't break down all 5 ships at the same time. Lin Xu didn't understand. Yinghuo couldn't give an answer to this either. So this matter became a mystery. Lin Xu had been thinking about trying to catch a few people alive. But this time it was ruined. The latest novel is first published on liujiu9shu.com. He took the fairy girl Miss Qiu and entered the atmosphere through the open temporary dome. Then the group flew back to the beach. Along the way, Miss Qiu looked calm. She didn't show any surprise because the inside of the steel land was actually the atmosphere and the ecosystem. It was obvious that she had seen the world. Instead, Lu Yao showed curiosity about the nanorbits that always surrounded her. Because Lu Yao has already noticed with her intermediate authority that the nanorbits around Miss Qiu are somewhat unusual. At least they are different from the normal 3rd-generation nanorbits that fill the Earth's atmosphere, and they are also different from the mutant 3rd-generation nanorbits that make up the temporary dome. But Lu Yao couldn't control other people's nanorbits to try, not to mention that Miss Qiu, who was born in the family, also has intermediate authority. With the same intermediate authority, it is obviously very difficult for Lu Yao to take away the control of the nanorbits from Miss Qiu. So she simply asked directly, "What's the matter with this spiritual energy you use? It seems to be different from the ordinary ones." Spiritual energy? What an ancient name. You mean nanorbits, right? Miss Qiu looked dazed for a moment, as if she recalled the ancient times in the past. Lu Yao was obviously stunned for a moment. She was afraid that if she said nanorbits, the other party would not understand. Well, it turns out that only the people on our Xionidan star were kept in the dark, and really regarded nanorbits as spiritual energy. You immortals who travel across the universe know everything. Yes, your nanorbits seem to be a little different. Curiosity prevailed after all, and Lu Yao changed her words and continued to ask. In fact, I also noticed that the nanorbits I used were a little different from those around. It's not that I deliberately concealed it, but I don't understand why. Miss Qiu also didn't understand. She even cast a puzzled look at Lin Xu. After all, in her cognition, the Pangu tribe is omniscient and omnipotent. If there's a problem, just ask Lin Xu directly. So in the short time she met Lin Xu, Miss Qiu had given up thinking. As for the fact that the nanorbits used by both parties are different, Lin Xu has actually observed it, and came to a conclusion after secretly discussing with Yinghuo. The reason is simple. It is obvious that the nanorbits used by Miss Qiu should be upgraded and more advanced 3rd-generation nanorbits. This nanorbit combines the advantages of the normal 3rd-generation nanorbits and variant 3rd-generation nanorbits on Earth. In other words, the nanorbits used by Miss Qiu can replicate themselves, while retaining all the functions of the 3rd-generation nanorbits, and the strength after aggregation is also comparable to that of the variant nanorbits. It can be said to be a combination of the advantages of both. And it is precisely because the nanorbits used by Miss Qiu can be replicated that she can use them only in the universe. Because they can replicate themselves, it means that they are easy to replenish, and there is no need to worry about accidentally exhausting the nanorbits and having to wait for death. So Lin Xu roughly talked about the conclusions he came to after discussing with Yinghuo. He immediately received Miss Qiu's increasingly admiring eyes. But then Miss Qiu became confused again. Why is Lin Xu, a member of the Pangu clan, still using the old model of nanorbits? But she threw this idea away again, because the Pangu clan must have its reasons for doing this, and there may be some deep meaning in it, but she can't understand it for the time being. Lin Xu didn't know that Miss Qiu had already made up so much in her mind. Instead, she asked a question that she had been concerned about since just now. You just mentioned the immortal ship Penglai. Are you an immortal on the immortal ship Penglai? Then why did they chase you just now? Miss Qiu, who had been immersed in the joy of meeting the Pangu tribe from the beginning, was suddenly awakened by Lin Xu's question. The immortal ship Penglai is in danger. I broke out of the siege this time to ask for help. Please save Penglai. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Finally, I have to say that this chapter is so difficult to write. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Resisting Human Tyranny. 1,000 years after the voyage, the immortal ship Penglai left the fleet and patrolled the Milky Way. Anyone who disobeyed the Pangu tribe's orders would be punished. At first, the immortal ship was just a ship of about 100,000 meters. However, after tens of thousands of years of development, the immortal ship Penglai continued to expand and is now as big as a planet. In addition, every immortal on the immortal ship has the power to cross the stars and destroy the world. Often, one immortal is enough to suppress an ordinary civilized clan. Even the advanced civilizations had to bow down under the threat of hundreds of millions of immortals on the immortal ship Penglai. Therefore, in the past 10,000 years, even after humans left, they still suppressed the advanced civilizations of the entire Milky Way and abided by the rules set before humans left. At least they dared not openly violate the rules of humans. Until these advanced civilizations finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to form a joint fleet to punish the immortal ship Penglai. First, they ambushed the immortal ship Penglai on its way 100 years ago, and then used a large number of space bombs to disrupt the space within a dozen light years around the immortal ship Penglai, forming a space turbulence that was impossible to navigate. They completely blocked the route of the immortal ship Penglai and trapped it in the space turbulence. When they were sure that the immortal ship Penglai could no longer escape, they launched a siege of the immortal ship that lasted for 100 years. Until now, the battle is still going on. After Miss Qiu's introduction, Lin Xu suddenly realized. So the space turbulence formed after the explosion of this space bomb was to block the immortal ship Penglai. Yes, at that time, the immortal ship Penglai heard that an advanced civilization was illegally discarding the residue after the use of chaotic energy, causing a remote galaxy to be destroyed. There was also a new civilization that had just started to embark on space travel on the galaxy. Miss Qiu explained. Disordered filth. Therefore, one of the rules specified by humans is that it is not allowed to randomly discard disordered filth. Lin Xu immediately understood something. Yes, the random discarding of disordered filth by advanced civilizations often causes disasters to lower civilizations. It will make the universe more chaotic and even accelerate the demise of the universe. This will also bring disasters to advanced civilizations themselves. Unfortunately, intelligent life is always short-sighted, and advanced civilizations are no exception. So even if advanced civilizations know that randomly discarding disordered filth will eventually infringe on their own interests, short-term benefits still make them tend to discard disordered filth without processing. After all, processing disordered filth is also a huge expense for advanced civilizations. Lin Xu listened to Miss Qiu's story and gradually understood it. It's just like when Xiaori wanted to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea in the 21st century. It's all short-sighted and deadly behavior. But unfortunately, such behavior is often the norm for intelligent life. If a galaxy is destroyed, just develop another galaxy. Anyway, there are always endless galaxies in the universe. As for the matter of the destruction of the universe, why bother to consider it now? But now, there is a civilization that has forced a rule on them, and they are not allowed to do this in the future. Although they would probably obey because they couldn't beat the other party, it would be strange if they were happy in their hearts. Later one day, that civilization disappeared, but the thugs of that civilization were still there. The thugs were quite powerful, so many advanced civilizations could only bow their heads temporarily. Until they finally decided not to bear it. Were these advanced civilizations so obedient at the beginning? They must have experienced a lot. Lin Xu continued to ask. Did you see the starry sky on the other side? Didn't you see that it was very empty there? Nanorobots surged around Miss Qiu, and a holographic projection of the starry sky appeared in front of Lin Xu, which was exactly where the Earth was at this time. On one side was the space turbulence that surrounded the fairy ship Penglai, and several galaxies were destroyed, making the entire universe seem a little empty. But Miss Qiu pointed out the starry sky background on the other side, where the empty range was countless times more serious than the space turbulence. It was indeed a bit too empty. There was nothing within a range of dozens or hundreds of light years. Normally, there would definitely be many galaxies. Indeed, what happened? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. It is said that this place was not like this before. There were hundreds of galaxies gathered in this star field, and it seemed to be the sphere of influence of a certain advanced civilization 10,000 years ago. It was a very prosperous galaxy. Why is it gone now? Later, it was cleared out by the Pangu clan. Miss Qiu said lightly. Lin Xu didn't even know what expression to use for a moment. Why? But he still asked. That advanced civilization refused to abide by the rules of mankind and threw the residue of the chaotic energy everywhere after use. It was a mess and filthy. Lin Xu nodded. Yes, it caused many remote galaxies to fall into the cosmic disaster and were completely destroyed. So the Pangu clan directly cleared out the most prosperous galaxies of this advanced civilization as a punishment. And after losing these elite areas, that advanced civilization also disappeared in the long river of history. Lin Xu felt for a moment that there seemed to be nothing wrong with what humans did, so he felt relieved. Then there are no advanced civilizations with a long-term vision. Lin Xu thought about it. It is impossible for such a large galaxy to be full of short-sighted advanced civilizations. Of course there are. Therefore, the rules formulated by the Pangu clan are also supported by a considerable number of advanced civilizations. It is also with the support of these advanced civilizations that the Pangu clan can accurately know who violates the rules and discards the chaos energy residues, and then punish them. It is because there are also advanced civilizations secretly providing intelligence that they support the sustainable development strategy. But even so, now that the Pangu clan has left for thousands of years, when the joint fleet and the ferry ship are at war, they cannot stand up and support the ferry ship clearly. At most, they will not help each other. Miss Qiu said all this with a calm expression. Obviously, she has never placed her hopes on the help of some advanced civilizations. After all, for civilization, its own interests are the most important. Then who are you looking for help? Lin Xu asked. Pangu clan. Are there other Pangu clans here? Lin Xu was surprised. The Tree King Avalon, originally separated from the fleet with the immortal ship Pengle, was a god-given elf tribe that patrolled the Milky Way. Avalon. The face of a curry stick girl flashed through Lin Xu's mind. So was it a joke in the ACG game that humans were playing this time? However, there is indeed a mythical legend of Avalon in reality, so this time Lin Xu was not sure whether it was a joke. The latest novel is first published on the 6th 9-book bar. Before the immortal ship Pengle was trapped 100 years ago, it once met the Tree King in this area. The two sides also held a social event and then separated. If the direction is correct, they should be able to find them. So the immortal ship sent a large number of rescue personnel to search in the direction where the Tree King left, and I was just one of them. Miss Qiu explained. In Miss Qiu's explanation, Lin Xu finally gradually sorted out the current situation. As for whether to rescue the immortal ship Pengle, it goes without saying that it must be rescued. But the question is how to rescue. Lin Xu does not think that the current Earth can have the strength of humans 10,000 years ago to suppress countless advanced civilizations in the entire Milky Way. Not to mention the number of humans, the technological level of the human fleet at that time was visible to the naked eye. It is higher than the current Earth. Not to mention anything else, the third-generation nanorobots carried by Miss Qiu are more advanced than the third-generation nanorobots on Earth now. After all, their nanorobots can replicate themselves. Lin Xu also asked Miss Qiu for some of these nanorobots, and Yinghuo analyzed them. Yinghuo's conclusion is that it is not feasible to transform and upgrade the nanorobots on Earth without technical information. Lin Xu directly controls some of these nanorobots with his own authority and incorporates them into his body, but Yinghuo is worried about the safety of incorporating these nanorobots that are not produced by himself into his body. Although there is no danger in theory, Yinghuo does not recommend Lin Xu to risk his life. Then there is Miss Qiu's portable subspace, and various details can be seen, which is far more advanced than the current technological level on Earth. So the result of Lin Xu's private discussion with Yinghuo is that it is better to reach the next stop of mankind first, obtain the technical information left by mankind there, and upgrade the current technological level of the Earth. Then carry out rescue. Lin Xu doesn't know why. Now he has assumed that every stop of mankind will definitely find the technical information he needs. What's more outrageous is that he can really find it. As for why this is the case, Lin Xu no longer wants to think about it. I believe that if I continue to go this way, I will always know the answer. But there is a disadvantage to doing this. Lin Xu is afraid that if he arrives at the next stop first and looks for technical information, the ferry ship will not be able to wait that long. After all, war is a thing, and the battlefield changes rapidly. The ferry ship is about to fail. If I go too late, wouldn't I have to collect the corpses of the ferry ship? It was not until after communicating with Miss Qiu that Lin Xu was surprised to find that the next stop of mankind was actually near the entrance of the only channel in and out of the space turbulence zone. The combined fleet only reserved one channel for themselves in the space turbulence, which was for their own use. Miss Qiu and other immortals paid a huge price to break out. Naturally, they still remember this channel. Miss Qiu even remembered that the target galaxy that Lin Xu mentioned was now a material assembly point of the combined fleet. This is really a coincidence. In this case, it is the best of both worlds, saving the detour. Directly raid the material assembly point of the combined fleet, find the technical upgrade information left by humans, and then rush into the channel to rescue the immortal ship. Now Lin Xu's only worry is whether the immortal ship can still hold on for so long. After all, even if there is no need to take a detour, this journey will take a lot of time. This war has lasted for hundreds of years. Although the immortal ship Penglai has reached its limit, it will still be no problem to hold on for a few years. I believe them. Miss Qiu's answer finally made Lin Xu feel a little relieved. So, are cosmic wars all measured in years or even hundreds of years? Lin Xu could only sigh that the concept of time in the universe is both fast and long. P.S. There are too many settings in these chapters, which need to be carefully considered. It is difficult to write. I am a little slow, please forgive me. Chapter 97 Massacre from Humans. The Earth set out again, still according to the original plan, crossing the space turbulence zone and reaching the target galaxy on the opposite side. However, this time it was not just to get the latest technology at the human foothold. It was also to rescue the ferry ship and raid the material assembly point of the joint fleet. The space turbulence zone originally spanned a range of more than 10 light-years, otherwise it would be impossible to completely trap the ferry ship Penglai. And to bypass this area, at the current speed of 10 times the speed of light on Earth, it would take about 3 to 5 years. This means that in the next 3 to 5 years, Miss Qiu will also live on Earth. Considering that they will live together for a period of time in the near future and will have to cooperate on the battlefield in the future, many things naturally cannot be hidden from her. So Lin Xu told her everything he could say. He also introduced Miss Qiu and Lu Yao to her. He also emphasized Lu Yao's origin. Although Miss Qiu was a little surprised that Lu Yao came from Xianid Star, she did not have too many special reactions. After all, for her, a new generation born on the ferry ship, Xianid Star has long been an extremely ancient memory. But for Lu Yao, there is a little more closeness. After all, they are half from the same hometown. Lu Yao even patted her chest and promised that she would take her to familiarize herself with everything on Earth. So the atmosphere between the two of them became better, and friendship was already budding. At the same time, Miss Qiu already knew Lin Xu's origins. She knew that he was following the footsteps of humans and looking for his mother's tribe. She also knew that Lin Xu was alone now. But she still had full confidence in Lin Xu. After all, Lin Xu was from the Pangu tribe. And in Miss Qiu's eyes, the Pangu tribe was omnipotent. It was so blind that it didn't look like an immortal at all. She was just a little fangirl. Lin Xu was helpless about this. At the same time, Miss Qiu also knew that the planet she was on now was actually the mother planet of the Pangu tribe, the Earth. This made Miss Qiu instantly uneasy. Miss Qiu, who originally looked at the Earth as just an ordinary planet. Now looking at the Earth, it seems that everything is shrouded in a sacred halo. Just now, Lu Yao said that she would take her around the Earth, and she didn't care much. Now she can't wait to set off immediately. Even if it's a crab on the beach, she can squat there and watch for half a day. Then she sighed. So this is the crab on the Earth. That feeling, as if there is something unique about a crab on the Earth. Even when Lin Xu handed her a piece of lobster grilled by Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu ate it like a pilgrimage. I have never eaten such delicious shrimps, worthy of being shrimps on the Earth. How long have you not eaten? Lu Yao, who was on the side, looked at her new friend, who was eating big mouthfuls of food while trying to maintain the demeanor of an immortal, and couldn't help asking. Well, 100 years. Miss Qiu thought for a while and answered. As an immortal, fasting is naturally a very easy thing. In fact, the few people present, whether it is Lin Xu, Lu Yao or Miss Qiu, have long been able to absorb energy without relying on food, and are all people who can fast. But Lin Xu still likes to eat, which is why he still eats and drinks as usual every day. I haven't eaten for 100 years, so of course everything tastes good. Lu Yao complained. It's different. Although I haven't eaten for 100 years, I can still taste that the food on Earth tastes different. Miss Qiu said seriously. Okay, as long as you are happy. Lu Yao was too lazy to argue. At this time, Lin Xu handed a portion of lobster to each of them. Lu Yao said thank you, grabbed it and continued to eat. She was planning to take Miss Qiu to walk around the Earth after she was full. Miss Qiu was not so casual. She took the food handed over by Lin Xu with both hands and put it in place, and then started to eat. Until she saw Lu Yao finish eating the lobster, wiped her hands casually, and then put her hand on Lin Xu's shoulder, and discussed the plot of a certain game with him. Miss Qiu's eyes jumped, and she quickly ate the food in front of her, then reached out and held Lu Yao's hand on Lin Xu's shoulder, and took her hand off Lin Xu's shoulder. At the same time, he held Lu Yao's hand tightly to prevent her from putting her hand on Lin Xu's shoulder again, and then he spoke. I'm done eating. You just said you would take me to visit the Earth. Let's go now. Okay, let's go. Lu Yao didn't notice anything. Although she felt a little awkward being held by the hand, which made her expression a little stiff, she felt too unkind to shake it off. After all, they were just friends they just met. Just like that, the two of them held hands, but there was an awkward atmosphere between them, and they soared into the air. Lin Xu watched the two of them leave, and he was a little emotional. Girls are so close to each other, it's really beautiful. Master, you really don't understand the competitive consciousness between girls. Miss Qiu on the side couldn't help but complain. What? Is there something wrong with the two of them? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Nothing, just wondering, how did the master find a girlfriend in the first place? Miss Qiu said puzzledly. Well, actually I'm also curious about how my ex-girlfriend fell in love with me in the first place. Lin Xu looked thoughtful. Now he can talk about his ex-girlfriend very casually, and there is not even a ripple in his heart. Maybe this is what is called letting go completely. A few years passed quickly, and the Earth flew all the way, bypassing the space turbulence zone, and it was getting closer and closer to the target galaxy. In the past few years, the friendship between Lu Yao and Miss Qiu has also risen rapidly. One of them is a cultivator and the other is an immortal. Similar backgrounds naturally make them have enough common points. Of course, it is mainly because there is no one else on the entire planet except Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, plus the two of them. And Miss Qiu has to accompany Lin Xu all the time, and it is impossible for her to often wander around the Earth together like the two of them. Over time, the relationship between the two naturally made great progress. Of course, Lu Yao is still thinking about her studies, so it is impossible for her to accompany Miss Qiu every day. So many times, in addition to exploring around the Earth, Miss Qiu would also explain the questions to Lu Yao in the library, as a reward for her accompanying him to play around. That's right, it was Miss Qiu who explained the questions to Lu Yao. Although Lu Yao has been studying hard for hundreds of years, Miss Qiu has been studying for longer than her. The latest novel will be published on the 69th book bar. Miss Qiu is also more than 1,000 years old this year, and she is not inferior to Lu Yao in age. Moreover, Miss Qiu spent a lot of time learning mathematics, physics and chemistry on the ferry ship, in addition to practicing the operation method of nanorobots. After all, the human fairy clan is not those natives who are trapped on a certain planet and think that cultivation is the right way. They are the dignified human clan, and they know that mathematics, physics and chemistry are the right way. So isn't it reasonable to learn mathematics, physics and chemistry when you have nothing to do? After more than 1,000 years, even if she is not as hard-working as Lu Yao, she must know more than Lu Yao. So although Lu Yao felt aggrieved, she endured it for the sake of learning. She even occasionally invited Miss Qiu to drink. Although Miss Qiu was not very interested in wine, she did not mind drinking with her friends. They even talked about their inner thoughts after drinking. You seem to like life on Earth. Lu Yao lay on the cloud with her legs crossed, looking at the mountains and rivers below, and through the wine gourd she had taken a sip of to Miss Qiu on another cloud. You obviously like it too. Miss Qiu was not as unrestrained as Lu Yao, but she also took the wine gourd and took a big sip in a very relaxed manner. Of course I like it. If possible, it would be great if this kind of life could continue. Liu Yao said as free and easy as always, without any concealment. Yes. Miss Qiu looked at the wild geese flying under the clouds, with a hint of worry hidden in her eyes. Don't worry, Penglei will be fine, Liu Yao said with a smile. She had seen the worries that Miss Qiu had always hidden in her heart, otherwise she would not have taken her to play around the earth so often. Otherwise, with her usual focused personality, Xiuxin has been devoted to Xiuxin for thousands of years. When playing games, he would concentrate on playing games for hundreds of years, never leaving the house. When studying, he would concentrate on studying and stay in the library every day. How could he often put down his studies and take Miss Qiu around the world? Well, I believe it will be fine. Miss Qiu looked at the sky and nodded. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, she said to Liu Yao, also, thank you. Miss Qiu had naturally seen some things a long time ago, so she knew Liu Yao's good intentions. Otherwise, she would never drink before. The two smiled at each other, and Miss Qiu threw the wine gourd back to Liu Yao, who took it and drank again. Happy days always pass quickly. One day, the two were petting giant pandas in Sichuan, and Liu Yao was busy taking pictures with her mobile phone and then sending them to Lin Xu to show off. Suddenly, they received a message from Lin Xu, asking them to hurry back. The two quickly rushed back to Yanjing City, to Lin Xu's familiar courtyard. At this time, in front of Lin Xu, a holographic projection was showing the image of a galaxy. That was the target galaxy this time, where humans had docked 10,000 years ago. It is also the material assembly point of the joint fleet. It is also the entrance to the only channel to enter the space turbulence. Lin Xu enlarged the projection of the galaxy and could see a large number of transport ships and warships of different styles constantly flying in and out of this galaxy. It was the autonomous mechanical aggregate in front that took real-time photos and obtained intelligence from reconnaissance. We are here. The next step is to take the lead before being discovered. Are you ready? Lin Xu said after looking at the two of them. After all, the two of them are the only two passengers on Earth besides Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, so before such a major event is about to begin, they must be notified. Especially Miss Qiu, although she didn't say it on the surface, Lin Xu knew that she had actually been worried about the ferry ship Penglei. Liu Yao didn't say anything, but just looked at Miss Qiu. Miss Qiu nodded heavily at Lin Xu, and everything was self-evident. Mars, do it. So Lin Xu ordered. The next moment, the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had been on standby on the temporary dome rushed towards the galaxy in front. This time, it is no longer just tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates, but overwhelming and boundless. Tens of billions of autonomous mechanical aggregates, combined around 100,000 curvature engines, form 100,000 temporary warships. Each temporary warship is composed of 100,000 autonomous mechanical aggregates, and is a huge temporary warship that is 100,000 meters long. Although these temporary warships are too bloated, their speed can only reach 15 times the speed of light, which is far below the limit of 20 times the speed of light. But the speed is still higher than that of the warships and transport ships in the galaxy. Before the defense system in the galaxy could react, they rushed into the galaxy. What followed was a massacre. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98 The Great Wall of the Galaxy. The orbital plasma rapid-fire cannons belong into the galaxy defense system. There are a million of them scattered around the outermost part of the Nosei galaxy, forming a densely packed floating turret. At the same time, there are various missiles and orbital accelerators, forming a joint defense front. The defense system's main base is the Hander star, the most distant and largest planet from the star, guarding this coalition's material distribution center. But in fact, Mr. Total, the chief commander of the defense on Hander star, does not think that there will be any force that can threaten this material distribution center. The so-called galaxy defense system is more of a decoration. After all, most of the known advanced civilizations in the Milky Way have united because they are dissatisfied with a human fairy clan. The remaining small half of the advanced civilizations, even if they do not agree with them, will not jump out to oppose the joint fleet at this time. As for the remaining human clans that can rescue the fairy ships, the closest one is the god-given elves on the Tree King Arc Avalon. But according to the report sent back by the small observation spacecraft that has been following the Tree King Arc of the United Fleet, the Tree King Arc is currently at least hundreds of light years away from here. Even if they want to go back to support the fairy ship Penglei, It will not be a matter of a day or night. As for the rest of the human family, they are still stationed on the Milky Way, a great wall surrounding the center of the Milky Way in accordance with the orders of humans. In this case, how could the material distribution center behind the front line be in danger? And it is obvious that there is more than just Commander-in-Chief Mr. Total who has this idea. In other words, the soldiers stationed on Star and a series of galaxy outer defense lines basically have this idea from top to bottom. Since there is no danger, everyone will naturally muddle through as much as possible. In addition to the indulgence of the Commander-in-Chief, the defense line can still maintain its superficial integrity until now. Thanks to the sufficiently advanced technology, many jobs are mechanized and do not require manpower. So from time to time, you can see that some soldiers take advantage of the holidays to take transport ships to leave Star and go to various prosperous planets in the Nositaya galaxy to have fun. After all, here, because of the long distance, they can connect to the network of their hometowns, whether it is virtual reality or the ancient internet. This is really suffocating for the soldiers who have never left the internet since childhood. So taking advantage of the holidays, going to the prosperous planets inside the galaxy to relax is their biggest hobby. Otherwise, they would have been tired of playing those single-player games they brought with them. And when they arrived at the prosperous planets in the galaxy, they could at least find the network belonging to the civilization and have fun. Although the original civilization of this galaxy, which was occupied by the Joint Fleet and used as a distribution center for supplies, was only a low-level civilization. Compared with those who came from advanced civilizations, the things on the internet are equivalent to falling back from the 5-gram era to the 3-gram era. But at least there is a network that can be used. Everyone has also imagined that when there will be a network that connects the entire Milky Way. But this can only exist in science fiction novels. In reality, even for advanced civilizations, it is a huge expense to use the network to connect several dozen galaxies in the core area. Not to mention connecting the Milky Way. In short, just when everyone took it for granted that there would be no attack, the Chief Defense Commander, Mr. Total, was drinking and talking about life with his secretary. The soldiers wore virtual reality glasses, immersed their consciousness in the single-player game, and talked about life with the ladies in the game. Some soldiers who had holidays took a transport ship to the prosperous planet of the occupied civilization inside the galaxy, preparing to use the network on this backward planet to enjoy the internet life of the civilized world again. The computer, which always faithfully executed orders and never tired, detected space fluctuations in the distant starry sky. That was a huge fluctuation caused by a supermassive object using a curvature engine. In an instant, the alarm sounded. All kinds of plasma rapid-fire cannons, missiles, and orbital acceleration cannons of the Galaxy Defense System were on standby. Until then, the soldiers who were wandering in the sky hurriedly returned to their respective posts. Commander-in-Chief, the space radar has detected a massive object approaching at 10 times the speed of light, and the mass of the object is close to that of the ferry ship Penglai. The voice of the observer sounded in the office of Commander-in-Chief Mr. Total just when he had just put on his pants. The mass is close to that of the ferry ship Penglai? How is this possible? The only thing with this mass can be the Tree King arc. Could it be that the God-given elves have come? But the intelligence clearly shows that they are still 500 light-years away and have no idea what is happening here. Total ran out of the office in a panic and went straight to the command room. Behind him was the secretary who was hurriedly packing her clothes. "Send all the information here, I need more detailed information." As soon as he entered the command room, Total shouted loudly. The officers who were already on standby in the command room were still panicked, but with the order, they finally knew what they should do. The long-term training made them calm down quickly and started to get busy according to Total's orders. Although they have been a little lazy recently, the professional skills of these officers are still excellent enough. Soon, more and more intelligence collected by all parties was presented to Total. The object is suspected to be a sphere? It is speculated that it may be a war star? Then it is not the Tree King arc. But if it is a war star, could it be that a certain human clan stationed on the Great Wall of the Milky Way has brought back a beacon tower at a certain node? How dare they do that? How dare they disobey the orders of humans? They dare to neglect their duties in such an important matter as defending the Milky Way center crisis. I must report them to humans. Total gritted his teeth. Well, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, I think if humans really come back, we should be the first to be forgiven. The little secretary next to him whispered. Total glared at her fiercely. if it weren't for her good performance just now. Commander, they are coming. The War Star has released warships. Too fast. These warships are too fast, reaching 15 times the speed of light. 15 times the speed of light? This is impossible. The fastest assault boat of the Joint Fleet is only 10 times the speed of light. Shouldn't the speed of a normal warship be 6 to 8 times the speed of light? The speed is too fast. Our weapons system has no time to react and has been breached. What should we do? Boom boom boom, continuous explosions sounded in the starry sky. Countless floating turrets set up around the galaxy were destroyed by temporary warships that passed by quickly. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. After destroying the floating turrets on one side and tearing a breakthrough in the defense of the outer periphery of the galaxy, these warships continued to move towards Handerstar, the main base of the defense system, without stopping. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above Handerstar. Prepare the anti-aircraft guns, prepare the anti-aircraft guns of the base. The enemy's warships are about to break through the atmosphere and enter the near-Earth defense circle. Guards, where are the guards? Put on your exoskeleton armor quickly, they are about to drop in the air, protect the commander. The near-Earth orbital guns have been destroyed. I repeat, the near-Earth orbital guns have been destroyed. What are they doing? How did those warships split? Split into smaller warships? What kind of technology is this? In the command room, Total, who is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, was stunned when he heard this. The warships split into smaller warships? Is there a video? Send the video over quickly and show me the pictures. So after a while, a holographic video that was a little shaky, but could still roughly see what happened, was projected in front of Total. Commander-in-Chief Total watched the huge warship quickly split into countless small components, and then reassembled into smaller and more numerous warships. Then these massive warships began to raid the atmosphere of the planet Hander. Total was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. At this moment, he only felt his mouth dry. An answer was circling in his mind, but he didn't even have the courage to say it out loud. The other officers who were watching this video like him also had a similar reaction. They only felt their throats hoarse, but couldn't say anything. It was the secretary next to him who first thought of something. She screamed in fear and sat down on the ground with trembling legs. Soon, the ground where the secretary was sitting was soaked with a large amount of liquid. The scream woke everyone up at once. None of the officers had time to pay attention to the secretary who was frightened and incontinent. They just looked at each other. Everyone recognized it. Those who didn't recognize it could only be because they slept in history class. Or they had never watched any anti-human drama. But this is impossible. Humans, our self-disciplined mechanical aggregates of humans, but how is this possible? Finally, an officer broke the collective silence with a hoarse voice. Commander, what should we do? In an instant, all the officers looked at Total. Just stay calm. I'll go to the headquarters to ask for reinforcements. Mr. Total looked calm and gave everyone a reassuring look. Then he turned around and went back to his office. As for the secretary on the ground, he ignored her. His calmness seemed to give everyone courage. Although everyone was distracted, they still returned to their respective posts and forced themselves to work. Until a moment later, a cry of surprise came from nowhere. Oh no, the commander is not in the office. He got on the ship and ran away. So the next moment, all the officers in the command room rushed out, fearing that if they ran too slowly, there would be no spaceship to take. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Your support is my motivation. Thank you everyone. Chapter 99, The Frightened Senior Coalition Forces. The near-Earth orbit operation of Handerstar is completed. The operation in the atmosphere of Handerstar is completed. The defense command has been found, and the coordinates have been sent. Begin to release humanoid combat machines and prepare for landing operations. The combat robot Kin Terracotta warriors have been released, and the target is to clear the defense command. A large number of combat robots descended from the sky to the ground. Many spacecraft had just rushed into the spacecraft and were preparing to take off, or had already taken off, collided head-on with the landing Kin Terracotta warriors. The close-in defense guns on the spacecraft immediately opened fire. Unfortunately, in front of the flexible Kin Terracotta warriors, even with excellent fire control programs, the close-in defense guns still missed a lot of shots. Even the few that hit the Kin Terracotta Warriors were blocked by the Kin Terracotta Warriors' repulsive field defense. Immediately afterwards, the combat robot Kin Terracotta Warriors flew towards these spacecrafts, directly blasted open the outer shell of the spacecraft and rushed in, and soon rushed out of the spacecraft again. Accompanied by the spacecraft behind them, it exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the defense command on the ground was quickly occupied. After the assault, Kin Terracotta finally found a few staff officers from the ruined headquarters and interrogated them. Only then did they know that the chief defense commander, Total, had escaped at the first opportunity. On Earth, Lin Xu, who knew the news, didn't care. After all, the defense line had been breached, and a commander-in-chief who ran away could not make a big difference. Moreover, the entire Nosaya galaxy has been blocked now. The outer periphery of the galaxy is surrounded by autonomous mechanical aggregates, which shoot down all warships that intend to escape from the galaxy. Even if he escapes, he can only escape to the inside of the galaxy, and he will not be able to escape sooner or later. Master, the outer defense line has been cleared. Should we go inside the galaxy? Yinghuo asked. Let's start, and remove all the advanced civilization bases in the galaxy. Lin Xu ordered. So, the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had just cleared the Handle Star, after recovering the combat robot Kin Terracotta, took off again and headed for the advanced civilization bases in the galaxy. At this time, as the galaxy defense system surrounding the entire galaxy was breached, the coalition forces inside the entire galaxy were in chaos. The most chaotic were the top leaders of the coalition. Countless top leaders from various advanced civilizations gathered together and stared at the images of autonomous mechanical aggregates breaking through the galaxy's defense system. Until a high-level leader of a certain advanced civilization suddenly jumped up and threw the water cup in his hand directly at another high-level leader of the civilization next to him. I told you not to join this alliance at the beginning. It was you who insisted on lobbying the parliament to agree to join. Now that all humans have been recalled, how can you bear this responsibility? You blame me? You blame me? You agreed at the beginning. In an instant, as if a switch was pressed, the entire conference room became chaotic. Countless high-level leaders of various races and different looks accused and cursed each other. They slammed the table, glared, and blamed each other. Just as the high-level leaders of various races were arguing, a communication was suddenly received. Then a holographic projection appeared in the middle of the meeting room. It was the commander-in-chief of the Total Defense who had just escaped from Handle Star. Help, help me, the human self-discipline machines are catching up. Total, who was in a state of embarrassment in the projection, had completely lost his usual elegant appearance. However, in the entire conference room, few people looked at him. Everyone was immersed in mutual accusations and abuse, as if only in this way could they slightly reduce the fear in their hearts. Reinforcements, I need reinforcements, at least take me back, they are really catching up. Total continued to wail. Until then, someone who was tired of arguing finally replied to him. The entire galaxy is surrounded, where are the reinforcements? Aren't there still many warships in the inner defense circle? At least save me back. Total said quickly. Suddenly, everyone looked at him as if he was a fool. The warships in the inner defense circle were not enough for defense. Send them out to pick you up? Who would be responsible for the loss? Brothers, for the sake of the coalition, help me. Total was almost crying. However, the senior executives in the conference room simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. Some even turned off his communications. So now, it was finally quiet and everyone could continue to argue. Unfortunately, no matter how loud they argued here, reality would not be changed. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates advanced into the galaxy. One by one, they removed the strongholds of advanced civilizations on various planets. And the materials stockpiled by the advanced civilizations on these planets were naturally destroyed or captured. Until the last planet, which was the third planet in the Nosaya galaxy, it was just right from the star, with a suitable temperature and atmosphere, and gave birth to the only civilization in the Nosaya galaxy. Although it was just an ordinary civilization, it had developed aerospace technology in the last few thousand years and successfully walked out of the mother planet as the cradle of civilization. Unfortunately, the mother planet of this civilization has now become the headquarters of the material distribution center of the Advanced Civilization Coalition. It is also the last stronghold of the coalition in the Nosaya galaxy. The so-called inner defense circle is built around this planet called Bennu. A large number of coalition warships, relying on floating turrets and various defense measures, guarded the Bennu star. There were various types of warships, and because they came from different civilizations, their styles were also diverse. They belonged to different fleets, and defended their own areas according to the defense zones divided in advance. On the surface, everything was proceeding step by step. All defense zones were actively responding to the autonomous machines that were getting closer and closer and gathering more and more. However, in reality, the commanders of the fleets in charge of each defense zone had their own thoughts. Everyone, get ready, the front team will become the back team, and prepare to evacuate. Commander, if you evacuate the defense zone like this, the entire defense line will collapse instantly. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Humans are back. Are we going to die if we don't run? But the entire galaxy is blocked. We can't run even if we want to. That's why we have to run quickly. While humans are attacking the inner defense circle, maybe we can find a chance to escape. And even if we stay, can we stop humans? We might as well give it a try. However, before the fleet commander could execute his order, the fleet in another defense zone next to him, the front team became the rear team, abandoned the defense line of their defense zone, and ran away directly. Oh no, we were beaten first. The commander was so angry that he pounded his thigh. He also glared at his adjutant. If you hadn't asked questions just now, we would have run away by now. The adjutant quickly shrank his head and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. He also regretted that he was really out of his mind just now, and now the commander would hate him. If he could escape, he should withdraw from the army quickly. However, this was not the end. The fleeing fleet seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. As one fleet fled, it was like an avalanche, one fleet after another, constantly turning around and running. It was as if they were competing to see who could run faster. The commander who had given the order too late was furious. Well, you guys, you all vowed to live and die with a defense line in the meeting just now, but you sold me out now. He completely forgot that he was also planning to sell out his teammates, but he was just a little late. Don't dawdle, the front team becomes the back team, and evacuate immediately. The commander shouted and urged. The adjutant didn't dare to say anything more. If he dared to say another word, the commander would probably shoot him directly. In short, as the autonomous mechanical aggregates began to gather outside the inner defense circle, ready to launch an attack. Even before the attack began, the steel defense line of the inner defense circle, carefully built by the combined fleet, collapsed by itself. It was unknown whether the combined fleet won or the French team won this time. In short, the fleets of various civilizations and races rushed to flee in all directions, which caused some trouble for the autonomous mechanical aggregates for a while, because it was difficult to catch them. But the good thing is that the autonomous mechanical aggregates are really not afraid of anyone in terms of numbers. So a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates spread in all directions and soon caught up with the warships. For a while, it seemed that a grand fireworks show was held in the Nosei galaxy. The shock waves and flames caused by the booming explosion spread in the universe. Lin Xu, who had already driven the Earth into the Nosei galaxy, happened to see the fireworks through the holographic projection. Until everything settled, none of the fleets that escaped had a warship that escaped, except for a few who were lucky enough to be captured, and they were completely annihilated. And the commander-in-chief of the galaxy defense system, Mr. Total, actually miraculously escaped and was not directly set off by firecrackers. It may be because the ship he was riding was too luxurious and did not look like a military facility, so the autonomous mechanical aggregate passed it by as a civilian facility. It was not until the final inventory of the spoils that he was pulled out. Mr. Total was very straightforward and directly expressed his willingness to abandon the dark and join the light, and strive for leniency. You are going to rescue the ferry ship Pengle, right? You will definitely pass by the fortress at the entrance of the space turbulence channel. I am the commander-in-chief of the outer defense line of the Nosei galaxy. I have participated in the military meeting of the fortress at the entrance of the space turbulence zone. I know the deployment map of the fortress guarding the entrance of the space turbulence zone. I am useful to you. I can help you capture the fortress at the entrance of the channel. I want to see humans. Let me see humans. I want to make contributions to humans. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 100. Let me go. I have made contributions to mankind. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates patrolled the galaxy, searching for fish that slipped through the net. At the same time, they also searched for places where human beings might have left their remains. According to the experience of the previous discoveries, the signals of the autonomous mechanical aggregates left by humans were found first, and then the remains were further discovered. So this time, the patrolling autonomous mechanical aggregates were also searching for signals. Under the Dragnet search, the signal was soon detected. It was not on the planet Bennu, where civilization had developed in the Nasha galaxy, but on the outermost and largest planet in the galaxy. That is, on the planet Hander, which was previously the headquarters of the galaxy defense system. But it was normal to think about it, because this planet was large enough, many times the size of the Earth, and it was far enough away from the star, far away from the center of civilization, and not easily disturbed. So a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates gathered towards Hander again, assembled into various digging equipment, and dug deep underground. Just like the last time, the remains this time were also buried deep underground, close to the center of the Earth. And when Yinghao took over the authority of the remains according to Lin Xu's order and began to search the database. After much deliberation, Lin Xu finally summoned the Commander-in-Chief Total, who asked him to make contributions to mankind. If he really had a defense map of the fortress at the entrance of the channel, it would be a great help. Although a strong attack is nothing, more intelligence can save time for the strong attack. You know, time is life, and no one knows what is happening to the ferry ship now. Lin Xu didn't want to get there after all the hardships, only to find that the ferry ship didn't hold on and was captured. However, the place where Lin Xu summoned was not set on the Earth, but on the Kingfin. And before summoning Total, Lin Xu also met with the representatives of the native civilization on the planet Bennu. This group of representatives from the Bennu civilization came to thank humans for saving them, and by the way, presented some gifts to Lin Xu. The Bennu civilization is a civilization that has just left the planet not long ago, and has not even landed on several planets that are a little further away in the galaxy. It is a new interstellar civilization, and they are still full of curiosity about the universe. As soon as they opened their eyes to the universe, they were chosen by many advanced civilizations as a distribution center for materials. This is also their misfortune. According to the information in the ruins that Yinghao has obtained, when humans just arrived in this galaxy 10,000 years ago, the Bennu civilization was even in the ancient society, so the humans at that time did not care about them, but set up laboratories on their own, collected some data and then left. Only in the ancient society of the Bennu civilization, there are some records of alien stars and unpredictable trajectories. In short, the leader of the Bennu civilization representative thanked Lin Xu for saving the planet from the occupation of advanced civilizations. And it was decided that the Bennu civilization would establish this day as the most important festival of the entire civilization and name it Independence Day. In the future, on this day every year, the whole nation will celebrate Independence Day. Lin Xu felt a little subtle about the name of Independence Day. But he still said, as long as you are happy. So both sides were happy, and the representatives even wanted to invite Lin Xu to the Bennu planet to participate in the celebration of the first Independence Day. Lin Xu was somewhat interested, but he thought that time was running out and he might not have time to wander around, so he declined the kind invitation of the Bennu civilization. The leader of the Bennu civilization expressed regret and made a small request before leaving, wanting to take a photo with Lin Xu. Lin Xu naturally agreed. In this way, the photo of the two standing together was quickly taken. The representatives of the Bennu civilization said goodbye and left. Then, as soon as they boarded their own spaceship, which was still using centrifugal simulation of gravity, and drove away from the Kingfeng, the representative in charge of taking pictures came to the leader excitedly. "Captain, the photos have been taken. Have you taken photos from all angles?" The leader was also a little excited. "It's taken, it's a holographic photo." "Okay, then we'll take action immediately after we go back." The leader excitedly waved his fist and said. At the same time, Lin Xu on the Kingfang summoned Commander-in-Chief Total. Lin Xu sat in a small reception room, which was decorated in the style of the Earth in the 21st century. As soon as the door opened, Lin Xu saw Total, who was also walking upright with his hands and feet, but was obviously different from humans. But the calm temperament of a superior was still very obvious. Total saw Lin Xu the first time, and in an instant, the so-called superior temperament and cultivation on his body disappeared, and he ran straight to Lin Xu. "Miss Qiu, who was standing behind Lin Xu, was secretly on guard. Then he saw the distinguished commander-in-chief of the advanced civilization, Mr. Total, who ran and slid to his knees, and fell directly at the feet of Lin Xu. The tears in his eyes came as soon as he said it. Like an actor, he burst into tears, and spoke in standard Chinese. "Great humans, you are finally back. I miss you so much." "Stop, stop, stop, you are so sad? I'm not dead yet." Lin Xu quickly stopped him. It can be said that Mr. Total's sudden attack directly made Lin Xu unable to do anything. All the possible situations that might happen during the meeting that I had thought of were not used. You knelt too quickly and thoroughly. As for speaking Chinese, Lin Xu was not surprised. The immortals on the fairy ship and the god-given elves on the Tree King Ark all spoke Chinese, and the reputation of humans in the Milky Way. Although humans have disappeared for a long time, there are legends of humans everywhere in the Milky Way, so it is natural that some people can speak Chinese. Then, Lin Xu heard a series of flattery from Mr. Total. What if humans were not born? The world would be like a long night. What if humans don't come out? What can we do? What the people of the Milky Way are looking forward to it. Total obviously knew a little about human culture, and he could speak Chinese, so there was no sense of disobedience when he spoke these ancient texts. If it weren't for his alien face, Lin Xu would have thought he was facing an earthling. It was just that the flattery was a bit too much, and Lin Xu felt awkward listening to it. "Let's talk about business," Lin Xu reminded helplessly. Total then carefully took out a chip from the corner of his clothes. It was the defense map of the fortress at the entrance of the channel that he had secretly drawn with his memory before he was captured just after escaping from Henderstar. It was for the purpose of saving his life in case he had a chance to be captured instead of being killed directly by a cannon. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Now it is finally used. The robot on the side came forward to take the chip, and then directly read the data and uploaded it to Yinghuo. At this time, Total's face was less uneasy. After all, the things have been handed over. Strictly speaking, he is no longer useful now. Does this count as meritorious service? Total asked cautiously. Yes, don't worry, I will remember your contribution. Lin Xu is not the kind of person who will destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Although he despises his character, he has obtained the information after all. That's good, that's good. Total nodded and bowed to Lin Xu repeatedly, looking relieved. There was even a strange sense of pride in his expression. In summary, if there is another robot trying to catch him, he can proudly shout, "Let me go, I have done meritorious services for mankind." After sending Total away, Yinghuo has almost sorted out the database of human relics. A lot of technical information has been compiled, most of which need to be upgraded at the existing technological level. It is the kind of information that is useless to alien civilizations, but Lin Xu can upgrade the technology if he gets it. For example, the improvement of the third-generation nanororbit combines the advantages of ordinary third-generation nanororbits and variant nanororbits to complete the optimized third-generation nanororbit. It retains all the functions of nanorobots, can replicate itself, and even improves the strength after aggregation. It is the nanororbit used by Miss Qiu. Now Lin Xu has also obtained the technical information and will soon be able to upgrade all the existing third-generation nanorobots. This is even very simple, because this optimized version of the third-generation nanororbit can replicate itself, and can also optimize each other, without returning to the factory to start over. So as long as the factory produces a part of the brand new third-generation nanorobots first, these nanorobots can be used to optimize the rest of the nanorobots, whether they are ordinary third-generation nanorobots that are spread all over the Earth's atmosphere, or variant third-generation nanorobots that form the Earth's temporary dome. When everything is completed, the nanorobots that aggregate into the Earth's dome will not only maintain the same strength, but can even be used as ordinary nanorobots. Of course, this upgrade process also takes time, but Lin Xu no longer plans to stay in the Nasea galaxy and upgrade slowly. The military situation is urgent, and the upgrade can be upgraded slowly on the way, but the joint fleet besieging the ferry ship will not wait for him. So after confirming that the technical information has been obtained and the upgrade of various technologies can be started, the Earth took back all the external autonomous mechanical aggregates, left the Nasea galaxy, and prepared to go to the entrance of the only channel of space turbulence. Attack the fortress set up by the joint fleet there. Before Lin Xu announced the departure and the Earth was about to start, Miss Qiu told Lin Xu something with a strange look on her face. "Master, Do you want to take a look at the Independence Day celebration of the Beno civilization? Lin Xu was a little puzzled, but he still turned on the holographic projection. Then he saw that in the huge parade on the Beno planet, there were many large and small portraits of himself. That's right, it was Lin Xu's portrait. The parade consisted of hundreds of thousands of people. The largest photo was at the front, and each person also held a smaller photo. Not only that, Lin Xu also saw more than one sculpture unveiling ceremony being held. One by one, his own sculptures were standing on the squares, majestic, handsome, or approachable. There were also countless people cheering around his own sculptures. Thinking of the scene where the leader of the Beno civilization representative wanted to take a photo before leaving, Lin Xu finally understood that these guys were not interested in why. No wonder they were so excited at that time, and Lin Xu didn't think too much at that time. But who would have thought that they wanted to do this? Forget it, it's like this, what else can I do? I can't let people push down the statue. Lin Xu doesn't have that habit. And although it's a bit awkward, it's not a bad thing after all. Can I teach someone a lesson for this? Let's go quickly, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Xu waved his hand helplessly. Just like that, the Earth accelerated and drove away from the Nossal galaxy, heading towards the fortress of the Joint Fleet. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.